follow. So, there we go. Who do we got now? Radio TV, radio versus TV. Thanks for the follow.
What you gonna do, Macho Man?
Jungle Jack 911 Mania, running wild. Thanks for the follow. What you gonna do, brother, when Lethal Frag dumps all his viewers in your channel? Thank you again, man. I really appreciate it. Glad to have everybody here. We talk a lot of wrestling, but we play a lot of wrestling pinball, arcade games. Here we go. Take it Baron V, I think. 4. I'm actually looking about 20 feet away to my computer monitor through these crazy glasses, so if I mess up your name, I apologize. What do we got now? V-Guy 1, cream of the crop. So, Warboard Games, thank you for the follow. So we're playing a little WrestleMania limited edition from Stern with a little WrestleMania 10 over the shoulder. What do we got there? Oh, I missed that one. Sorry about that. Thank you for the follow. I'll see if I can catch it here in my little chat screen. Techie Baron 4. Who's that? Wow. That was a long name I couldn't see. Thanks, everybody. We'll keep playing pinball for quite a while tonight. So this show is 3 hours long over my shoulder here, so maybe we'll go till the show's over. I don't think I'm going to wear these glasses too much longer, though, because I can't see anything. So the point of this game, obviously, is just like in pro wrestling, you want to win matches. So you can start singles matches, and you can have tag matches. There's also a Royal Rumble Battle Royal mode, several different multi-ball modes. During singles matches, you can knock the ref out, and then you have a 2-ball multi-ball, which allows you to kind of double-team your opponent. The tricky part is actually pinning them, because up in the top of the ring there... Whoa, I could not see that. Up in the ring at the top, there's a pinfall hole right here in the center, and the front ropes are actually slingshots that you can control to sling and try to get the ball to land in the pinhole there. And the longer the match goes, the higher your end of match bonus is, so it becomes very lucrative to actually complete matches. But it's also very difficult, because the control off those slings is very limited. It's a skill unto itself. But it's fairly unique too. And this game is also designed by John Trudeau, who also did Creature from the Black Lagoon, which I know Frag streams that fairly frequently. And I'll try to keep up on the chat here. I only have my little iPhone here to look at chat, so I'll try to check between balls here. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. I've also got other pinball machines and arcade games that I vary the stream, so oftentimes I'll be streaming. We did WrestleFest 4-player last week on the actual arcade machine I've been restoring. Of course, right next to me is the WWF Royal Rumble pinball machine. And I've got several more. There we go. Retro Gamer Rye Guy is now following. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thanks everybody for coming in and watching. Hope you enjoy it. Even if you're not into wrestling, hope you stick around and watch some pinball. We'll probably talk wrestling quite a bit with all this going on, but that's not all the channel's about, but it's a pretty big influence. I grew up watching wrestling, and now I actually produce wrestling TV, so it's a big part of my life, as is pinball and arcade games. Alright. I gotta get into the ring here. We got our match started against Dean Ambrose. I think that might have been the last fall there. Let's see here. Local Pinball Hangout just got Funhouse. That Funhouse is like at the top of my list for a game that I want. I've got a friend who has one here in town, and I hope that I'm in line if he ever decides to sell it, but that's one of the few I think he's probably not going to let go. Every once in a while they pop up, but they're a little out of my price range at the moment, but they're worth it. I totally want one, and I might end up selling one or more games to raise funds to get one, because the prices are still raising. We're not quite at the top of the bubble yet, and pinball keeps getting more expensive. Let's see. I have to ask, Jungle Jack 911, what's your opinion of the direction WWE's going? I talked about it a little bit earlier on the stream. Oh, there's another follow. Lanao. I don't know how to say that, but thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I talked about it just a little bit earlier. I haven't watched like the current product in a long time, like regularly, but I follow through text. I read all the update sites and I follow just to know what's going on, but I don't watch it as often. WWE posts stuff to YouTube, and the 3 to 5 minute clips that they post is about all you need out of the 3 hours of Raw each week. The creative direction to me is kind of off, and we were talking earlier about the Shane McMahon versus Undertaker WrestleMania match coming up in 2 weeks. And tonight they just announced that if Undertaker loses, this will be his last WrestleMania, which is very plausible. I thought he would have been done years ago. So it's very possible this could be the end, but I don't want to see him lose again after the Brock Lesnar loss. But since he's already lost once, it's not like the same big deal that it was when he lost to Brock. I still think that was a bad decision, but it's what it is. So the stipulation, what I mentioned earlier, the stipulation is this will be Undertaker's last WrestleMania, not necessarily his last match. So it would not surprise me to see somehow Shane ends up winning because of either interference by somebody or something that sets up for another match, maybe with Vince versus The Undertaker coming up at SummerSlam. And maybe they use this next year to kind of lead up through WrestleMania 33. Potentially that's going to be The Undertaker's Hall of Fame. And I thought it'd be this year because he lives in Texas and it's kind of his hometown. But next year is also the opening of the brand new Hall of Fame physical museum that's going to be in Orlando, Florida. So to have WrestleMania in Florida, also debuting at actual Hall of Fame, it would be perfect for them to induct The Undertaker next year. Which also means I have to go to WrestleMania one more year. I made a promise to myself several years ago that when I felt that it was going to be Undertaker's last year at WrestleMania 30, the pre-sale tickets went on sale the summer before, and I had a feeling that WrestleMania 30, that'd be the perfect time for him to retire or have his last match. So I decided then I was going to go to every WrestleMania until he's officially retired and done. And now 3 years later, he's still wrestling. So, even though I don't particularly care for the current product, WrestleMania is always fun, even if the matches don't look so great leading up to it. Like, this year's WrestleMania on paper doesn't look great at all to me, but it's going to be an awesome show. 100,000 people in AT&T Stadium is pretty amazing. And so my seats are not as great as, like for WrestleMania 30, I believe that was probably going to be it, so I went all out and I had a ringside seat. And it was not cheap at all, but it was totally worth it for that experience to be there for the only loss of The Undertaker at WrestleMania. I didn't want it to be a loss, I didn't think it would be, but then it turned out to be one of the most historic moments in wrestling history. So I was glad to be there for that. But really, this year's WrestleMania, even though my ticket's not as good, it's actually a pretty decent seat. And it's going to be really fun. And thankfully, Dallas, Texas is a lot cheaper in general than New Orleans in terms of airfare and hotel stay and everything, so my entire cost is about 50% for this year's WrestleMania as it was for WrestleMania 30, but it's going to be just as fun. Oh, look at that, rolled right back down the ramp. So on this game, they just recently updated the code, so it has new rules, and it actually is a lot more playable now. So there's a ton of cool modes, and the coolest thing is when you're not in an active wrestling match, when you go up those ramps, it opens the gates and the ball can go all the way around and loop back down for a full orbit. Whoa, there was the Macho Man flying elbow drop off the top of the pinball machine. I mentioned that earlier, I forgot to actually move him. The shaker in this game is so violent that whenever you hit a special move or a finisher, the game shakes so much that any topper I have that's not secured down is going to take a dive. And I can see the Steve Austin one's about to fall down too, so I better move those. Ah, there it is. And for now, I turned the volume on the pinball machine down so we could hear the amazing WrestleMania 10, but I may turn it back up again for anybody who's interested in listening in. Just watch out for the fireworks. Yep. Yeah, that year, several years ago, the fireworks in the upper balcony somehow backfired and actually shot into the crowd, which really sucked. but I would guess that they probably got paid off pretty good. Yeah. Hey, there's another follow. Tater, funky like a monkey. Awesome. Thanks for the follow. I'm going to adjust my toppers real quick. I got to get these little guys off of the top before they crash down again. Steve Austin was right on the edge. I need to get the, they have that little, like, silly putty stuff that you can get to hang up posters. Just a tiny little bit of that on the bottom would hold these guys from falling off. Alright, let me grab a drink. This match is like, when you talk to people who don't watch wrestling, if you want a good match to kind of tell them why wrestling is awesome, this is a great match to watch. This match is like artwork. When people talk about like ballet being a beautiful piece of art, wrestling, when done right, is also art. It is a definite art form. Unfortunately, the majority of wrestling is not done in that method, and a lot of it is garbage. So, oh man. So a lot of people have really bad impressions of wrestling, and maybe rightfully so in some cases, but wrestling changes so often. Like, you know, there's eras of time where wrestling is a complete different style, and it doesn't fall under the stereotypes of pro wrestling that most people think of. A lot of people that haven't followed wrestling still think it's exactly the same as it was in the 80s. And for me, I wish it was. But times change. And the show, of course, technologically is improved, but it's really gone downhill in terms of the creative writing and the storylines. It's not as exciting or must-see TV like it used to be in the late 90s. But when you think about that, in the late 90s when Steve Austin and The Rock were like at the top of the show, that kind of programming, I don't think that they would even allow that to be on regular TV anymore, or even cable. As extreme as it was in terms of the content. And of course today's programming, they call it PG programming, based on the TV rating, whereas wrestling was always like TV 14. It was never like a mature audience, even though I bet it would be today if you showed some of the stuff from the 90s. I'll tell you what, my grandma hated it. She thought it was totally inappropriate for me and my brother to be watching it at the age we were, you know, even in the 80s, late 80s and stuff. But even when I was a teenager and watching the Attitude Era, and then I went to college right when it was starting to, like the NWO started picking up and things started getting more extreme. That was, my grandma was not pleased that my grandpa even kept watching. My grandpa, he actually grew up in Oklahoma, and he watched Southern wrestling in person when he was growing up, and before they moved to California, and then eventually up to the Pacific Northwest. So when I was a kid, I didn't know a whole lot about wrestling, and of course, as most kids back then, we thought it was a real thing, you know, a real show with people really competing. But my grandpa smartened me up early on. He told me about, you know, how much of a work it was, how much of a show it was, and I really appreciated that, because I still believed it. Even though he told me it wasn't, there was too many moments I was like, no, that might be fake, but this is real. So as a kid, I never thought about it, but to me, it was always like watching live-action He-Man action figures and cartoon comic book characters, you know, fighting, you know, good versus bad. And it's not like that anymore. These days, it's hard to know if somebody's supposed to be a good guy or a bad guy. Because really, it's the audience that determines whether they're going to like somebody or not. Dang it, that sucked. But let me catch up here. I've been talking a lot. Yeah, the 90s with Ren and Stimpy as children's programming. That's a great show. Question back there about Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Duggan, I don't think, is on this one. He actually is in the Royal Rumble pinball machine to my left, but he's not in the current LE model. But yeah, Duggan was great. I met him last year at WrestleMania. And it was really odd because Duggan is somebody who you always think is Hacksaw Jim Duggan, like his character. Every time you see him, he's got the crooked eye and he's just the happy, smiling, bearded guy. Well, when you meet him as a regular guy, he just talks like a normal guy. And even now, like, I work in the business and I know how things work, and it was kind of funny to me to see Hacksaw just being a regular dude and not being, you know, his crazy Hacksaw Jim Duggan character. So the best characters, they always say, are just their own personality turned up, and that's Hacksaw. Let's see here. I went back a little far here. Retro Gamer Guy is asking, have I ever accessed the Ed Boon menus in the Mortal Kombat machines? I haven't yet because they both need some work. Mortal Kombat 1 works fine, but it's in a position where I can't plug it in or access it right now. Mortal Kombat 2, I've got to change the monitor out. So it fully works, but the monitor is on the floor, and I just rebuilt it, so I've got to swap it with the bad one that's in there and get it up and running. But I do want to do that because I wanted to stream WrestleMania, Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 on the live stream here pretty soon. Yeah, Lethal Frag, different world. It totally is. Like, today's wrestling is out. It's nowhere near what it used to be. For better or worse, they still have great ratings in relation to the amount of people watching, but it's a much younger audience now, and it's starting to shift again. Like, when we were kids watching in the 80s, as we grew up into the late 90s, the programming changed and appealed more to that audience, whereas now I think all the kids who grew up watching John Cena 10 years ago are now in that same teenage, kind of mid to late teens era that we were at when the show became adult, you know, fairly adult-oriented. So it wouldn't surprise me if wrestling continues to progress and get a little more edgy over the next 3 to 5 years. And then who knows, 10 years from now it might drop back to target kids again. Who knows? But they always say it's cyclical, which it used to mean like every 2 to 3 years it would kind of go up and down in popularity. But it's really been on a downswing for a long time, and it's only starting to like curve up again. Oh, yeah. So there we go. Who do we have? Mr. PP, cream of the crop. Thanks for the follow. Great name. Let me catch up here again on chat. Yeah, Attitude Era is tame compared to regular programming. In some ways it is, but some of the stuff they did back then was a little ridiculous. I mean, if you think of the Pretty Mean Sisters, PMS, and then the stuff that they did with Mark Henry, who was the world's strongest man, giant, you know, huge guy, that then became their, like, sexual chocolate. And that was one that I specifically remember watching. There was a scene where the Pretty Mean Sisters had Mark Henry strapped to a table with nipple clamps and whipped cream on him, and my grandma came walking through, and it made me feel embarrassed, like she caught me watching something I shouldn't have been watching. Which, maybe I shouldn't have been watching that. Who knows? But Grandpa was watching too. Oh, man. It was crazy. Yeah, WWE changed to family boring era because the complaints from parents. Yeah, that was part of it. A lot of it, I really believe, was 2007, Chris Benoit and that whole situation. That had a major impact on both the health and testing and wellness of the wrestlers, but they shifted the programming directly to just avoid any, you know, connotation to crazy wrestler murders his family. They wanted to kind of family-friendly, you know, homogenize the show a bit after that, and they did. Yeah, sexual chocolate. Oh, and his music, the album it came out on was like WWE The Music Volume 4, WWF at the time, and that was the only song I skipped because it was just too awkward. Yeah, actors as good as The Rock. So V-Guy 1, actors as good as The Rock have more opportunities now, and they would just bypass pro wrestling. I think so, but The Rock, like, if it wasn't for wrestling, nobody would have even known what he could do. I don't think he would have become a successful actor had he not become such a huge star in wrestling, and had wrestling not been a huge event at the time. Like, the ratings literally in the 90s, combined with Raw and Nitro together, WCW show, there was probably a good 12 to 13 million people watching every Monday in that same block of time, whereas now you're lucky to get like 2 to 3 million people on average watching on Monday nights. So the overall audience has dropped, but all TV has dropped because of the internet and, you know, streaming and stuff like that. But The Rock, I think it was the right time and the right place with a guy who has amazing charisma, and it's taken him a long way. He's done really well for himself. Let's see here. Blackjack Mulligan used to crush skulls till they bled every week. Same with Snuka blood. Yeah, you know, the blood back then, it's real blood. I mean, it still is now too when they do it. But back then it was a pretty common thing where the guys would get bloody and the fights were very authentic, because now if you hit somebody with a chair, use a weapon, they don't use blood intentionally anymore because of health reasons and all sorts of things. So I know for sure they will get bloody at WrestleMania in 2 weeks and Shane versus The Undertaker, because those guys, they have enough stroke that obviously they're going to get approval to do it if that's part of the story. Some guys, like Brett, has told stories where right after the steroid trials in the 90s, they were told, okay, no more blood. Everybody's going to, no more blood in matches. Well, at WrestleMania 7, Brett versus Roddy Piper, they incorporated blood intentionally, but they made it look, they made sure to watch where the cameras were. They made sure to make it look like it was an accident so they could get away with it and not be fined. Because at the time, Vince was actually fining wrestlers if they got bloody in a match. So they risked it just to make the match better. So look at that. There it is. Brett defeated his brother. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, that's right. Owen won. Yeah, Owen got the win here. And then Brett, of course, goes on later to the title match. K-Fim Mania, running wild. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. All right, I'm going to turn some more pinball on here. I was trying to catch up on chat, but there's a lot of chat going on. Dude Love. That's right. Dude Love, Cactus Jack, Mankind, Mick Foley, all the same guy. 3 faces of Foley. I love Cactus Jack's music, but Dude Love was such a great character. Basically, the Big Lebowski as a wrestling character. The Dude. Whoops. Yeah, it's very easy for me to talk wrestling and forget about pinball. So I want to keep playing the game here so you guys can watch it. I might turn the volume back up on the game a little bit so you can hear that too. Alright, we're going to go for advanced bonus on the skill shot. Yeah, and when you listen back to the commentary here, Jerry Lawler and Vince McMahon, the amazing thing when you think about the show today, if they could only make one change to improve the product, they need to have a whole new team of commentary. The commentary these days is so dull, and it may not be their fault. I mean, they're being produced to say the things that they're saying, but when you look back on these classic shows, I think this is when he gives the line about the leg. I love that after the match he had all that spit on his mouth and he didn't wipe it off all the way to the back to this promo. So what I was saying is the commentary back then, they actually cared what was happening in the ring, and they were energetic about the product. And the commentators today sometimes don't even tell you what's happening in the ring. They're not commenting. They're talking about the matches coming up in the next segment, or they're talking about a replay from earlier in the show, or they're talking about the pay-per-view coming up in 2 weeks. And the guys in the ring are working, and the commentary's not supporting them with the story. And really, commentary can make or break. It can turn a bad match into a good match, and a good match into a terrible match, simply by ignoring what the guys are doing in the ring. And that's what happens more often than not these days. As soon as they got rid of Jim Ross, that was the downfall. But Michael Cole, to his credit, used to be pretty decent in the Attitude Era, and he's pretty awful these days, but I don't fully blame him for it, because again, he's being produced and told what to say and how to say it. But Jerry Lawler has lost all his passion for the current product, and I don't blame him, because my passion for the current product is not where it used to be either. But that's probably a reason why they moved him off to SmackDown. And thankfully on SmackDown they brought in Mauro Ranallo, who comes from MMA and is an amazing commentator who actually knows the product and knows the history of wrestling, and comes from a background where he's calling the action in mixed martial arts, and so he brings that same authenticity to wrestling, which has made the show better. Of course, he's still having to deal with the goofy booking and storylines, but Bam Bam Bigelow coming out. Mixed tag, Bam Bam and Luna Vachon. Luna Vachon was amazing. So she was ahead of her time in terms of women's wrestling. And she was actually a huge influence on, if you remember, the vampire Gangrel. He and Luna were together for a long time, and she was pretty much the one who talked him into coming into the company. And it's funny because Gangrel, he'll tell you the vampire thing was something that, oh dang, that Vince McMahon was totally not sold on. He's like, oh, we'll never do a wrestling vampire. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard of. And so he thought for sure, you know, all right, so they're not going to use me. There we go. We've got FNA Gaming, Funky Like a Monkey. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. So Gangrel's like, yeah, they're never going to use me as a vampire. And then he said, like, literally a week later, they call him up and they're like, all right, come on in, we're going to try it out. And, of course, at that time, that was the debut of Edge and then eventually Christian, and they formed the Brood with Gangrel as the leader. But it's funny, Gangrel is one of the coolest guys to work with, and one of the hardest workers out there, too. Even to this day, he works just as hard, if not harder, than all the guys that are fresh in the business and trying to work hard to get their name out there. And he's earned it. He doesn't have to go out there and bust his ass like he does, but he does every single time. The shows that we tape for our weekly TV show out of Portland, we don't have any mats on the outside of the ring. And so the mats are not thick, but they're certainly better than cement floor of an armory. And almost every show we have, Gangrel will take some sort of a bump on the outside on the cement. Blows me away. Because he doesn't have to do that kind of stuff, and he does to put over the younger guys that are out there working. Very respectful. And a pleasure to work with. Oh, down the outside. Let me check chat. I haven't looked at the chat in a few minutes here. Yeah, the whole WWE went down south with a horrible Kiss My Ass club. Says Jungle Jack 911. That was the most disgusting thing in the history ever. It was pretty bad. There was moments of it that were kind of funny, but they just ran into the dirt. But like for me the most memorable was when the Undertaker finally turned heel after being a babyface for so long, at the expense of Jim Ross's face going up Vince's ass. So yeah, it was pretty ridiculous, and that's one of the things I mentioned. Like, you couldn't pull that off on TV today. Even if the rating was like a TV 14 or whatever, bare Vince McMahon's butt right on the screen. I can't ever see them doing that again. That was pretty bad. Let's see. Yeah, I was just seeing the comments there about Owen. So yeah, Owen was the wrestler who died in 1999, May 23rd of 99. Live on pay-per-view, because his character at the time was the Blue Blazer, which is a throwback to his early character, which was kind of a mass luchador, and he played it up as being two different people. So you'd see him as Owen, and then you would see the Blue Blazer, but they weren't the same people, but even though you knew they were. So at the time, he was feuding with the Godfather, which didn't make a lot of sense, but they were going to do a special entrance where they had him on a harness, and they were going to lower him from the ring like they did with Sting in WCW all the time. He was going to lower to the ring like a superhero flying into the ring. And unfortunately, before the match started, at least from what everybody says now, it was his cape that somehow disconnected. It hit the quick disconnect button that he had set up, so when he got to the ring, he could hit the button and the harness would pull off and he would be ready to wrestle. So apparently, like, his cape, the way it was set up, interfered with the harness, and it disconnected him, and he fell to the ring, which they're saying was like 50 feet. And thankfully on TV, they were showing a backstage promo when it happened, and so they didn't show it on TV, but the audience there, the arena was dark, and most people didn't see it happen. But then the cameras came back on, and they took him out on a stretcher, and then they announced within 15 to 20 minutes later that he had passed away. And I was watching that live, and it still hits me hard to this day, because I loved Owen so much, and everybody did. He was a great guy. But yeah, I always remember that. You know, every May I think back to that, and it took a long time for a lot of, like Brett, to get over, you know, to kind of move on past that. Not necessarily get over it, but to move past some of his issues with WWE and with Vince. And that was a pretty big impact on the entire business. Sonny is now a porn star. Yeah. My buddy said he watched it. I can't bring myself to watch it. It sounded like she did it for the money and was not into it at all, from what I understand. Yeah. I don't think anybody wanted to see her now. Like, that was something everybody talked about when she was on TV and was, like, young and attractive. Yeah, not so much now. The only reason wrestling was good was because there was competition. That's a good point. Yeah, WWE and TNA or whatever. Yeah, TNA is still around. They just have been moving networks. So they were on the Travel Network, Destination America, after they were removed from Spike TV. And that cut their audience down to nothing, which they didn't have a great audience to begin with, but it literally cut their audience in half. Then they moved from Destination America to Pop TV, which is where they're at now. And our show that we do out of Las Vegas was on Pop TV. And then they announced, the TNA announced the move the same day that we announced we were moving from Pop, because the situation with that wasn't working for us so well. So they moved. So then it made, like, our website spiked. Like, we got a ton of traffic, and people were like, "Oh, TNA kicked you guys out." It wasn't really the case. We were out of there already. It was one of those things where, you know, negotiations were done and stuff. So whatever. But TNA's there now, and their ratings haven't changed. So they're getting good support from Pop. It's at least a good distribution, because everybody who has cable has Pop, because it's basically the old TV Guide channel. So if you want to see it, it's Tuesday nights, usually channel 3 or 4. Really good distribution, though. And of course, that's not competition to WWE at all. WWE does not have competition in terms of other wrestling. Their competition is TV shows, Netflix, everything that Twitch, anything that people can stream that's not TV. That's why all TV shows are having issues with ratings right now. There's just too many other options. Yep. Yeah, Owen's death was when pro wrestling made it very clear to a lot of people that pro wrestling was a form of acting and entertainment. Right, it was right around that time. Technically, it was in '97 that Vince McMahon came out and said he's tired of insulting the intelligence of the audience, and decided to change things up and make it fairly obvious that this was a show much like Jerry Springer. At least at the time. So that's when they changed it from wrestling to sports entertainment. They don't use the word wrestling or pro wrestling because of the stereotype and connotation, so now that's called sports entertainment. But never before has it been so obvious and promoted even by the company itself that the show is just that. It's just a TV show. That there's no form of actual competition involved. Which is actually not true. In terms of the way the show plays out, the matches are not true competition, but the wrestlers themselves are independent contractors who are all fighting for a spot higher up the card, to be the main event, to be the guy that's promoted, because when you're more popular and you're promoted, you get more merchandise money, you make more money in general, your contracts are more money. So there is actual legitimate competition, but it's all behind the scenes. It's all a business corporate thing. And in some ways, the behind-the-scenes aspect of the business is more exciting than the actual product itself. And that's why there's so many websites that talk about, you know, insider news and all that kind of stuff. But the fact is, every company has that. Every company has employees who want to work up the ladder and become better and get raises and all that. And wrestling's no different. If you're the champion, you get paid more, and you get more product and merchandise. So even though you can't win a title by competition, the fact that they decide who wins the title and when, if they believe in you and you're a good worker, you can have good matches, people like you, you're reliable and safe in the ring, you're very much likely to win a title and make more money. So it's competition in a different way. Very, very unique business. Different than anything else out there. I only saw the trailer preview of the Sunny video and thought it was too much. Yeah. Yeah, I won't download it either. I have no intention to watch that. There was also the adult films with Chyna. So if you remember Chyna, she was with Triple H back in the 90s. And very bulky, masculine appearance. And she used to be on the Howard Stern show all the time, and they would always make fun and kind of claim that she was a man. She's not a man. That is verified. But she definitely has a lot of drug and alcohol and other issues. Crash Gordon is funky like a monkey. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you watching the show and following. Having some fun in here. I imagine anybody who's not into wrestling probably is tuned out already, but if you like wrestling or you like pinball or both, thanks for watching and hanging out. Of course, always big thanks to Lethal Frag for sending people over this way to check out the stream tonight. And big thanks to Lethal Frag for having the Pinball Wizards. If you look up above, there's the Pinball Wizards link that has a list of all of the active pinball players that are out there. And the list is growing. There's a lot of people that are adding pinball streams. Earlier today, there was like at least 6 simultaneous pinball streams at the same time. And they all kind of started earlier than usual today, and then they all ended earlier, so that's why I kind of came on. Usually I stream like midnight Pacific to 3 a.m., so it's usually late night streams, but it's not all the time. It's just whenever I feel like it, or in the case of tonight, being talked into it by people. Which is cool. I love doing it. I just have so much going on in the house here with all my extra pinball machines and arcade games that I'm working on. The space is kind of limited to setting these cameras up. There's the Macho Man's music back there. Whoa. So at this point, I'm trying to hit the tag team flashing light there on the left to start tag team multi-ball. There it is. So now I got to get up the ramp to kick off this match. Oh. The testosterone that she took to get bigger that made her manly. She was already pretty manly. I've seen pictures of her younger years before she got into wrestling, and she had that big square jaw and definitely a big girl. Force feedback wheels spinning lonely in the background. Yeah, that's right. Over here on the race driving, which is the first 3D arcade racing game, it does play itself in attract mode. So it has the force feedback, and then there's clutch pedals, and there's a key to turn the engine on, and so it just plays. It just does its thing. I do want to stream that and Road Blasters, but I need to get more extensions to drag the cameras over that direction and clear out all the stuff from my storage unit over here. Yeah, did they really take Hogan out of the Hall of Fame? They didn't take him out of the Hall of Fame, but they just decided not to reference him, and they took him off the website. So they pretty much eliminated him from their online presence. They wanted to get rid of any reference to them that would be easy for somebody who was following his trial with Gawker to then come back and try to make any linkages. So they did it mostly as a preemptive strike before people could say, you know, WWE wrestler Hulk Hogan, you know, did this or said this. So it was just a way for them politically to separate themselves from Hogan. Now that his lawsuit is over, it just finished up last week. It'll go through appeals, but it's pretty much over. So I'm hoping that they kind of get back together, because that happened just months after this limited edition machine came out. So Stern was not able to promote the limited edition, and WWE didn't do anything to promote this game because Hulk Hogan is all over it. So that kind of hurt the pinball machine in terms of sales, I think. It's not the only thing, but I think it did have some impact on at least the promotion that WWE put into it. And WWE also sent out free translights with the Divas on it, so you could replace your Hulk Hogan back glass. As if anybody's going to replace this beautiful Hulk Hogan back glass with these Divas. You know, sure, they look great, but no. The people who bought the Hulk Hogan edition of this limited edition and paid as much money as we paid, we're not getting rid of Hulk Hogan because he said some things that were inappropriate. And yes, it was very inappropriate, but I kind of side with Hogan, at least legally. He had no idea he was being filmed, and he was saying these things in the privacy of his own home in an intimate situation with a hidden camera that he had no knowledge was even there. So the fact that that was leaked out and used by his so-called friend as blackmail, which cost him a ton of money and his contract and in some ways his legacy, which I think will be restored. But yeah, that was a pretty stupid situation. But again, what he said was pretty stupid, and even in the privacy of his home, shouldn't have been said. But again, that's people can say what they want in the privacy of their home and shouldn't be, you know, that doesn't make him, because of what he said, I don't feel that makes him a racist. He was just super pissed off and had a situation, and again, it wasn't appropriate, and he shouldn't have said it, but I don't feel that was a valid reason to eliminate him and try to wipe him out of the history of wrestling. I don't know. There's plenty of other things to not like about Hogan. I like the Hulk Hogan character, and I've never met Terry Bollea the Man. But I grew up as a huge fan of Hulk Hogan and The Undertaker, and those are my two favorite guys. And so, I don't know. Just one of those things. I think it was mostly politically motivated why they got rid of him from the website and everything else. And I understand why. They're a public traded company, and it was just a way to not be dragged into it. And they weren't. It actually didn't get the coverage they expected, and nobody really seemed to care about it. So maybe that's for the best for Hogan. So I totally botched that entire tag team multi-ball mode. And I blame it on Gawker. Maybe I should have a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. I think this world is too Sue-friendly and Sue-happy about everything these days. I was going to try to loop that around for a while. So tag team mode's lit again. I can get back in there. It's a really tricky shot, though. So if I remember, this is the match that Randy Savage was facing the Evil Crush. And it was like a Falls Count Anywhere match. Oh, look at that. 2 loops. Oh, come on. There we go. Tag team mode. Wow. Send it back to the shooter. Yeah, so this was such a weird stipulation for this match. So, falls count anywhere, which means you can fight anywhere in the arena, but as soon as you pin your opponent, if they get back to the ring within a minute, then they reset the match and it starts over again. So it was kind of weird and it didn't make sense, and they've never done it since or before. And I think the reason for that is because of the way the finish works. They eventually fight backstage and set up for things that make it impossible to get back to the ring. But Crush in this form is actually in the Royal Rumble machine to my left. So he's one of the main wrestlers that you hit from the outer orbit. Although when he was a bad guy, he wore the face paint and he had different music. But I was always more of a fan of his Kona Crush Hawaiian theme. It was kind of like a heavy metal sound. And so on the Royal Rumble game, I actually replaced all the audio with actual MP3s of the wrestler's music. So I changed Crush to his Kona Crush music instead of the bad guy Crush. And of course, Crush started out as the 3rd member of Demolition. So he also appears in the 4-player WrestleFest arcade game I played the other day. Even though he wasn't an original member of Demolition, he became... Once Axe was, he left the company for some reason, Crush took over his spot in the tag team. And Crush was a big guy, pretty decent wrestler for a big guy, and he actually worked out of Portland here in the Northwest before he became, part of WWF at the time. So I remember seeing him locally here, in the late 80s. There we go, tag team mode. So Hogan and Shawn Michaels. Taken on. I missed the shot there. So here's our tag team mode. So again, this mode is extremely lucrative with points. So you gotta do damage by hitting the ball on the flashing lights up above, and then hit the pinfall. And I've had, on my biggest game tonight, I got 80 million in a single pinfall out of the tag team mode. So for the most part, you want to just focus on getting the ball up into that pinfall hole. It's really tricky with that spinning disc up there. But because you're in a tag team mode here, if you can balance... Oh, I lost it. You can actually restart the tag team mode while you're in the tag team mode, and it's the same as tagging in your partner, and then the mode resets and it launches all the balls and turns on the ball saver again. So if you're getting lucky and hitting a lot of pinfalls in that mode, you could actually do really well and get a ton of points, which I did not do. Alright, so let me go back here in the... there's Vuvoof. I gotta remember to watch my chat here. I was trying to focus on multi-ball, and my chat window is so tiny I can't read it very good. Yeah, Gawker's a cancer. They got what they deserved. I agree, Mr. PP. The lawsuit was mostly... The lawsuit was not about the content of the tape. The lawsuit was the fact that Gawker put the tape out there without permission. And the tape, because it was actually blackmail, it wasn't like that they acquired their own footage. They illegally displayed the tape. So that was the lawsuit. So Hogan won $115 million because they illegally showed the tape and didn't take it down when he asked. The content of the tape was released as part of the transcript of the trial, which was public information. And that's why WWE preemptively kicked them out, because they didn't want any of that text to come out and link them together. So let's see here. Wow, so it says there's 300 people watching. Well, that's thanks to Lethal Frag for sending his audience over to me. So, again, all the thanks in the world to Lethal Frag. He's got such a great audience. People hang out this late at night. I've seen up to 2,000 people watching his live streams, watching pinball, which is so cool to see that many people watching pinball. So, I'll get back to pinball here in a second. I just want to catch up on chat. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Zombie saying, I remember hearing about him being in a sex tape, but had no desire to see him or male matter. Yeah, I didn't watch it either. I avoid that kind of stuff. There was also Biker Crush. We were just talking about Crush here. After this, he became part of the Disciples of Apocalypse and started doing like face tattoos like Mike Tyson. But he had a biker game called the Disciples of Apocalypse. But yes, the Heart Punch is one of my favorite moves because it's all about the showmanship of wrestling. So essentially what a Heart Punch is, they'll put your arm back in an arm bar, so they'll hold your arm behind your head, and then they'll pull back a punch and time it just perfectly like they're waiting to feel your pulse, and then they time it to punch your heart right when it beats, and then your heart stops. So, of course, it's all about showmanship. So the guy punches you in the chest, and then you don't react to it for a second. You go to punch them, and then you have a heart attack and drop, and then they pin you. So cool. So just like the Five-Finger Death Punch, same concept. Or the, what was the other movie where they had the cool punch where they hit all these pressure points and then poked and then the person dies instantly? Same concept of that. Pretty awesome. Yep. Lethal Frag's hosting. Thank you so much again. Mr. PP, it's 8:06 in the a.m. That's pretty early for you to be watching wrestling. Or pinball. Very cool. Alright, let's play some more. Alright, so this is the skill shot here again, so I'll go through the rules just to give you an overview. So the skill shot, you're supposed to time your ball plunge to match where the light is showing, and then let the ball roll back. And so if it stops right when the light is lit on that switch and rolls back, then you claim whatever that prize is. In this current code, you can also launch, except for the Money in the Bank prize, you can just hit both flippers together and launch the ball, and whatever is lit at the time it will give you. The difference is, so for example, where it says Advance Bonus X, that's your multiplier, if you use the double flip and hit and go all the way up to the ring, it only advances you to 2x. But if you actually time it properly and roll back, it'll advance you to 3x. So the skill shots give you a little bit of the skill shot, but not all of it, if you overshoot it. But if you hit it perfectly, then it gives you a little bonus, or you get a better skill shot. And so the advanced bonus is a good thing. This game, you can max out up to a 25 million bonus on your end of ball bonus. In the previous version of the code, the bonus was the only way to score big, and so the entire gameplay was focused around completing the end lanes at the top of the game to advance your bonus. Well, now the bonus is actually advanced by dropping these 3 drop targets in the center of the field multiple times over and over. And the more you drop them, the more you have to drop them to advance to the next multiplier. And it has to be done during an active singles match. Okay, so my tag team mode is lit again. So I'm going to try to start that up again. by hitting this target over here, that little hole. Oh, shoot. So there's the music I have in the game. I customized and put this music in. But yeah, this is when they started doing like the fan festivals where you get to meet and greet with wrestlers, and pretty cool. Wow, I actually had a high score of this game.
And what you gonna do, Macho Man?
There we go. Animal Law 1 Mania, Run Wild. Thanks for following, thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. There we go. 83 million off of that game, and I wasn't really even paying attention. That's pretty good. Yeah, Kill Bill. That's right. Kill Bill did that little death punch thing. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. That's a great movie. Pretty cool. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn the volume up on the game a little bit. Let's go 6. So the music it's playing right now is the raw music from like 2003. So I've actually gone through and customized the music in the game, and I've done some custom animation on the little video screen above the ring using Pinball browser. Alright, oh, overshot. So the flashing in lanes up there, you can use that to get little bonuses. And when you complete all of the in lanes at the top, or the rollover lanes, it advances your fan interaction bonus. And I haven't quite figured out exactly how that applies to anything in the game yet. So apparently it's supposed to, like when there's not a match happening, if you're in the ring and you're posing, then you can get bonuses based on your fan interaction. And I think it may have an effect on your end of ball or end of match bonus when you're posing. And the same thing with your in lanes and out lanes. When you complete these for yes, it adds bonuses to your fan interaction. So I think that helps a little bit too after matches end. Leilani Kai. So I actually got to work with her a little over a year ago. And she really didn't want it. Oh, look at this combo. Wow, that was 4 loops in a row. That was pretty awesome. Leilani was really nice, but she didn't want to work. We had a match scheduled with her and Johnny Fairplay, if you remember him from Survivor. He's also a huge fan of pinball, too. But he was representing some of our wrestlers. And so Leilani came out there, and we had another female wrestler who was basically implying that Leilani Kai was just an old lady who shouldn't be out there wrestling. Which, I mean, it's not far from the truth. This was 20 some years ago, and yeah, she wasn't really into wrestling. So what ended up happening was she was supposed to wrestle this other girl, and instead of her wrestling, she grabbed Johnny Fairplay, threw him in the ring, and so we had Johnny Fairplay wrestle, and he was kind of doing an Andy Kaufman thing at the time, which was really fun. But it was kind of neat to have Leilani there because she's, you know, she is a legend in women's wrestling. There he is. Nature Boy Ric Flair is my opponent here. So because this is the limited edition model of WrestleMania Pro, or WrestleMania in general, there's a lot of different legends in here, not only to select from, but your opponents. So frequently it depends on who you select as your wrestler. If you pick the 4 guys from the Pro model, you usually end up facing current wrestlers during the game. And then if you pick a legend, then you usually face off against legends. There he goes. Pinfall, but he only got half his life down. Kicked out at 2. Oh. So again, during this match, when I have an active match running, if you don't... Oh, there's the stunner. Stunner on Flair. So his life is all the way down, so I could pin him at any time and get the win. But if you continue the singles matches and you just keep damaging him in the ring, your pinfall bonus goes way up. But it's kind of risky because the longer you go, the better chance you have to drain or lose the ball. And then you lose that entire pinfall bonus. Oh, look at that. So that added my 10 to my fan support, which I think it makes post-match celebrations worth more. Oh, that was the third ball. Alright, let's start up another one here. So we're going to play as The Undertaker. I'm going to go for the Money in the Bank briefcase. Oh, not high enough. So in one case, what's kind of funny is if you miss your skill shot, you're almost better off using the ball saver to then kick the ball back into the ring than risking trying to hit it up there yourself. Because I've done that where I missed the shot a couple times and the ball save loses and I just drain the ball. There is another follow. I980-818. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. My computer is like 20 feet away in the other room, so I got to look underneath a corner to see the names showing up there. But thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the show. I'll try to keep playing pinball more often. I like to. I can talk wrestling forever, obviously, so sometimes I'll get distracted talking wrestling. Oh, ball saver. Alright, so right now I've got Dolph Ziggler. His life is all the way depleted, so I could pin him and win. The the pinfall bonus is not very high, so I can continue doing moves, but because of how difficult it is to hit that pinfall spot, usually I just go for that, and there we go. If I hit other moves, great. I just want to progress through the match. So now we're in a pose down mode. So you want to hit the lit targets to do poses, but I missed out on that completely. Terrible. So at least at that point I wasn't in a match, so that allows you to either go for the tag team mode, or you can go for referee multi-ball, or you can go back and start another singles match. And if you do singles matches, eventually you get to the United States Championship match, and then eventually the Intercontinental title and the World title. Tag team title is a separate mode. Oh, I didn't get it. And to do the tag team title match, you actually have to have that Money in the Bank, and then start the tag team mode. So it's pretty tricky, but then when you do, you actually face off against the Legion of Doom, which is really cool. Hawk and Animal. Alright, so now I got tag team lit. I gotta hit the tag spot over here to start it. There we go. Now I gotta go up the ramp. Oh, and look, it is the tag team championship match. There we go. So I've never won the tag title, so let's see if I can do it. So at this point, I've got ball saver on, so I want to focus on getting the ball up into that pinfall. And you use the flippers to control those slingshots up there. Oh, almost. And then once the ball saver goes off, then I got to pay attention to keeping the balls alive down below. Oh, they're all falling, okay. So I just want to keep hitting them back up into the ring. Alright. Oh, I was gonna. Oh. As long as I have 2 alive here. Oh, shoot. Oh, my. Wow. Totally blew it. I was trying to explain it and do it all at the same time and blew it. Oh, and that was the third ball. So with that tag mode, if you have the balls still, even if you're draining a few out, if you have at least 2, you can go back and hit the tag team stand-up targets and then hit that tag mode, and then it ejects and starts the mode over while it continues, which also gives you massive bonuses if you hit the pin. What do we got going here? Oh, here you go. So Men on a Mission. They were brought up earlier in the chat, so there you go. Alright, we're going to go with Sean. Bray Wyatt. I gotta get back into the ring to complete this match. Oh, not quite. So it's hard to see on the camera, but those ramps going up into the ring are pretty steep. So you've got to get a pretty good shot to get them up to the top. And then when it rolls all the way around the back, it comes down really fast, which is pretty awesome, actually. Shadow Being. What are you crying about? Probably my horrible multi-ball mode. Yeah, the lights are pretty awesome on this game. That's another thing, in the recent code, they updated the control of the LEDs, where now they can actually fade the LEDs instead of just flickering them on and off. Like right now, these are strobing, but they have an ability to fade them gradually on and off like an old incandescent bulb. It looks really cool. Alright, I'm going to try for... Actually, I need to go right into the match, so I'm going to go up to the advanced multiplier. Stress Test Mania running wild. Thanks for the follow, really appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the stream. And if you have any questions or want to talk wrestling or anything, feel free to join in the chat and I'll pay attention to it as best as I can. I really need to get like a monitor that's sitting really close so I can see the chat easier than having to look on my phone all the time, because the font is so tiny. Alright. We'll do the advanced bonus again. So, of course, Men on a Mission that's playing on the back there over my shoulder. That was Mo, Mabel, and Oscar. Or, yeah, Oscar's the O. So, Mabel, Oscar, and Mo. And Mabel is the big guy. Oh, there's the super kick. And then Mo and Oscar was the manager. And apparently Oscar was actually like a real, like somehow he was involved in the music business. So their gimmick was that they were like 90s hip-hop wrestlers. Even though they never really did any rap or anything. They did a stupid rap, but that wasn't like a big thing that they did all the time. And eventually then, of course, Mabel became I forget what they call him, the world's largest love machine. And he used to wear silk pajamas to the ring and play some Marvin Gaye or some kind of like Isaac Hayes. And then Mo and Oscar kind of disappeared eventually. But then before he was the world's largest love machine, he also became Viscera. So he was Mabel, and then the Undertaker abducted him into the Ministry of Darkness at the Royal Rumble '99. And then turned him into Viscera, who was just a giant guy wearing black leather, and he had like white rolled back zombie eyes and a mohawk. And he lasted as Viscera for quite a long time, 4 or 5 years actually, out long past the Ministry. He kind of went off on his own. And then they turned him into Big Daddy V when they recreated ECW. And Big Daddy V I thought was a great character because, as you see with Mabel, he wore these giant silk pajama things all the time to cover his whole body because he was really embarrassed of like his rolls of fat. So when they had him turn into Big Daddy V, they used that to the advantage of making this character. So they put him in like tights that had just tiny little straps that came up, and this man had massive rolls of fat, unlike anything I've ever seen. But it made him extremely intimidating. And he also had a ton of tattoos wrapped all the way around him too, so it was a really pretty intimidating look. And I thought it was a great character. But sadly, he passed away just a few years ago. And I think Mo died too, or Oscar. One of the other guys passed away recently too. Oh, stay in. So one thing that I haven't really been focusing on this game is you've got the light break hold and the light kick out. And so if you hit these enough times, your out lanes actually light up for the kick out and the break hold. which in the old code was simply a ball saver. So if it drained, it would just immediately kick the ball back in. What it does now is if you hit kick out or break hold, it saves the ball, but it allows you to plunge to get another skill shot, which is actually a really cool strategy because there's quite a few different skill shots that apply only to those modes, or to those kickouts. So in some cases, you want to intentionally get that to then stack multipliers, or you can stack your bonuses. There's actually quite a few pieces of strategy to it. The problem is these shots, you can never hit them like intentionally, or I guess you could, but they're dangerous to try for. So the fact that you have to hit them 5 times each to activate, they rarely activate on an average game. If you do lots of multi-ball modes, oftentimes you'll activate them that way. So it looks like it said I had one more. Okay, here's our referee knockout multi-ball. So this mode, the idea is just to do as much damage to the opponent as you can while the referee is knocked out. Which means you have to be, kind of want to be up in the ring for this. But you can also, when you're down here, you want to hit all of the lit arrows for the different ramps. And you get pretty big jackpots if you complete all of the shots. So now I got to hit these left shots. There we go. Oh, I lost it. I didn't see what kind of bonus I got there. Whoops. So I'm facing the Big Show. And he's ready to be pinned. Aw. So there it says 4 more for kick out. I thought I hit that way more times. Maybe not. I haven't updated my view here. Let's see. Oh, we got lots of people. Whoop. Gotta get back to my chat only. Oh well, my numbers aren't updating. It doesn't show me how many people are watching, but I want to thank everybody again for coming in and hanging out so late at night to watch pinball and listen to a guy ramble about wrestling. If you enjoy wrestling, it's fun. I know if you don't really care about wrestling, maybe it's not for you, but thanks for watching anyway. Really appreciate it. Thanks to all the followers tonight. It's really cool. And anybody new, I mean, almost everybody in here is new to the stream. If you scroll down, if you're watching on a computer, there's a list of a bunch of my games. I've got a ton of pinball machines and arcade machines. And so this stream is really about just playing this retro stuff from the 80s and 90s. This is the newest machine that I have, so it's technically not from that era, but it is pinball, so that's okay. But most of the games that I play are all original dedicated machines from the 80s and early 90s. And a lot of them I'm not that great at. And so a lot of these games, I loved them as a kid, and I buy them mostly for nostalgia's sake, and I love working on and repairing and restoring them. But in terms of gameplay, I'm not like that great at any of them. So, like, the game Joust is one of my favorite arcade games of all time. It was the very first arcade game I put a quarter in as a kid when I was 3 years old at a bowling alley with my mom. And that game had such a huge impact on me, just the idea of playing an arcade machine. And then I ended up getting an Atari, and that was the first game that I bought for the Atari. And so I have some incredible memories of, you know, going out and buying that Atari with my birthday money. And then it came with pole position. So it was an Atari 7800. It came with pole position, and that was all cool, but my mom knew that Joust was such a big game for me that the next day after work she brought home Joust. What a memory. And truly, the Joust on Atari 7800 is the best home version of that game of any of them. It had been ported to a ton of different games or game systems, but the 7800 version was like spot on. It was so cool. And I played that game so much. Well, now I have the arcade machine. I couldn't pass it up. When I found an original unmodified Joust, I had to pick it up. And so it's a little dinged up, but it's all original. Yeah. There we go. We've got Pine is the cream of the crop. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Oh yeah, Copy Shane 23 is asking, what are we watching? So on the screen back here, we've got WrestleMania 10, which is an amazing WrestleMania. So we've got that going. Right now we've got Men on a Mission just defeated the Quebecers, the Mounties. which they weren't allowed to be called Mounties when they were in Canada, because obviously that would be impersonating a police officer. So he was called the Mountie, but then he was also just Jacques Rougeau, the Quebecer. And of course they added Pierre as the second. He was a pirate character, then they turned him into a Quebecer, or it was the other way around. Eventually he was called Pierre Lafitte, the pirate. But they were from Quebec, or supposedly from Quebec. Definitely wrestling fun. This machine is way nice. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Wrestling fan. Yeah, that's great. There's a lot of people who won't admit to being a wrestling fan, but what I've found is, like, I usually won't start the wrestling topics or conversations in the streams, but it just happens. And so people do mention wrestling and they talk about it, so I know there's a lot of fans out there that maybe don't talk about it like we used to in the 90s when it was a big deal, but I really appreciate all the fans who come in here and watch, and yeah, I love it. I'm not afraid to tell anybody I love it. Carnivorous KB. I remember playing Joust as a kid. I think it was for the Atari 5200. We had other games, but Joust, yeah, Joust was great. I never played the 5200 version, but I would guess that it was probably pretty close to the 7800, because the 5200 was the version in between the 2600 and the 78, and it didn't really sell much. They almost immediately jumped to the 7800, but I believe the hardware, the 7800 hardware, wasn't that much different than the 5200. So it was probably the same game that they just ported over. But yeah, Joust is awesome, and so I definitely want to stream Joust on here, because that's a game that I would love to get good at. My average game on that is maybe like 50 million or so, or not million, 50,000, and my best game has been 114,000, which is not a bad score, but I mean, there's guys who that's their game, and they'll easily get into the hundreds of thousands, all the way up to 1 million. There's a guy who traveled the country and played every single Joust game that's publicly available, set exactly 1 million points, and then let it die off, and then put his score in, his high score. So, and I think they were making a documentary about it. But he went around and traveled and hit 1 million points on every Joust machine out there that was public. I can't even imagine hitting 1 million on Joust. Alright, so I hear Mr. Perfect back there. Mr. Perfect was also one of my favorites as a kid. Still is a favorite. His music I love. Unfortunately, he's actually on the playfield for the Royal Rumble pinball next to me, but he's not in the game. But he's on the playfield. There's actually a few guys on the playfield that didn't make it into the game itself. And actually that back glass you see up there is the prototype back glass that's a reproduction. But before the Royal Rumble game came out from Data East in 1994, that was about the time that all the steroid trials with WWF were going on, and a lot of the guys left and went to WCW. So before the game came out, WWF requested that they redo all the artwork and the entire game. So at that time, the game went from being a standard width pinball machine to a to a wide body, and all the artwork was redone, and all the animations and the call-outs were re-recorded. So they basically had to start from scratch because WWE got rid of so many guys, including Hogan. Hogan left in '93, and this game didn't come out till '94, but he's Hulk Hogan, so he was one of the few guys that left that they actually kept on the game, knowing that if they got rid of Hogan, the game would not have been a success as it was. Whoa, wow, did you see that? So that was a lane shot that went right over the rail to the out lane. Wow. Now that is a Montreal screw job right there. We talked about how to incorporate the Montreal screw job into a pinball machine, and that would be it. Ending my ball before I was ready in a way that normally should never happen. Sounds about right to me. There we go. Finally pinning the Big Show. Now look at Yokozuna. This man, at the time they were calling him 505 pounds, but I believe he got up to over 600 pounds before he left the company. And from what I understand, he was over 700 pounds when he died. And he was so large that he wasn't legally allowed to work in the US for any wrestling company, so he ended up working a lot of matches overseas in the United Kingdom. And then one night he just died in his sleep, heart attack, which is not surprising considering both being a wrestler and being 700 pounds. But that was pretty sad because he was one of my favorites. he also plays a big role in the Royal Rumble pinball machine. He's also on the side of this limited edition model, and he's in the WrestleMania arcade game, and he's one of my favorite wrestlers to choose from on that game. Which that one I would actually like to stream later in the week if I can get this whole area cleaned up. Shoot, over here I've got a ton of stuff in the way, and I got to get the monitor fixed on Mortal Kombat. Let's see. Carnivorous KV. My family gave away that Atari. A couple of years ago I saw there was modern versions of Atari. Yeah. It didn't have Joust. Yep. And there's Vuvoof, another guy you love to hate. You hated Yokozuna or Lex Luger? I like them both. Lex Luger for different reasons, obviously. I love Yokozuna just because he was a huge fat guy, which I always loved. But he was great in the ring, too. For being a big guy, he could actually super kick up to a guy's face and run and do that massive giant thigh leg drop and the bonsai drop. Amazing. But yeah, those Atari retro Atari things that are like plug and play, they're emulation for one, which is not bad for Atari games. The sound wasn't hard to emulate anyway, but they don't include a lot of games. And Joust, of course, being a Williams game, the licensing, most of those Atari games are the Atari produced games, not the third-party games. But Joust, man, what a great game. Love it. Oh yeah, loved Yokozuna. Oh, you hated, love to hate. Yeah, that's definitely a different thing. Yeah, I love to hate a lot of these bad guys. Because if they do their job right, then you want to hate them because they're doing their job right. Some guys you hate just because they're terrible in the ring or their characters are awful. But Yoko was such a great heel in the business. And he was a monster, literally. The funny thing is, he's Samoan, he's not Japanese. So he's part of the Samoan family. He's related, of course, to The Rock, Rikishi, the Usos that are the current tag team champions, I think. Or no, they're not the champions now, but all the Samoans, for the most part, are related. Jimmy Snuka is part of that family, even though he's not direct blood relation. I forget kind of how they're... If you look up the Samoan wrestling family tree, it's incredible. And, of course, The Rock and... The Rock's dad married into the Samoan family, so that's kind of how they're all connected. But yeah, Yokozuna, look at that. Yoko and Lex, that was such a great feud because the whole thing culminated with the body slam. So Lex Luger was a bad guy as the narcissist. Well, then the summer before this, they had this body slam challenge where they were out on the USS Intrepid military ship or Navy ship. And then everybody was coming in, like football players and other sports stars. Everybody was trying to body slam Yokozuna, and nobody could do it. And then after it was all over, a helicopter flew in, and out comes the All-American Lex Luger, and he steps up and body slams Yokozuna, and everybody loved it. So that, of course, led to their almost year-long feud of Lex Luger trying to be the #1 guy to be the All-American, because he essentially replaced Hulk Hogan. At this point, Hulk Hogan had already left the company after losing to Yokozuna the summer prior to Lex Luger becoming the All-American. Hulk Hogan actually beat Yokozuna only about a minute after Yokozuna had defeated Bret Hart at WrestleMania 9 the year prior to this. And then Hulk Hogan, who had been gone for a while, shows up out of nowhere, challenges Yokozuna, and becomes the champion, which a lot of people really disliked. Because at that time, people were already getting tired of the red and yellow Hulk Hogan, the saying your prayers, taking your vitamins, all that stuff. And so when he came back, things didn't work out. So he became the champion, and he held on to it for about 2 months before he lost it to Yokozuna at the King of the Ring. And then Yokozuna held the title for a long time, actually. Alright, let's see here. Hey, there's Wobbly Chair. What are you doing awake? What time is it? Oh, it's only 1:30 our time, so it's the middle of the night, so you must have been woken up by barking dogs or hackers, one or the other. Well, thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. We're watching WrestleMania 10 on the screen here and playing some WrestleMania Pinball. And doing a lot of nostalgia talk about the old school wrestling. And a little complaining about modern day wrestling. And no slide whistle, though. Not yet, at least. I actually have it over here somewhere. I think it fell off my desk. I had to play Hulk Hogan's music on the slide whistle. Oh, man. No, that's your gimmick. I'm not going to steal that gimmick. Nobody compares to the real wobbly chair. So for anybody watching, if you've not followed the wobbly chair, you got to go in there and follow him. Wednesdays and Thursdays, slide whistle concert. Until you've actually experienced it, I mean, you haven't lived until you've seen a wobbly chair concert. I gotta say, the one a few weeks ago was pretty incredible. Actually, Frag did send people over to your thread, or to your stream a while back, so maybe a lot of the people here have seen the slide whistle concert. I gotta say, it is a life changer. Alright, there's one loop. Tonight I've done 4 loops simultaneous, which is awesome, but it's nowhere close to the 15 required to actually become the loop champion. Alright, so I think I want to start the tag team mode. My best game of the night so far, I got over 100 million points in just one tag team mode. And my worst game of the night was 3 million, so that tells you a lot. This game is not so good right now either. I'm on ball 2 and only have 10 million. So what I want to do really is be hitting these stand-up tag targets. I gotta check the chat. I see there's some messages in there. Let me finish this ball here. Wow, look at that combo. 3 in a row, including one under the ring. That was cool. There it is. Alright, so now I gotta hit the tag target on the left. It's a really, oh man, it's a hard shot to hit. 3:40 in the AM, bellyache, bad fish sticks. Oh man. That'll teach you to eat frozen fish sticks. Gordon's are off-brand. Yeah. Nick TSA 28, Nick's the 28. So into wrestling as a kid. Used to record Monday Night Raw and watch it Tuesday mornings before school. You know what? I actually had to do that too because my parents refused to get cable right when like the NWO started and all of the, when wrestling became the hottest it's ever been. My family decided, oh, we don't need cable TV. So my friend would record the VHS for me, and I'd pick it up the next day and watch it. And so I still got to see it, but it was a day delay. Oh, and you got to meet Sting. That's really cool. When did you meet him? I know that he's been doing appearances since he's now signed with WWE, and I met him last year in Chicago at the Wizard World when I went to meet The Undertaker, and so it was amazing. Taker and Sting together, that was a really cool experience. Oh, Canivus Carey, Cavi, gotta go. It's late where I am. Never really watched wrestling, but enjoyed it. Well, thanks again. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. Hope I got to say goodbye before you left, but again, thanks for coming in. Wobbly chair changing lives, positive or no? Definitely positive, definitely positive. I Die a Bunch says, Yokozuna had great moves for a big guy. He absolutely was. A huge man, and if you can see it, I don't know how good it shows up on the screen there, but when you watch him do a leg drop, look how big those thighs are. And of course there's Jim Cornette in his amazing jacket, and Mr. Perfect in his ref tights. But man, when Yokozuna goes to the leg drop, he brings all that weight down over your head, and obviously he hooks your neck under the back of his knee. But can you imagine laying there on the mat, seeing that mass of man coming down and just landing on your face and just praying that he's going to do it carefully enough that he doesn't kill you? And at least from what Bret Hart has said, Yokozuna was the softest guy to work with. So everything he does, as devastating as it looks, was so soft that you didn't get hurt coming out of the match, which is really the way wrestling's supposed to be. It's supposed to look like you're killing the guy without actually killing the guy. And that's the sign of a true artist in wrestling, is to tell a good story with psychology, make it look brutal and get the fans involved, but without actually causing any permanent damage to your opponent. So look at that, I got that, wow. So there must be something going on here, because that was the second time that shot kicked the ball up into the glass and over the ramp to the outlane. So I do think that the table is still leaning left. I tried to adjust it earlier and it seemed to have made it worse. So I think I'm going to adjust it again slightly here. It's probably 11 to 13 years old and 26 now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I started watching wrestling right after WrestleMania 3, so that was in '87. And now I'm 36. I've been watching ever since. Even though I don't watch actively the current TV show, I watch the network all the time, and I keep up on all of wrestling, and I actually produce Pro Wrestling TV out of Portland. So I'm deeply involved in wrestling. It's like my whole life. Yeah, watching it religiously. It wasn't until maybe 3 or 4 years ago I never missed a show. And then it got to the point where I missed my first like SmackDown show, and I didn't really miss anything, and so it kind of changed my attitude of like the habit of watching just to watch. Once I kind of started skipping the shows and didn't really miss any of the storylines, that tells you something about the wrestling writing, the storylines themselves. But now I can watch the 3 to 5 minute clips on YouTube and be all caught up instead of 3 hours on Monday night. Coco Beware at a gas station. So the wobbly chair met Coco Beware at a gas station. That is amazing. So I hope that he had Frankie with him in the car. Frankie, his bird. Because the wrestlers, when they came out with like a bulldog, like the British Bulldogs came out with a bulldog, they had Matilda, and then of course Frankie and Jake with Damien the snake. They had to haul those animals with them on the road. And at least with Frankie, Coco Beware, that was his pet. That was his animal that he wanted to keep and to care for. Whereas Damien, Jake's snake, was just a prop. And Jake hates snakes. He doesn't want to have anything to do with snakes, which is funny. But he was the one who invented the concept of Jake the Snake. But he hates them. So he didn't take care of those snakes very well. So while it looked like there was only one Damien, there was actually a lot of Damiens because most of those snakes did not survive from show to show, unfortunately. These days, they don't really use animals that way, and if they did, they would have people who were handlers, and it would be taken care of. But back then, yeah, those snakes did not survive. Diamond Dallas Page tells a story about one time he and Jake were living together, and I forget, there was somebody else there. There we go, Nick's 28, thanks. Cream of the crop, thanks for following. DDP had talked about Jake leaving one of the snakes in the bathtub and closing the door and disappearing on a drug bender or whatever for days. And so they were afraid to go in there because there's a giant snake living in their tub. I think that at that time was when he was carrying the cobra around, so they didn't want to have anything to do with this cobra. And I guess it died because they wouldn't go in there, and Jake never came back. So, Val Venus and the Nation of Domination. Yeah, Val Venus was not an actual porn star. He's actually a very conservative... I believe he's libertarian, maybe Republican, but he's very conservative, totally the opposite of the character he plays. And so that was just a gimmick. It was just a character they came up with for him. But if you remember his video, if you ever look up Val Venus Titantron entrance video, they had the funniest stuff. So like they're playing that cheesy porn music, and then you see like a screw tightening into a bolt. And then you see a hot dog being wedged into a hot dog bun. And then you see Val Venus rise up from some bushes wearing a purple helmet. So you get the innuendo of that era. Pretty hilarious stuff. But yeah, he was never an actual porn star. So somebody I saw in the chat, and of course it was a while back, and I forgot to mention it. Somebody asked to talk about the formation of the NWO. So again, as I mentioned, at that time in '96, that was the summer of '96. That was when my parents decided that we didn't need cable anymore. So I didn't get a chance to watch WCW as much. But what happened then is Hulk Hogan had already left for WCW a couple years prior to that, and he was still doing the red and yellow, babyface hero Hulk Hogan. And so he and Randy Savage had gone over there too. So he and Randy Savage were best friends in WCW, at least their characters were. And then in early '96, Razor Ramon and Diesel left WWF and they went to WCW, and then they debuted as the Outsiders, because they essentially walked in and they used their real names, Kevin Nash and Scott Hall, but they implied that they were still working with WWF and that they were actually invading WCW to take over. But legally they couldn't say that they worked for WWF because they didn't, but they implied it. So WWF actually had a lawsuit that forced them to then start using their real names and call themselves the Outsiders, and to make it clear that they don't work for WWF. Well, that went on for a while, and then they eventually debuted other characters, but the NWO was not created officially until Bash of the Beach 96, which was when they were beating up on Randy Savage, and they were just brutally destroying him in the ring. And then all of a sudden, Hulk Hogan comes running out, and of course you think he's coming out to save his best friend Randy Savage, and then right at the last second, he turns and he drops the big leg on Randy Savage. And wow, that was a moment, because Hulk Hogan had been a good guy since 1984. So you're talking 12 years. He'd always been the hero of all the children who now were in their teens, and he'd always been a good guy that you could look up to, and he was a hero. And then he turned on Randy Savage, and then he joined the guys who were coming over to kill WCW, and the fans went nuts, and they threw trash in the ring, and they threw their drinks and sodas, and then Hulk Hogan, you know, pretty much healed out on all the fans and told the fans they can screw the, you know, go shove it, and that he didn't care about them, and that he had used them all those years. It was wonderful. That was magic. And then that's when they formed the NWO. And of course, the NWO was amazing. So throughout '96, pretty incredible. They eventually added other members. The $1 Million Man showed up as their financier. He was the money behind the NWO. They added X-Pac, who became 6. He was the 6th member. They had the Giant, who was, you know, the Big Show, debuted as the Giant, and he was like a massive good guy. Well, then he ended up joining, and then the Steiners joined, and then Virgil came over, and they called him Vincent. Virgil was $1 Million Man's bodyguard, so they called him Vincent, kind of as a rib on Vince McMahon. And yeah, they just kept adding more and more people to the NWO until it became a joke. So the NWO was pretty authentic and awesome for maybe a year, and then it got to be a little stupid. But that didn't stop the popularity. They were continually beating WWF in the ratings, all the way up until the moment where Mick Foley won the title on Monday Night Raw. It was a taped version of Raw. So on Nitro, Eric Bischoff tells the audience on Live Nitro that if you tune over to the other show, you're going to see Mick Foley win the world title. And they said that as if that was a bad thing. And then he says, that'll put asses in seats. Because Mick Foley had worked for them as Cactus Jack and wasn't more than a mid-carder, but he was still amazing, but they never gave him much credit. So that was the moment that everybody, you know, the majority of their audience tuned off and changed the channel to watch the pre-recorded show where Mick Foley won the title. And the ratings never recovered. Like, everybody shifted to Raw and stuck with Raw, and then the Attitude Era kicked off and WCW went downhill all the way until 2001 when Vince McMahon purchased WCW and they shut down, which was cool and also sad because now there's no competition and the show is kind of like tanked in terms of creativity. Although it lasted another 4 or 5 years before it really sank in, where it was like, all right, now what? The show was still pretty good up until about 2006 or so, was when I started like sensing that it wasn't doing so well, and then I totally got lost interest in their product around 2008 or 9. I still play the video games, still love the show, or the business in general, but the show itself just hasn't really recovered since then. But yeah, hey, there's Rolling Wonder. I was doing my little dissertation, so I didn't see you pop in there, but thanks for watching again. Yeah, Hollywood Hogan came to be. So, you know what's so funny, too, is at that time, even though the internet had just kind of come around, you know, it had been around for a couple years, it still wasn't like it is now, where people knew so much about the business of wrestling. So there was a lot of people who still believed in everything that was happening, and Hulk Hogan turning and becoming Hollywood Hogan made so many people so mad that they refused to call him Hulk Hogan or to say his name, and so they used to call him that HHH guy, which at the time, Triple H was still Hunter Hearst Helmsley. He was called Hunter Hearst Helmsley in WWF. So it was very confusing because he was technically Triple H, but they were calling Hulk Hogan Triple H as Hollywood Hulk Hogan. So it was funny that people refused to even write his name because they were so mad. Nobody gets pissed off like that anymore. Not for reasons that are creative reasons. Yeah, the LWO, the Latino World Order, And there were so many variations, and truly the NWO, before it was in WCW, started in Japan. So that was an invention of Japan that they kind of took over to WCW. So Eric Bischoff was smart in that sense. So what's happening here? So here's Howard Finkel wearing a hairpiece from the Hair Club for Men, which was a sponsor at the time, and then Harvey Whippleman. So he's making fun of his hairpiece, and this leads into them having a tuxedo match, which is essentially like a bra and panties match for the women, when the goal of the match is to strip the other person down to their underwear. So yeah, two middle-aged men fighting over stripping each other down to their underwear. You won't really see that anywhere besides maybe the Jerry Springer show. Yeah, WCW was a lot of fun until the last year or two, which is when Vince Russo, who was the writer of WWE or WWF at the time, left the company in late '99 or early '99 and took over WCW's creative process. And at that time, we realized that Vince Russo by himself was not the reason why WWF was the success it was. He was a huge part of it, though. I give him more credit than most people do, but it was him and Vince as the editor and the decision maker that made the show good. When he was given full control of the show, nah, it was not good. But he also had different people to work with. He didn't have the same crew that he had. He didn't have a Rock or an Austin or Undertaker or Triple H to work with. He had WCW's crew who wasn't used to actually working the way WWF was. A lot of the guys in WCW did whatever the hell they wanted. They had nobody that was telling them don't do this or don't do that. And oftentimes the shows were not even written until they started airing. They were changing the show as it was airing live. So that's no way to produce a TV show. One of my primary jobs with my current TV show that I work on is actually formatting like creating the format sheets from the list of matches for the shows and deciding where the commercial breaks go and formatting the show so it flows properly and makes sense. And that's a big part of producing a TV show, not just wrestling, but a TV show in general. And WCW didn't do that. They basically knew we have to go to commercial, but there was no timers. So the wrestlers would go out there and talk and do whatever the heck they wanted, and they'd sometimes have to cut to commercial in the middle of a promo or the middle of a match because they had to. I mean, you have to hit your commercial breaks. But yeah, it was pretty crazy. And so they brought Vince Russo in, which probably in the sense of formatting and coming up with storylines was probably not a bad idea, but they basically gave him full control of everything, and that pretty much didn't work. Because he had this idea that he wanted to come in there and get rid of all the old guys. So they started pushing this idea that he was going to push the young guys and the guys that were making WCW what it was, and good wrestlers, and he was going to get rid of guys like Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair, and that didn't go over so well because he and Hulk Hogan had some major animosity with each other that spilled over on screen. There was a lot of stuff that happened politically behind the scenes that spilled into the TV show, and it kind of like broke the fourth wall too much. There's good ways to do that and bad ways to do it, and they mostly did the bad ways. And people really didn't want to see Ric Flair removed from wrestling. I mean, he's still involved in wrestling to this day. And so here we are almost 20 years later, and they were trying to get rid of Ric Flair, saying he was too old. Which, I mean, there's that argument. He was old, but it didn't mean he couldn't still go, and he wasn't. I mean, he was Ric Flair. How do you get rid of one of the greatest wrestlers of all time? I mean, the idea of pushing the youth is good, because that's really what's happening right now with WWE. Their developmental show, NXT, is actually outselling and outperforming in terms of fan interaction. Wow, too fast. The main product. And I gotta think that Vince McMahon probably, I mean, he's happy because it's his product, but he's probably not as happy that fans are saying that the NXT show is way better than the main Raw show. And that's a lot of that is thanks to Triple H, because he has really worked hard to start developing the next generation of wrestlers and to recruit from shows like ours here in Portland, recruiting good wrestlers from around the country that are working on independent shows or independent promotions, and really developing them into wrestlers that can be on TV. So they know the in-ring product and the style, but they also know how to talk on the camera. They know how to cut a promo and tell a story in the ring, and how to work safely with the other guys that they have. Because there's definitely a style and a technique to wrestling that varies based on who trains you and where you're trained. And there's a lot of people out there claim to be wrestling trainers that have actually never, you know, done anything in the business. But they'll certainly take your money, because of course wrestling is it stems from the carnival era, where it was all about, you know, taking people's money, and that still plays up in when it comes to wrestling training. They rather have your money than just say that you're not cut out to be a wrestler. So they'll train you as long as you keep paying, but that doesn't mean they're training you the right way. They're just doing whatever it takes to get you to pay their money every month. So of course there are legitimate wrestling schools out there that you can go to that aren't that way. But the fact is, if you're not cut out to be a wrestler, they're not going to keep training you. They're going to tell you, hey, you're not cut out for this business. And then you can either stick with it and try somewhere else, or try to get experience elsewhere, or give it up. Me personally, I knew I was not cut out to be a wrestler physically, as much as I would have loved to do it. But that's why I focused on video production and graphic design and everything else that I could think of that is required in the business. So I did a lot of technical theater, stage production, essentially film school, to learn all those techniques and then apply them to the wrestling business. Jeez, I'm losing this multi-ball here. I'm about to lose my phone. So right now, if I can somehow maintain this multi-ball and hit this tag slot right up here, I can actually restart the mode. And you can see there's my kick out is lit. So if I go down the left out lane, it'll give me another skill shot. Oh, look at that, it kicked it. Did it work? Oh, it landed in there, but it didn't count. And of course, the out lane that's lit is the opposite one. Yeah, that wasn't a great multi-ball. Oh yeah, so Real Wobby Chair going back to sleep. Thanks for stopping in. Really appreciate it. There's I Die Like a Bunch Mania running wild. Thanks for the follow. Let's see. When did Hogan betray him? Oh, so yeah, that was Bash at the Beach. So Hogan dropped the leg on the Macho Man and formed the NWO. 1996 Bash at the Beach. What do I think about Hogan winning his lawsuit? So I mentioned it earlier tonight. So I won't go into a lot of depth, but I think it was he should have won, because they obviously were using a tape that was used as blackmail by his buddy Bubba, who actually was doing the filming that Hogan was unaware of, and then he held on to that and leaked it out on his own to use this as blackmail to get money from Hogan, which is, yeah, this is what a great friend would do, right? So the lawsuit was against Gawker for not removing the tape when they were requested, and violating his privacy and causing, essentially, his job was lost. He lost a ton of money. So the $115 million is massive, but it makes sense considering what he did, and he lost his WWE contract. That they were using him for all sorts of things as kind of an ambassador of the show and as a legend. So he lost out on all his merchandise deals. All the merchandise was pulled from all websites. The Stern game, of course, this pinball machine is the Hulk Hogan edition, which WWE did not promote at all. Which really sucks, because I wanted to see this all over the place. I wanted to see people playing it, and you know, that kind of sucks. So it really had big ramifications. So him winning the lawsuit, I think, was very appropriate for what they did. It was really a violation of his privacy, and they didn't shoot the footage. It's different if those type of websites like TMZ and stuff, if they go out there and shoot the footage themselves, like from a long distance shot over a fence or whatever. That's their footage. They can use it. It still might be a violation of privacy, but it's not like using a tape that was illegally distributed under blackmail, and then leaking that to the public, and then not removing it when requested. So I think he was justified in winning. Yeah, Howard Finkel. Howard Finkel's amazing. Amazingly, he's still around, but they don't use him, and I don't know why, because he still has the same amazing voice. He's put on a ton of weight, so he doesn't look the same, but he had the same amount of hair as he did back then, even though he had the hairpiece on there. But man, he's incredible. And one thing that I think that Stern missed out on, it was probably WWE's decision, But on the limited edition, so this LE that's based on the Legends of Wrestling, they have a ring announcer in here who's a very generic ring announcer voice. It's not one of the official guys. They should have had Howard Finkel do the voiceover announcing work for this game. He does it for all the video games. Even the current video game, Howard Finkel did a ton of announcing for. So they should have done it on this game. And I don't know why they didn't. It may have been just a licensing thing, but I have a feeling the ring announcer that they had been using just before this game came out was fired. And then I believe that they probably had him do all the voices for the Pro model. And then when he got fired, they had to redo it with a generic voice actor. So instead of having to pay 2 people to do the voiceover, one for the LE model and one for the Pro model, they just used the generic guy from the Pro model. So kind of bummer, because it would have been amazing to hear Howard Finkel in this game. Maybe it'll happen in a future update, but I doubt it. Goldberg got me so hyped up as a kid. His intro moves were great. And Rolling Wonder heading out to sleep. Thanks for watching. Thanks for stopping in. Really appreciate it. Yeah, the sex tape, the N-word stuff, that's what caused the WWE problem. The sex tape itself and the Gawker thing, none of that would have probably caused him to lose his job with WWE, but it was the transcript from the court case that mentioned all the N-words that he used in that moment where he was arguing about his daughter's his daughter's boyfriend. That certainly was what the matter was. They were so worried that that would come back and get him, that if WWE was related to any of that, it would look bad on them, so they preemptively just wiped him out. I think when this is all said and done, he'll come back and they'll work things out, because it really didn't blow up in the media like they expected it would. So I think he'll be back sooner than later. But yeah, Goldberg is one of those guys where he was like an incredible athlete, but he was not a wrestling fan, and he kind of got into wrestling because he was at a gym and the other wrestlers saw him and was like, hey, you should come wrestle. So they trained him and they put him out there, and of course any guy who looks like he does with that intensity, and given the gimmick of being an undefeated monster that just runs through guys, is going to get over. That's how they get over Ryback these days. When he first debuted under that Ryback character, they basically had him squash 2 people at a time over and over and did the same thing, and it works because the fans want to see somebody who's giant, muscular, beat everybody up. But Goldberg, I think, transcended out of that initially. That's what he was to begin with, but at the time, wrestling was so hot, and he sort of looked like Steve Austin, being a guy wearing all black basics with bald head and goatee. People were like, oh, he's just a fake Austin. But then Austin was still fairly new to that the Steve Austin, the Stone Cold character. So the two of them kind of came up together. So there was always that dream of like, well, what if they ever fought each other, which never ended up happening. But then Austin, of course, refereed the match with Goldberg and Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania 20, which was, it's what it was. It's not a terrible match when you go back and look at it, but at the time, everybody knew that was the last day that Goldberg was working, and the last day Brock Lesnar was working before he went to play football. And so the audience pretty much crapped on that whole match. It was a unique situation. But Goldberg definitely had intensity, and he played his character well, and he's somebody that probably got more than he deserved early on, and maybe didn't have the respect for it, the guys who had to work really hard for decades to get where they were. But he held up his end of the bargain for sure. But he really doesn't care about wrestling, so I don't really care about him. Sad to say. But I did like the character, and he certainly was super exciting. And I actually enjoyed seeing him come into WWE right after the WWE purchase of WCW when they eventually brought him in. He had a pretty good couple of years there, even though WWE really didn't know how to use him well, much like most of the WCW wrestlers they brought in. They weren't used properly. I would say probably Booker T was the most successful wrestler that came from WCW that really clicked with the WWF audience, and of course to this day is still on the show as a analyst on their pre-shows, and occasionally used for other things, but primarily he just shows up on the pay-per-view pre-shows. I missed that. It went past the skill shot. So I haven't really had a really good scoring game of this in a while. So I may try to focus on the game a little bit here. So again, in all the multi-ball modes, you really want to hit those targets up in the ring to build up your bonus there. Hit some big moves. Whoops. Lost it. But I hit a jackpot on the way down, so not a very strong one or a big powerful one, but... Yeah, Lesnar just for the money. Yeah, that's Lesnar was really good. I mean, he is really good. But when he first came out and he first started wrestling, he was still fairly young, and he was really good. He got really good really fast, and again, I think that went to his head. He got pushed to the top without really having to earn his way there, and it took him a while to realize what he had. And when he left the company, he was in like a 10-year agreement that he got out of and left the company. And then it was 7 years later he came back, and he's still great today, but he's so different now. Of course, with the UFC background behind him, he's pretty much just a monster that, you know, you can't really win against. So it kind of stacks the deck for anybody who they put him up against. And of course, with the win against The Undertaker a couple years ago, I don't think Lesnar needed that win because he was already a massive superstar. I still think that was a mistake for him to beat The Undertaker and for The Undertaker just to simply lose the streak. But you got to say, like, Lesnar and Paul Heyman, the combination of the two of those guys together is brilliant. I mean, that is big money. And so I'm actually kind of curious with Lesnar's match against Dean Ambrose at WrestleMania in 2 weeks. The fact that they made it a street fight, and they're playing up the idea that Dean Ambrose is not afraid and that he actually invites the damage, kind of like Mick Foley and in many ways like Brian Pillman when he was the loose cannon. The fact that he is not afraid of Lesnar and he doesn't mind taking all the brutal damage, that they put him into a street fight plays to Dean Ambrose's strength. And now you have, like, tonight they had Terry Funk come out there and give him a chainsaw, which is kind of goofy. But they had Mick Foley give him a barbed wire baseball bat. And it wouldn't surprise me if next week they had another hardcore legend come out and give him some kind of a hardcore weapon to use in the match. But there is that opportunity that they could have Dean Ambrose win against Lesnar at WrestleMania simply because the stipulations are kind of in his favor. Because otherwise, if you have a guy like Dean Ambrose, a little guy that can work and he's good, but he's little, going up against the monster Lesnar who defeated The Undertaker at WrestleMania, there's no chance. So to give people just that little hint of, like, possibility that Brock Lesnar could be beat, they put the street fight stipulation in. So I think that was a good idea. And my guess is it's going to be brutal and devastating for Dean Ambrose. So I am looking forward to that. Alright, so Undertaker versus The Big Show. Gotta take out The Big Show. My chat... Whoa, damn it. My chat keeps flipping the wrong direction. Yeah, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I can talk wrestling forever, literally. Spinaroonie, yeah, that was the famous taunt of the Booker T, his 5-time champion, Spinaroonie. Undertaker should have retired undefeated. I agree. I really thought he should have retired at the end of the second Triple H match when Shawn Michaels was the referee. That was such a great match. And the end with all three of them just being completely exhausted and walking up the ramp together. They even advertised it as the end of an era, which it technically was, but that should have been it. And that was his win, 20-0 at WrestleMania. It would have been perfect, made sense, everything was perfect. He had 4 years of the best match at WrestleMania, match of the year, 4 years in a row. That would have been it. And then the next year they went with CM Punk. And I kind of like that because I like CM Punk, but then I didn't like the idea that Punk kind of got the shaft. He should have been in the main event, but they wanted to have The Rock and John Cena main event, so they had Punk drop the title to The Rock, and then The Rock and John Cena had their match, and then Punk kind of got The Undertaker as a consolation prize, which really, that's a great match. But you know going into it, you're not going to win. And not that winning and losing matters, really, but you know, there's a sense of pride, too, in the fact that he had been the champion for over a year, and then he loses to The Rock and pretty much, you know, gets thrown into a match that he's guaranteed to lose. And then they really didn't develop a story for them. And then, of course, Paul Bearer died, and that changed everything, because now how do you address, you know, Paul Bearer as a mortician, and the character is all about death, and then he really dies. So that kind of changed everything. And so they, to make CM Punk be the bad guy, the heel, they had him kind of disrespect Paul Bearer's death, which was kind of in bad taste, even though Paul Bearer is part of, you know, being in the business as long as he has, he would not have objected to any of that too. So there's no way that he or his family was offended in any way. They were happy that he was included as part of that WrestleMania for the final time. But it changed the course of the story and the match, and it was just not great. And then, of course, the next year was against Brock Lesnar, and I thought for sure that's the end for The Undertaker. WrestleMania 30, perfect time to end his career. You know, at WrestleMania 30, a huge show, and then they had Lesnar win. I still think that was the bad choice, a bad decision. Should never have happened. But I was there ringside for that, because the year prior, I just had a feeling that that would be it. That would be the last one, and I wanted to make sure I was there for the last one, because I've been an Undertaker fan since the moment he debuted at the Survivor Series 1990, because I was always a fan of horror movies and wrestling, and then you have a character like him that comes out like a combination of horror and wrestling. So perfect. And the fact that he evolved his character over all these years to keep him fresh and maintain that character. So he started out as like an Old West Undertaker, very stereotypical zombie type of actions and stuff. But then he changed. He became, you know, a person. His character became evil and demonic, and then he became, you know, more of just himself as the American Badass and Big Evil, which I actually like that too. A lot of people didn't care for it, but I love the fact that he could then be human and still be a badass and talk about his life and be a little bit more open about the wrestling business, because when he plays the Undertaker character, he's always that character. He doesn't, you know, he doesn't talk, he doesn't do interviews really, he doesn't talk publicly about things. Oh, look at that, it kills the flippers up there in certain modes, which is good, because sometimes you should just let the ball drain. So yeah, the Undertaker, he's always been my favorite. And so I decided I had to be there to support him in his last match. And then I said, you know what, I'm going to go every year until he retires. So I went to WrestleMania 30 and sat ringside, and then last year it was down in Santa Clara, so we actually drove down there and spent the whole weekend. Then I got tickets for Texas, so I'm flying out there in just a little over a week and a half. But I keep telling myself, like, man, I really hope he retires, because I can't afford to keep going to WrestleMania every year. I thought maybe, you know, last year might be it, and of course they didn't set that up very well at all. So, and this year there's too many guys injured to do the whole retirement deal. But earlier tonight on Raw, Vince McMahon announced that if The Undertaker does not win his match this year against Shane, that this will be his last WrestleMania match. So I have a strong feeling that they're just setting up to make this his final match, at WrestleMania at least, and then next year will be his Hall of Fame induction. Plus, they've kind of stacked the deck against themselves by putting Shane in the babyface role, where Shane, if he wins, takes over the show and has talked about turning the show around and making it more exciting again. And he said basically all the complaints that the fans have, that Raw is stale and boring and that the company needs to be shaken up. So it's a perfect excuse for them to make changes and test something new out. And if it doesn't work, then they can always write the storyline that Shane failed. But it's a way to give an excuse for changing the show up and trying to freshen it up a little bit. So I'm pretty certain that somehow Shane is going to win and The Undertaker is going to lose. As much as I don't want to see another loss. Oh, I just missed the name there. Thank you for the follow. I'll catch your name in the chat here when it shows up in a second. But yeah, that match, I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm glad I'm going to be there to see it, because again, it probably, or it very likely could be The Undertaker's last WrestleMania match. But I have a feeling that just because it says it's his last WrestleMania match, that doesn't mean it's his last match. So it's very likely they could set up something where it's Undertaker versus Vince McMahon at SummerSlam, or if somebody interferes to cause the loss, that he would then wrestle them at maybe, you know, one of the upcoming pay-per-views, or hold it off to SummerSlam. But I kind of agree. I would like to see, you know, maybe the last match he has would be, if it's a WrestleMania match, potentially against Kane, even though they've already wrestled multiple times at WrestleMania. It just makes sense considering their history and the story that they're brothers and all that. And Kane is getting to the point where he's almost ready to retire too. So it could be like one of those things where it's like a double retirement. They both have their final match and that's it. Okay, so while I'm not paying attention, I actually just started the tag team match, so I'm facing the Legion of Doom. You can see their logo up on the little Titantron screen. But I'm doing terribly. So I've got to hit that pinfall up in the ring to actually cash in my big points here. And I think to actually win that title. Alright, let me hold on to a second here. Yeah, shoot the ring eject. So that's the only way I can win this mode and get my points. Oh, I've been playing for 2 hours now. 270 viewers still watching. Thanks everybody for hanging around. I really appreciate it. I figured most people would come over and drop out after a few minutes, but thank you for sticking in here and hanging out and listening to me ramble. The RVD actually came to your work a couple weeks ago to get stuff fixed. That's pretty cool. So, now, does he live down in Southern California, or is he still on the East Coast? Because I know he has a comic book store down in LA area, because he goes to the San Diego Comic-Con all the time. That's pretty cool. Medicinal Marinara, that's right. So you were the last follow. Thank you so much for the follow. I saw you in the pinball streams earlier tonight, too. And you're a Goldust fanboy. That's great. You know, Goldust is awesome. Dustin Runnels, amazing. Interference from Linda. Yeah, they can wheel her out in her robotic wheelchair. I don't think we'll see Linda. If not on screen, at least. Maybe. With the whole family involved, it's very possible on Monday after Raw or after Mania we'll see her, but they always pull her out of her coffin somewhere and prop her up, dust her off, and use her in some way. Yeah, Goldust, he's pretty amazing. The fact that he's actually in the best shape now that he ever has been and is still relevant and working. You know, he debuted in like 95, 96 as Goldust. And the fact that that character still exists, very much like The Undertaker, he's kind of evolved the character, and it's really a unique one. Alright, so I've got the two balls cradled here. I'm going to try to get him back in the ring and hit the pinfall up there. I'm at 30. I'm on ball 3. Alright. So I'm going to oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, that was a failure. I was trying to do the cradle separation, and it kicked back the wrong way, and I didn't handle it correctly. So I only got 1.3 million out of that entire mode. And for anybody who was watching earlier, when I had that mode last time, I actually scored 80 million points on a single pinfall, and over 100 million for the entire mode. But you can see the light is still flashing for the Tag Team Championship. So all I got to do, and I won't because that was the third ball, all I'd have to do is restart that mode to go back in the title match. Oh, so you're working at Best Buy. Oh, and he came in to get stuff fixed to the computer. That's cool. Yeah, Sting is great. Sting is very cool, and sadly he announced, you know, yesterday, his birthday was yesterday, or Saturday, and he officially announced his retirement due to his neck injury that he had prior to the match with Seth Rollins back in September or November. I think it might have been November, when he took that corner powerbomb, and I guess it tweaked something in his neck bad enough that the doctors are saying he can't risk wrestling again, which really sucks because he should have won the match last year, his first WrestleMania, first and only WrestleMania. He should have won that match against Triple H, because Triple H did not need to win. He didn't have to win. It didn't hurt him to win or lose. It didn't hurt or help, so Sting needed the win for just to say that he won his big match at WrestleMania, and they kind of screwed him out of that. But Sting is so humble, he's such a nice guy, that he was just happy to be there. And I gotta believe that in his heart, he really wishes he would have been able to win that match, but I know he was just happy to be there, and very humble guy, really cool. A lot of respect for him. The fact that he hung around and didn't go to WWE until, you know, a year ago, a little over a year ago, that's amazing. He's the only guy who didn't at one point jump over or switch. He was very loyal to the companies he worked for and very respectable. Alright, so there it is. Of course, this is one of the greatest ladder matches. The very first official ladder match on WWF TV. What an amazing match. And I talked all the way through it. Yeah, a lot of people say that Rollins hurt him. It wasn't really Rollins' fault. The turnbuckle powerbomb was what it was. That's a really easy move to take. It looked probably more devastating than it was, but Sting had even mentioned that he had issues going into that match. And the fact that Sting went through a table, he did more in that match than I expected him to. And even at WrestleMania last year, it was WrestleMania, but he dove off the top rope to the outside. But he did more in that match with Rollins than I thought he would ever do, considering his age and everything. The fact that he went through the table and it was pretty brutal. So, but he had already said that he had some nagging injury going into it. So it was one of those things where it was kind of a freak accident. So I don't blame Seth Rollins for anything inappropriate. I mean, he pretty much worked the match as it was. But Sting, knowing that he had issues, he could have vetoed that move. He could have said, "Hey, we're not going to do that spot." So it's just one of those things. It really sucks that that's going to be his last match in the ring. Of course, it's always wrestling, so it's always one of those things where they could be saying that he's going to retire and all that, and then he runs in at WrestleMania and interferes and causes Undertaker to lose that match, and then they set up a match with the two of them as a retirement match next year. Who knows? There's always... It's wrestling, so there's always different opportunities, but the fact that they're putting Sting in the Hall of Fame this year, he doesn't have to wrestle again, so it's probably over for him, sadly. But I love that he works with the company now because he'll do appearances and he's doing his merchandise is out there, and that's pretty cool. And he's good on the mic. He could become a non-wrestling character, especially if they do the thing with Shane taking over the company. He could be instated as like a commissioner or a GM type of a personality or something. I mean, I wouldn't like it to be like he did in TNA, where he was the commissioner of TNA. Oops, I got parts falling off over here. So I don't know. I'm not sure what they're going to do with Sting. But I'll be there at the Hall of Fame, which is going to be really awesome to be able to experience that in person. Alright. Dang it. Alright, they got the little recap going on here. So this is leading up to Bret Hart taking on Yokozuna, since Yokozuna defeated Lex Luger. Even though Bret lost to Owen in the opener of the show, that wasn't really a stipulation. That was really a grudge match. But now he has to go back and defend against Yokozuna. There it is. Hit the pinfall. Almost had a good loop going on there. Alright, so I'm trying to go back into this tag mode. I've been really trying to figure out how it works, because I am certain that that's the only way that you can really stack up a good score in this game, is by hitting that tag mode multiple times. Alright, there we go. Oh, jeez. And again, that started the title match, so I don't know if that was my third ball or not. Yeah, Sting, I think, is 51 or 2. I think he just turned maybe... He's early 50s. I think because he just had his birthday this weekend. And the Undertaker's birthday is Thursday, I think, and he's going to be turning 51. And it's not too old, but when it comes to wrestling, when you've wrestled for 30 years pretty much non-stop, it takes its toll. And like, the Undertaker looks his age. He looks older than his age. But if you check out some of, like, his wife posts to Instagram, and she posts videos of him working out and training. And for a guy that's 50 years old, the dude just did a 500-pound deadlift. He's in really good shape. He's got a little bit more weight on him than he normally does. But that's to be expected when you're not wrestling every day like he used to. but he's still got strength and his stamina, and he works his ass off in the ring, so he's going to pull off a good match, guaranteed. And the same thing with Sting. In those 2 matches he had last year, he went all out and worked so hard, and besides the fact that his hair is thin, with that face paint it kind of hides the wrinkles a little bit, and he looked pretty dang good. He's still in great shape, has a wonderful look to him, and he can still work. So it's really sad that that injury kind of forced him into retirement. Because he never really had a great opportunity with WWE to have any kind of a major storyline or get involved. And that was kind of the point with the Seth Rollins match, was that Sting was wanting to become more involved and actively wrestle, and then had that injury happen, and that kind of finished everything off for him. Alright, so now we've got the United States Championship match going on. This is a singles match, so I just got to hit up into the ramp to start it. Oh yeah, they're bringing out their special guest timekeepers and ring announcers for the main event. Oh, look at this. Shawn versus Roddy Piper for the U.S. title. So the Hot Rod is one of my favorites of all time as well. And of course he comes from Portland, Oregon, so he's from here in the Northwest. And about 2 years ago I had the honor to work with him producing Portland Wrestling TV at the local Fox affiliate. And so I ended up getting to work side by side with him, directing the shows and working on the creative team, developing our episodes. And man, what an honor to work with a guy that I grew up watching and kind of, you know, in some ways idolized in the early days, you know, as just an amazing bad guy and then just a great wrestler, and then get to work with him. It was incredible. And of course he recently passed away several months ago, and that was really devastating, especially for all the local wrestlers and everybody here in town that got a chance to work with him so often. That really sucked. But you could kind of tell he wasn't doing so well health-wise the last year or so. Plus he overcame cancer. He actually had cancer and defeated cancer, and everything seemed to be going well. And he, you know, there were days you could tell he was like classic Roddy and, you know, out there and full of energy. And then, oh, and speaking of which, there he is. What a guy. And you could tell some days he was not feeling well and not into it, and the motivation wasn't so much there. But what an honor to work with him. There were times where I would get like a phone call, and it'd be Roddy calling to talk about the upcoming show or something. And I'd be sitting there and just we're talking on a professional level. I never really told him how much of a fan I was, because I wanted him to know me as a professional in the business, in the industry, you know, as a professional video producer and, you know, running a TV show. So I didn't want him just to think I'm just some crazy fan, you know. And so I never really got the opportunity to tell him, you know, how much I loved his work. And so now every time I get a chance to meet some of these wrestlers that I grew up watching or get a chance to work with them or anything, I make it a point to go up and tell them, you know, just be very blunt and tell them, hey, I loved what you did, and you had a big influence on my life, and I make sure to let him know, because I feel like I missed that with Roddy. Even though I think he knew, there were some moments where I could tell when we were talking about, you know, some of the storylines that we were working on for our TV show, and I would make some comment or I'd use some term or something, and he'd look at me and he'd say, how long have you been watching this show, you know, or something like that. And I said, you know, I told him one time, it's like, you know, I've been watching this all my life. And he just gave me this big smile. Really cool memories. The funny thing is, when I was a really young kid, because he lived here locally in Oregon, my mom used to work for Payless Drug Stores, and she was in the marketing department, and they actually did like a safety fair at their corporate office, and so they hired him to come give like a don't do drugs speech, and that was in somewhere around summer or late '91, and at the time he was involved in the feud with Hulk Hogan and The Undertaker and Ric Flair. And he was kind of involved at the time. He was doing commentary, but he got involved in some of those scenarios there. And he spit on Ric Flair's belt that he brought over from WCW. And so it was around that time. And that was the first time I got to meet him as a kid. So he was there doing this, you know, safety fair thing. So my mom, you know, set it up where I could get a chance to talk to him. And as a kid, I had no idea what to even ask him. I was only like 10 or 11 years old. And so it was like kind of awkward. But that was another thing, you know, I didn't get a chance to really tell him about that, because I think he would have got a kick out of that. You know, to know that there I was as a little kid meeting him, you know, then, and then actually end up working in the business and working with him as a professional in the wrestling business. There we go, tag team mode. Oh, I just lost it. Dang it. Ah, the crazy dude. Thanks, appreciate it. This is only like a small portion of the gaming collection. So this room, I've got Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 and WrestleMania over here, and you can see the racing games, a row of pinball machines. I've got 2 more pinball machines in the garage. My office over here's got 4 arcade machines, including WrestleFest, 4-player WrestleFest. And then the back of the house is just packed with games. Tons of classics, Star Wars, Joust. If you're watching on a PC, if you scroll down, I've got a whole list of games there. Plus, there's a ton in my storage unit, and I've got projects out in the garage that need to be worked on. But thank you, really appreciate it. And that's why I set this stream up, is just, I was really kind of motivated by seeing the other people that are streaming pinball, and a couple of the other guys talked me into it. They're like, hey, you got to get on here and start streaming your games. And of course, as a huge fan of wrestling, I figured I'm going to go ahead and theme my show around pro wrestling, even though it won't always be pro wrestling games. But I actually have a pretty big collection of wrestling, of course, obviously pinball and arcade machines, including some of the obscure ones like Konami's Main Event, which I just picked up several months ago, and I really haven't even had a chance to play it. It's just been moved into the back room, and I haven't even touched it. And I also just recently bought a kit for Wrestle War, which is a Sega wrestling game that came out in 1989, and was just a total blatant ripoff of pretty much all wrestling at the time. Actually, I've got... let me pick it up here. I picked up the Genesis version of the wrestling game, so I don't know if it's in focus there or not, but this is the Wrestle War Genesis Mega Drive cartridge, and it's Hulk Hogan's picture. All they did to modify it was change his name to Titan Hogan. And so it's like a total ripoff, and you can see there's like Hawk from Legion of Doom, there's Jason the Terrible, there's like Jason Voorhees, there's a guy that's obviously Hulk Hogan doing a leg drop. Total ripoff. So they actually couldn't sell this in the United States, but I have the arcade version of it, which is awesome because it has all that stuff included, plus promos and everything. It's really fun. But I have to find an empty arcade cabinet to put it in, and I've got a few of them, but I don't know the right one I want to use. Because that game was one of the few that was from that era that used a vertical monitor for a game of that style. So most of the empty cabinets I have are horizontal-based monitors. I have a couple of them that are kind of universal, where you can switch the orientation. But it's not a JAMA game either, so if you're familiar with arcade games, JAMA is the standard where you can put any JAMA-compatible game. It uses the same pinout connection. You can just plug it into any other JAMA game and play it in any cabinet. So I've got an original Double Dragon, which was a JAMA game, and it has a nice drawer at the bottom of the cabinet that you can pull out and just switch games instantly. So that was the first game that I ever bought, and I got that back in '97. And then I bought a whole bunch of boards to convert it, and I turned it into WrestleFest and Mortal Kombat and WrestleMania and all those games that I loved back then. I just bought the boards, and then I converted Double Dragon to each of those. And then, of course, when I got my own house, I decided I might as well start buying the original machines. And it only took me a couple years to fill my entire house with all the games that I grew up playing. Because you could, especially, you know, even a couple years ago, the prices were cheaper than they are now. But oftentimes on Craigslist, you can get some pretty good deals if you're paying close attention and you call them up as soon as it goes onto Craigslist. And if you're willing to immediately take cash out there and buy it, that's the way to do it. Because I've lost a bunch of sales simply by telling them, you know, I couldn't pick it up till tomorrow, and then I sent them a text message the next morning, and they're like, oh, sorry, I sold it to a guy last night. I lost out on some good games that way. But I've also been the guy who ends up, you know, being the guy who contacts them first, and it's like, I'm there with cash in hand instantly. The problem is if it gets posted in the middle of the day and you're at work, or you can't just immediately leave to go get something, then if it's a good deal, it's going to be gone. There's been some really good deals out there. We got there, Shadow Bing, cream of the crop. Thanks for the follow, really appreciate it. Thanks for watching. Probably my best Craigslist deal I got was a really good quality Omega Race, not working, but everything was there, fully complete, only very minor scratches for 50 bucks. And so I actually worked on it and got it playing, but the monitor wasn't working. The monitor was kind of, it's a vector monitor, so the monitor was kind of scratching out a little bit. So I have a friend who actually, his favorite game is Omega Race, and he has all the test equipment required. So I took the board up to his house and we checked it out, and there was a couple RAM chips that we had to test and swap, but he replaced those and now the game fully works. So I got a great deal out of that. I paid him, of course, to do all the tech work on it, but literally like $100, and I have a fully working, beautiful Omega Race. I do have to do some repair to the sound because the capacitors on the soundboard were starting to get a little staticky, and so after we repaired the graphics, the sound was working perfectly until we repaired the graphics and put it all back together, and then the sound is like scratching, cutting out. So that's an easy fix though. So that was my best deal. I've also made the accident of overpaying for games, but these days you're almost guaranteed to overpay if you want the game because they're not coming up as often. So if you're a fan of that game, even if it's not popular or rare, because it's, you know, they don't come up very often, the sellers are like, well, you know, they're not just going to get rid of it cheap. So I've overpaid for certain games. The one I've overpaid the most for was my Batman pinball machine. I missed out on like 2 of them that were actually really fairly priced that I should have bought, but that was before I'd actually got into pinball in terms of collecting. And so when it came time and I decided I wanted a Batman pin, the only one available and for sale at the time, he was not very willing to negotiate on price, and so I knew going in that it was pretty rough. And I knew I overpaid, but then it wasn't until I got home and actually started really getting into it, looking through it, that I realized how much I overpaid. Because it turned out to be a pretty big lemon. Thankfully, I know what I'm doing and I'm able to fix things. And so I've actually got it in really good condition now, cleaned up, fixed pretty much every problem it had. And then, of course, right as it started working again, the flippers lost their 50 volts. So the flippers just barely move. They don't give you a full flip now. So it's in my garage until I have time to fix it. But I'm probably going to bring it in and replace my Genesis over here with it. And then I'll do the work to fix the flippers. Because Genesis broke on my stream like 2 weeks ago. And I just haven't got back to it. And the funny thing is, Genesis actually, I've had it for a little over 2 years. And it's worked perfectly all those 2 years until the first day I decided to stream it. I was able to get like maybe 15 minutes of gameplay out of it. And the flipper itself was going really weak. So I fixed the flipper. And then after I fixed the flipper, then we got about 1 or 2 games out of it with a full-powered flipper, and then it just started locking up, and then the entire game crashed, and now the display doesn't come on, the music sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, and it's pretty much dead in the water right now. And I have a pretty good idea of what's causing it, I just haven't gone back to really work on it yet. So maybe later in the week I'll turn it on and we'll just kind of, I'll try to do a repair stream and do more diagnostics on it. But sometimes I think those are boring streams, so I don't know how many people like to watch repair of pinball machines. But there are quite a few people that join up regularly, because one of the guys that streams pinball on here, his name is PollyB18. I recommend, if you haven't followed him, if you enjoy pinball, he has like, I think anywhere between 17 and 20 pinball machines in his house, and every Wednesday he does a repair stream, and he's actually rebuilding Addams Family and the Shadow, literally from scratch. Like, the Addams Family was torn down to parts, and he's redoing the chrome on all the metal parts, and pretty amazing. So I definitely recommend watching his channel. And I'll probably do my stream here pretty soon too. There's Berryman 1985, good year. Thanks for the follow, really appreciate it. Alright, so again, this is the Legion of Doom Tag Team title match. And again, I'm losing my multi-ball here. Come on, oh, there's break hold at least, so it gives me that rebound back into the ring. Oh, crap. So, another wasted multi-ball. Only 1 million from that So from anybody who wasn't watching earlier, I hit 80 million points just pinning one time during a tag match earlier. And I really think that that's overpowered. Like this game, the scoring isn't very high, but that mode is extremely lucrative if you hit the pinfall, like out of scale lucrative, exponentially too high. Let's see here. Yeah, I actually enjoyed DX when it was original. I didn't like the reunion DX when the guys were too old to really be doing DX. Yeah, Sting technically has not won a match. Yeah, that's really kind of a bummer. Luabo is asking us, I own my own arcade machines. I have like 50 arcade machines, so 35 of them work. The others are projects, so they're somewhere in the middle. But yeah, I have a ton of arcade machines. Do I do any console stuff? I do, but I haven't streamed any of it. So at our Portland Retro Gamers Expo last October, I spent way too much money buying consoles that I had never owned as a kid. I still have all my original consoles, but I never owned like the Master System, which I always wanted as a kid. So now I have the Master System with the 3D glasses and the Zapper and all the games. And then like a Super Nintendo. I always borrowed my friends. I owned a Genesis and all the Sega products, but I never had a Super Nintendo. So I just collected one of those. And of course I had all the games that I loved. Nintendo 64. So I have all the consoles. I actually picked up, I don't have them, they're under a pile here, but I got some of those Sony PVMs, the preview monitors, that are RGB, and I got all these nice RGB connectors, so I've been able to play, even on this screen back here, I got the SCART connectors with the RGB and conversion from SCART to HDMI, and it looks beautiful on a big screen, without any blurring or anything. It looks amazing. So maybe I'll stream some of that eventually. I actually just got one of those NES cartridges that has 150 games in one on a single cartridge. And it was like $15 out of China. And I didn't expect it to even show up, and it just showed up today. So that's kind of cool. I haven't even tested it yet. And for all the other console fans, if you know about the NES, when you put a game in and you turn it on and the light blinks, there was a Kickstarter last year called Blinking Light Win. It's actually a replacement 72-pin connector inside the NES that makes it where you don't have to push the game down anymore. So it plugs in like the other consoles where you actually, like a top-loading cartridge, it goes in the front, but it locks in between the two different, the connectors go in and it locks tight, so it gives a good connection to the system and it fixes your Nintendo. So I definitely want to set that up, and I might actually do some sort of a stream running the original hardware, because I don't like doing emulation. So my channel is all about streaming original hardware, so whether it's an arcade machine or a pinball machine or a console, I want it to be streaming the real equipment, not emulated equipment or emulation. Let's see here. Yeah, video games, pinball, arcade, wrestling, that's my life, so I combine it all. And I don't think any of my camera views show it, but I'm also a huge fan of Star Wars, RoboCop, Batman, obviously Batman, and I have costumes that are like fully authentic movie quality costumes. So I've got like a full Stormtrooper over here, and I actually have a Stormtrooper Star Wars display downtown at our Heritage Museum right now, so most of my stuff's there. But I actually own one of the original screen-used Michael Keaton Batsuits. So I'm working on getting a custom display for it, but it's actually falling apart because it's all, 30-year-old foam latex, so like the face is kind of crumbling, and so I'm actually in talks with a guy that does full restorations of movie props to get like UV protecting glass and a case for it. But eventually I want to have all that stuff displayed, but I need to do it properly. Thanks, yeah, I really appreciate it. As part of the stream, I'll probably set up, because people have been begging me to wear my Ghostbusters outfit. So I have a full Ghostbusters uniform, and I built a proton pack with lights and sounds, and I've got all the gimmicks and gadgets to go with it. So I thought about doing a stream on pinball wearing Ghostbusters gear. And of course, the new Ghostbusters pinball machine was just announced, and I want one so bad, but I got to finish paying off this WrestleMania first. And I think I'll sell a motorcycle to buy it. Something. I have to have one. There's the Crazy Dude. Thanks for the follow. Crazy Dude Mania, running wild, brother. But yeah, I'll probably suit up in Ghostbusters gear sometime. Probably not this week, but who knows. Yeah, that's cool. You have all the original systems except Genesis and the Dreamcast. Yeah, Genesis was my favorite as a kid, and Dreamcast, I think, looking back, was my favorite console of all time. I bought that day one, September 9th, 1999. I had my pre-order in, and I went and picked it up, and I I actually have 2 of them because I bought one for my brother, and then I found one at a flea market or something, and I bought it as a backup. So actually I think I have 3 now, just in case the other one goes bad. I mean, it was such a great system, and these days Dreamcast games didn't have any kind of copy protect, so you can actually download the ISOs of Dreamcast games, burn them to a disc, and run them on your game. Obviously, it's not legal, but you can do it. There's no system built into a Dreamcast that stops you from playing burned copies. Which at the time when they made the Dreamcast probably was an oversight, but CD-ROMs and burners weren't really that available back then. They were really expensive if you had them. So they didn't think about that, I guess. I'm gonna watch Batman vs Superman. I'm gonna watch it midnight on Thursday. Oh, and you're going to WonderCon. That's cool. So yeah, WonderCon. I haven't been to WonderCon, but I do all the other conventions, and I also am a 501st Sith Lord as Darth Vader. So I'm one of the 3 Vaders we have in Oregon right now. But yeah, I'm going to watch the movie tomorrow night. So we got a pre-screening from one of our costume charity groups. We do superhero meet and greet stuff. We do it like children's hospitals, and we support a lot of children's charities. So they gave us a whole bunch of free VIP passes to go see the movie tomorrow night on the big IMAX screen in 3D. So we're doing that tomorrow night. So I'll probably come back afterwards and be completely exhausted. But I'm glad to see it early. I'm really excited about it. Yeah, Batman vs. Superman. Look at that. We made it through the entire WrestleMania 10. There's no way I've been on here only 2 hours. Let me pull up my video here. WrestleMania is usually like 3 hours. How long have I been going? Oh, almost 4 hours. Wow. Hey, there's Masa San Mania running wild. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate everybody watching tonight. Yeah, I can't believe it. We've been on here for 4 hours. Amazing. Well, I'm going to keep playing some more pinball, so let me put it back into our chat mode here, and I'm going to put on another show. Alright, so if anybody has any requests for a wrestling show pay-per-view to put on, let me know. Let me go back to... Oh, good. So this app that I have on my Blu-ray player, you have to scroll through 1 year at a time. You can't just like pick a year. So let's do 93. WrestleMania 8. That was a good one. Oh, we gotta watch Royal Rumble 92. Watch from the beginning. So this is like the greatest Royal Rumble of all time. Yeah, that's cool, man. WonderCon should be a lot of fun. Oh, hey, actually, WrestleMania 19, that's a good point. I'll watch the Royal Rumble when I do my Royal Rumble stream. WrestleMania 19 from Seattle was amazing. It was such a good show, and of course it was just up the road, about 3 hours from here, 3.5 to 4.
What you gonna do, Macho Man?
Hey, there's another follow. Usagatama Mania, Run a Wild. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thanks for watching. Let's go back here. Return. So I got to scroll through the years back to 2003. Yeah, WrestleMania 19 had so many good matches, including Steve Austin's last match, his last match against The Rock. And at the time, nobody knew it was his last match besides Austin and probably Vince, because he was having some health issues, and even the night before, he was rushed to the hospital because he drank like a ton of energy drinks, and then it gave him like some sort of a heart issue or some sort of a breakdown that, of course, nobody knew about until like years later when he talked about it. Alright, almost to 2003. It's funny when you look at the older stuff from like the early 90s, the whole year there's only like 4 pay-per-views because they had the big 4. And then when they went to every pay-per-view every month, there's just so much there. But yeah, look at that great shot. So cool. And this is also the show where Brock Lesnar fought Kurt Angle and did the shooting star press off the top rope and landed on his head. I seriously thought he broke his neck on that. It was scary. All right. Let me finish this ball here. Oh yeah, Undertaker versus Mankind Hell in a Cell from King of the Ring '98. That's a classic match. Again, I watched that and I still can't believe that they did that stuff. Oh yeah, incredible. All right, I've lost track of where I'm at. I'm on ball 3, so I'm just gonna let it drain here and start a fresh match. I just want to replay. I guess I'll continue playing it. Tag team is lit. I still have access to get into the tag team title match, so might as well play it. Nope, I guess not. This video is incredible too. I could watch this and get goosebumps just watching it. All the guys talking about, you know, what WrestleMania means to them. Amazing. Let me turn the game volume down now. I love when Hogan talks about body slamming Andre. Every time he tells that story, Andre gets heavier and the people in attendance grows. So the official statement is that Andre was around like 400 and some pounds, 470 some pounds, and that there was 93,000 in attendance. But every time Hogan tells it, Andre ends up being 500-600 pounds, and there was over 100,000 in attendance. Oh, there we go. Money in the Bank. What's funny is, like, watching some of these old WrestleManias back, they had such great video packages making you hyped up, like excited to watch it, making it special. This year, I haven't seen anything like that. Maybe tonight they had stuff. I haven't watched Raw tonight, but they used to really hype WrestleMania, and now that they have so many shows in between the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania, it's like they're always hyping to the next show, and WrestleMania kind of gets just like, you know, it's WrestleMania, but it doesn't get treated like it's as big a deal in terms of the promotion of video packages on TV. Especially when they're making matches like so close to the actual event. They used to have matches set for WrestleMania months in advance, and to give you all that time to build up and get excited for the matches. But WrestleMania 19 is on many people's list right up there in the top of the greatest WrestleManias of all time. Even though Limp Bizkit performed live. They've never had much luck with having good live performers. Usually they'll have, when they have live bands, it's people who they've licensed to have music for the wrestlers. And so it is kind of cool to have the actual band play the real wrestling music to the ring. But I think Limp Bizkit gets maybe more of a bad rap than deserved. I don't know, I never really listened to the music besides the wrestling theme music. I gotta say, my favorite music from Limp Bizkit and maybe WrestleMania in general is the My Way song that they used for WrestleMania 17. And 17 is at the top of most people's list for the greatest WrestleMania, which I still think it holds up, but I think maybe it's dropping down the list a little bit over the years. It may not hold up as well, but one of the coolest things I loved about WrestleMania 17 is they had the gimmick Battle Royal. So they did a Battle Royal with all the crazy, funny characters from the 80s and 90s that were still alive. They brought them all out there, including the Iron Sheik, who could barely walk to the ring, and ended up winning the whole thing. Spoiler alert. But I think he won because he was so old and kind of frail that they couldn't safely throw him over the top rope anyway. But that was also the last appearance of the Mighty Earthquake in WWE before he passed away. Alright, there we go. Legion of Doom tag mode started again. So I'm getting pretty good at starting the tag mode. At least I got ball saver on, so I really need to be getting the ball into that pinhole up the top. Oh, so close.
Hey, what you gonna do, Macho Man?
What you gonna do? I heard another one. Anodyne. Thanks for the follow.
Destroy you.
Anodyne Mania, running wild. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Ooh. Just a reminder to anybody else who's watching and enjoying it, if you haven't followed yet, be sure to click the follow button. And I'm going to be playing other video games, arcade machines, mostly arcade and pinball. That's what this channel is for. I don't know if I'll do console stuff on here, but it's going to be primarily all dedicated original arcade machines and pinball. And eventually I'm talking with a local arcade about potentially streaming from their site, and so they're checking to see whether they even have decent internet connection to do it. But we've got a great arcade downtown, and they've got about 15 pins that rotate. They bring in different pins all the time. And they do tournaments all the time. Arcade tournaments, retro gaming, N64 tournaments. They just did a Mario Kart tournament recently that was pretty awesome. And actually the owner there is where I get a lot of my games. He's got a great warehouse full of stuff. And so oftentimes, you know, he knows if I'm looking for a specific game, and if he's got it or wants to sell it or gets a lead on it, he'll let me know. So I'm very much complicit in assisting with my addiction. But we're all the same way. I mean, literally, he has a warehouse packed with games. Rey Mysterio, he's been out of the company for quite a while, working in, I think, I don't know if he was going to be in Lucha Underground or not. I haven't really watched that, even though I've heard it's amazing. And Matt Stryker is now working with Lucha Underground, which is really cool, because he's one of our main wrestlers and producer of our Las Vegas TV show that we do. But our Portland show, he's one of our main characters. Really cool guy. Awesome. Having, of course, worked for WWE for 8 years and having all the experience in the production side as well as in the ring. Really cool guy to work with, and I've learned a ton from him. Yeah, I know Rey Mysterio was working with AAA out of Mexico, and I think AAA was they were kind of working a deal with Lucha Underground or something like that. Of course, if anybody's followed wrestling, they probably have heard of Joey Ryan, and Joey Ryan is now in the season 2 of Lucha Underground, and has recently become famous because of his viral videos of his Dong-style wrestling from Japan, where one of the Japanese wrestlers, who's known to be kind of like a homo, what do they call it? Homophobic. It's not homophobic. Homoerotic wrestler? I don't know. Anyway, he's very much like Goldust in a way, where he does moves that make his opponents uncomfortable. So Joey Ryan's wrestling him. One of the moves he does is actually something Ric Flair does too. Is get a pretty good handful of crotch there as a submission move. But in Joey Ryan's case, he decides to turn that around, and instead of selling that he's being hurt by this move, he starts flexing, and then the guy that's gripping onto him starts selling that now his arm is being pulled down and he's being pulled to the ground and twisted his arm because the guy's junk is doing the move. And then he just flexes and brings it in, and then he actually twists and rotates, and the guy does a flip like he just got flipped over. Pretty hilarious the first time. Then they started doing it as a joke at every show that he goes to, and eventually they made like a human centipede where everybody was gripping everybody else's crotch, and then he did his flip, and then everybody flipped at the same time, and it was it was funny, but it's like that's taking it a little bit too far maybe. But anyway, he was working with our company here in Portland, and I don't know what, but either it was the success of that or something, and he's not working at our show anymore. So I don't know the history behind that, but I miss working with him. He's amazingly talented, and he's going to be awesome on Lucha Underground. Absolutely. He actually, whoa, holy crap, super jackpot. For being a super jackpot, it wasn't very many points. Less than 2 million points. And again, like I said, I got 80 million points just for pinning in that tag match earlier. So I really have no idea how the points are supposed to be divvied up here properly. But I imagine there will be more code updates when they figure out how to balance things out a little better. Let's see here. Let me catch up here. Hey, Subfuture. Good friend from Australia coming in, checking out the show. I've been on for 4 hours already. I can't believe it. I'll keep going a little bit longer, but yeah, WrestleMania 3 I'm going back up to here. Berryman mentioned WrestleMania 3, Macho Man versus Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. That's probably like the match that if you were to ask people who know wrestling, and especially wrestlers in the business, what their favorite match is, that's the one they'll go back to. There are guys on the indie circuit that will actually have that match every night. They'll go out there and replicate the match move for move, and people who are new to wrestling don't know that they're replicating the match move for move, and it's an amazing match. It really is. I mentioned it earlier. When wrestling is done right, it is actually a true art form, and that match is art. It is fantastic. Let's see here. Oh yeah, good old JR. Yep, we totally missed JR being part of the show, but I'm glad to see that he's still keeping busy. He's doing New Japan Wrestling on Friday nights now, and he's also doing, I think he was going to do boxing, and I heard something that they canceled the fight, so he didn't do that. But yeah, Angle and Benoit, that was an amazing match. Any of Benoit's matches are pretty much amazing, and it's really sad that it's kind of taboo to even say that you like his matches after what he did, because, you know, it was pretty horrific. And I really still don't go back and watch his matches, and I don't think about him as much as I do or did. And because that hit me hard, because he was one of my favorites, and he was everybody's favorite, you know. So that was pretty brutal. Yeah, maybe if they had pay-per-views every other month, then the build-up is better. It's true. And I think that's what they're trying to go with now, is that all the pay-per-views are on the network. So technically they're not that special as they used to be. So if they really hype WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, Survivor Series, and SummerSlam as the big four, the original four, make those like your huge super shows, then all the other ones can be glorified Raw, which that's all they are now. When you watch like a 3-hour pay-per-view, it's the same thing as watching a 3-hour Raw on Monday night. They even have commercials on the pay-per-views now. Not like they do on TV, but they still promote their own stuff. They have backstage segments, talking stuff. It's really just another, you know, Monday Night Raw. And most of the pay-per-views are actually 2 hours and 45 minutes. They're not even 3 hours, so you get more on Mondays. Wait a minute, so my MooBot is telling me I've been playing for 2 hours and 42 minutes, but my timer is saying I've been playing for 4. I think my timer is more accurate than MooBot. I think MooBot is screwed up. How many shows do I produce? Technically 2. So we have a TV show in Portland that airs on Saturdays at 11 p.m. on our local Fox broadcast, or Fox affiliate. And then the other show is out of Las Vegas, which I don't do as much work with anymore. I eventually, at the first part, I started when we shot many episodes, and I was there to initially set everything up. And then they brought another guy that flies in and produces the weekly shows. And so I produce the live tapings in Portland. And then he's doing most of the post-production editing now. So I do a lot of support, doing promos, format sheets, all the stuff kind of behind the scenes to prep, and then the day of, just a variety of things. But I was doing technical directing, cutting the camera angles, and for 70-some episodes, I actually did everything from production to post-production, editing, publishing out to the networks, and we did closed captioning, and so it's just a whole variety of things. So these days I'm doing less than I was before, but it's still keeping me busy. Big Papa Pump. I actually really like Scott Steiner because he's entertaining and he's his promos are gold for all the wrong reasons. But he's another guy who changed drastically. Like he's in the Royal Rumble game, you know, as the Steiner brothers when they were young and they were wearing their college jackets and stuff, and then he became Big Papa Pump, the genetic freakazilla, and he doesn't look at all like he used to. But you know what's amazing? I saw him last year at WrestleMania at WrestleCon, and he looks pretty good. I saw him at a TNA house show that they did in the very few times they traveled outside of Florida years ago. And he looked really awful at that time. Like, his muscles were small and his skin was just sagging down, and it was not good. But now he's got, like, tattoos, because he did that really big tattoo on his chest. Now he's completed the tattoos, and they wrap all the way around, and it's a little disturbing. But it may be a way to cover for the less muscular definition. I don't know. Oh, yeah, Usagatama, love ground control, but my knees hate the stairs. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, flamboyant. That's probably the word I was thinking of for the Japanese wrestler. It's Danshoku Dino, I think is his name. Yeah, the timer, I think, is more accurate. Yeah, ground control is really cool. That was the first, like, bar arcade that came out years and years ago. And so I know at least one of the owners I know through our local collectors group, and they usually help put on the Portland Retro Gamer Expo. But that place is great, and they actually are expanding now. They're almost doubling the size. They have another building that's next door or something that they're expanding into, which also includes a full kitchen, so they're going to have more food options too. But that place is so packed. Every time I go up there, they charge a cover charge, and you usually have to wait outside to get in because it's so packed. And it's so loud with music and everything. The upstairs is all pinball, and the downstairs is arcade machines. But that place is so full, you can't hear the pinball machines, and it's crowded. And so I prefer playing at the one here, the Coin Jam here in Salem. But we've got tons of arcades in Oregon now. It's amazing. So there's the Level Up in Eugene. There's also Blair Alley, which is really like very old school style pinball and arcade games. But they do like skee-ball leagues and tournaments, which is really cool. I love skee-ball. And then we've got the Game Over in Lincoln City on the coast, and that's a huge place with like 15 or 20 pins. And they've got like 4 or 5 rows of arcade games, plus a full bar, sports bar, and lots of good classic stuff. And they have some newer stuff, some of the Raw Thrills big games, like some of the stuff you see at Dave & Buster's, like those big ones, like the Mario Kart games and the Terminator shooting games. But it's a good mix of modern and retro. Yeah, 45 minutes is not too bad. That's about how far it takes for me to get up to ground control from here. So I don't like going to downtown Portland because of the parking and all that. But Nick's saying, I haven't thought of all these wrestlers in a while. Having fun talking about the nostalgia. Well, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I hope everybody's having a good time. I do talk a lot, so I sometimes forget to keep playing pinball. But as long as you guys are enjoying the conversation, that's all good, too. And, of course, you know, anybody who's hanging out here, I'm sure is okay with the wrestling talk, or you would have left a long time ago. So thank you again for everybody who's hanging around. I know there's still a couple hundred people in here. So, and again, I can't thank Frag enough for sending people over. I really appreciate it. And if you're having a good time, feel free to follow. Come back and check out some of my other streams. I'm going to be playing more WrestleFest, and of course some of the classics like Joust, Star Wars Arcade from 1983, the Vector Star Wars. I want to play some of that on the stream. I'm kind of curious how it's going to look on the cameras. The old CRT monitors have a refresh rate issue with these cameras. So if you look at my WrestleFest stream, I have a little highlight clip of one of my bad experiences with the DiBiase in the Royal Rumble. It's only like a 2-minute clip, but you can kind of see what the footage looks like. Wow, right down the outline. But yeah, feel free to follow. Come back and check it out. I'll usually stream kind of late nights like this, but I'm going to try to do early afternoon stuff too, just to see what kind of a different audience shows up for different games. But like today, there was like 6 pinball streams all at once this afternoon. And so I love watching them myself, so I don't want to take away their audience. So I'll usually turn my stream on after most of the other pinball streams are off, or I'll try to time it, and we'll do like a pass-off where, you know, some of the guys they'll have like 15 or 20 people watching, and then they'll host somebody else's channel, and we'll just kind of move from channel to channel, staying in each other's chats, which is kind of fun. Oh yeah, so here's, again, this is one of the disappointing Undertaker matches at WrestleMania. because it was a handicap match. He was actually teaming with Nathan Jones, who was a new big tough guy that they actually, he was in the Mad Max movie from last year. He was the big tough guy that was the son of Immortan Joe. So that was the guy that's actually supposed to be teaming with The Undertaker in this match. And earlier in the day, they decided they weren't going to put him out there in the match. So it was going to become a 1-on-2, Big Show and the A-Train versus The Undertaker. And then, of course, they send Nathan Jones out at the end anyway, which is kind of stupid. But sadly, this match ends up being 1-on-2. And it's exciting, but it's technically not very good of a match. But, I mean, I was just happy to be there and see The Undertaker in person, because this was my second WrestleMania. My first was WrestleMania 16, which was the first year The Undertaker hadn't competed at WrestleMania since he debuted. So, of all my luck, I went to the WrestleMania where The Undertaker was not there, or he was not in a match. The cool thing was he was there at the Fan Festival, and I actually got to meet him and shake his hand the night before WrestleMania, and that was like a dream come true. And unfortunately, at that time, they were only doing autographs, and they pretty much put you in line for hours on end to get your autograph, and then they would take whatever you're wanting to get signed, and they would just push it down the table, and then you would quickly sign it, and you would just be kind of shoved down the line. So I made it a point to make sure to stop and tell him thank you for being such an influence on my life, and, you know, providing, you know, years of entertainment, and shake his hand, and that was awesome. But it was like, boom, quick, 2 seconds in and out. But then last year, I went to Chicago for Wizard World, and I bought the Undertaker VIP pass, because he made a very rare autograph photo opportunity. Oh, he's going to save it. And so I got to get a really nice professional photo with him, which is really cool. But then we got to go get in line and actually have him autograph an item, and because they limited how many tickets were sold and how many people were there, they allowed you to have a little bit more time where you could talk to him. Whereas the photos, they really wanted the photos over fast, so they moved you through quick. But then the autograph portion, you could really talk to him. And I actually brought a real urn that I had met Paul Bear before he passed away. He actually worked with our local promotion, and I got a chance to meet him, and he signed... I got a really nice, it was actually a used brass urn, and I had him sign that, and then I brought that to Chicago with me, and I gave that to Undertaker to sign. And Tim White, one of the previous referees, is now kind of the guy that goes out with the wrestlers when they do appearances, and he saw it, and he looks at it, and he goes, wow, and he was so excited, and he goes, Mark, look at this, and the Undertaker was still signing for the other guy that was in front of me, and he goes, Mark, look at this, you know, Paul's signature on here. And to me, it was like, wow, you know, they had that connection to it as well. And so when Undertaker saw it, he looked up at me and kind of gave me this kind of unique smile. And then he took his time signing his name on it so perfectly. It was like, you can tell when they're in a hurry and they sign their name and it's just like a little scribble. He took his time to do this really nice, that looked like the ones that they sell on the prints, where it's just a print. He signed it really beautifully, and then put the year on there right next to Paul Bear. Such a moment. And of course I have a picture of him holding the urn with it. It's so cool. And to me, that was like way better than the first time I met him, because it was so rushed. And what an experience. And for this year's WrestleMania, I tried to get the VIP pass to meet him again, because I have a friend who really wanted an autographed photo, but they were only selling one. Like, if you had a pass, you only got one. They wouldn't allow you to buy a second autograph. So I was really going to try to get that one for this year's WrestleMania for him. But they sold out instantly, and there's probably only like 200 available anyway. And they sold them at like $200 plus fees, so you're looking like $225 just to get in line and get an autograph and a quick photo. But I was totally willing to pay it. You know, he and Hulk Hogan probably are the two that I would actually pay that kind of money just to get the opportunity to shake his hand and get a picture and an autograph. But what's funny is, like, working in the business, I've met so many guys, and I don't act like a fanboy. Like, you know, you meet these guys that are your heroes. When I'm working, you know, I'm totally in pro business mode. And just like I mentioned earlier, working with Roddy Piper, I really kind of feel like I missed an opportunity to tell him how much of a fan I was, but I think he knew. But, you know, these days I make sure to appropriately thank everybody I meet that has had that impact on me. You know, like Gangrel, you know, he's one of the guys that I like working with the most. He's a regular with our show. And he's such a great guy. He works so hard. He's been in the business for almost 35 years, I think. He's earned the ability to not do crazy moves and to not have to work as hard as everybody else, but he does. He shows up. He's one of the first guys there. Works so hard. Does things in the ring he doesn't have to do. Like, we don't use mats on the outside of the ring, and he'll still take a bump onto the hard cement floor. I mean, he's happy to do whatever it takes to make sure that the guys are put over well. And the fans love him, of course. But yeah, he's amazing. Always fun to work with him. And you know, what's really funny is listening to him tell stories about things too, because he's always joking about the vampire character and how, you know, that was influenced by the Lost Boys movie. And so plus his name is David, and of course that was the name in the movie of what's his name from 24. I always forget his name. But that was like total influence there, and he was telling a story about how Vince did not want a wrestling vampire, so he had no interest in bringing him in. But Luna Vachon at the time, they were together, and Luna basically talked him into bringing him in to the company. And he thought, all right, well, they're never going to use the vampire thing, so he expected not to really have a job or work. And then all of a sudden, like 2 weeks later, they call him in, and, and they're like, yeah, we're going to go with the vampire thing. So that was pretty unique. I'm glad they did, because it was so awesome. The entrance they had when it was Edge and Christian and Gangrel as the Brood, they used to come up in that ring of fire, so they had a big pyro fire pit with an elevator lift underneath, and they would rise up through this fire pit. And then they used to do the bloodbath, where the lights would go out, and then the lights would come back on, and the guy in the ring would just be covered in just blood head to toe all over the mat. So cool. And then, of course, they sort of merged in. When The Undertaker had the Ministry of Darkness, the Brood kind of merged in, because there were two factions that were both kind of like dark side, evil factions. So they merged them together, and I remember Gangrel saying something about how he knew his time was limited as soon as they kind of, you know, merged with the Ministry, because The Undertaker, of course, was the top star then, and that kind of took away his ability to really be like that same type of mystique, you know, mystic character. And it really, Edge started to take off on his own, and Christian too. When they became the Edge and Christian tag team, they kind of dropped the vampire thing, and at that point, it just didn't make sense for him to, you know, keep around as a singles competitor when they weren't really using him to his fullest extent. But man, he was one of my favorite characters of the Attitude Era. Again, being a huge fan of horror and wrestling, whenever you have a character that kind of blends the two together, I'm all over that. There's been a lot of characters like that haven't been very good either, so Gangrel is one of the few that had one of those type of characters that really was well done. Because they had the Boogeyman, of course. And really, I think the Boogeyman does a great job with what he's given, too. He started out as a super goofy gimmick, but he plays it up so well that, yeah, it's a cartoon kind of a gimmick, but it's done really well. And now they use it as a joke almost in every situation. He shows up backstage or just anywhere. He doesn't wrestle, but they just use him for like cameos where it would be kind of a funny thing to have him show up. Well, then you had Papa Shango. Papa Shango is actually going into the Hall of Fame, so Charles Wright, the Godfather, going into the Hall of Fame in 2 weeks. Papa Shango was one of his first characters in WWF, which was just kind of a modification of his Soul Taker character, which even before The Undertaker is Mean Mark and Punisher Mark, the Punisher. He worked in the South in Texas, and Charles Wright was the Soul Taker at the time. And so he already had a character very similar to what The Undertaker became. And it was still kind of like that voodoo-style character, but it's funny to see that they worked together prior to either one of them working with WWF years before either of their characters became anything. Let's see here. Let me catch up on chat. Just remembered Buff Bagwell. Yeah, Bagwell is kind of like, I don't know, he's weird. I just heard a recent interview with him, and he sounds terrible, but he's on like that, I don't know if it's Showtime or HBO, there's a show called Gigolos, so I guess he's on that show now. Weird. Is there a new place opening in Portland? There is. There's a guy that, I think it's called Quarter World, and they actually are a distributor. They actually have their games in other locations around town. So at the Mount Tabor Theater, they're actually converting that to an arcade and a bar. So they're moving games in there, and I don't know when it's going to open, but that's going to be pretty cool because I met a lot of their staff members and I played a bunch of their games at the Portland Retro Gamer Expo. They also have a Big Lebowski pin that's going to be showing up if it hasn't already. And they have America's Most Haunted, so they're really buying the new games, and they have a bunch of classics too, a ton of them actually. It's going to be a great place, and from what I hear, it's a pretty good space. So I'm definitely going to go up and check that out when it opens. Oh yeah. Oh, that's funny. So the crazy dude, I missed the arcade in my mall. I had Tilt that closed over a year ago. So I don't know if, it may not even be the same company, but I used to work at the Tilt in the mall when I was in high school here in town. And I know there was Tilts in malls everywhere, so I don't know if they were all related or not, but I used to work in the one here locally. And it was really fun because I got to work with arcade machines, but it sucked because the management was terrible. And I hated to, I closed down the place at 9 o'clock every night, and if you had people in the arcade, you had to give them a 10-minute warning to say, hey, it's 10 minutes, we're closing down, games shut off at 9 o'clock sharp. There are some people who don't accept that, and they keep putting quarters in. And I had a guy one night start a brand new game of NBA Jam, put $1 in, all 4 quarters for the whole game at like 2 minutes to go. And I'd walked around and I warned him. I said, don't start another game because the power's cutting out at 9 o'clock. And I watched him put the quarters in right after I told him that. So when it was time, I had to go back and hit all the switches. I walked by and I said, hey, power's going off. You know, everything's going off. I hit the switches, and when I turned around to come out of my little room back there, the guy was standing there just arms folded. He was so mad. I said, hey, I told you. And he's like, I want my quarters back. Well, I can't give them back. The rules were I could give them an IOU, basically a note that they could come in and get credits the next day or whenever. And, man, he was ready to fight. And he demanded the manager's phone number and all this stuff. And I was, you know, a 17-year-old kid, kind of nervous, and here's a big tough guy that's threatening me. And mall security, who knows where they were, but it was just all happening so fast. So I gave him her number, and boy, I got yelled at the next day because she totally was pissed that he called and yelled at her when she was having dinner. It's like, well, that's your job. But yeah, she didn't like me too much after that. But I wasn't going to risk my safety. The guy was going to punch me. So yeah, that wasn't happening. But yeah, the Tilt was kind of fun until they really started going towards redemption. They got rid of a lot of the games. The pinball machine was gone by the time I started. They had a Taxi, and then it went out, and they had a Jurassic Park, and both of them were gone right around the time I started, because I never got a chance to work with those. But see, Barryman, in 1985, saw Undertaker in person. Yeah, he is huge. Like I'm 6'2", and he's technically, like, legitimately, they say he's 6'10". I think that's pretty legit because I had to look up at him, and that's pretty rare for me to have to look up at somebody, and I was like looking up at him. That was awesome. Actually, the picture of us, I don't know where it is. I was going to say, I haven't framed it yet. It's somewhere around here. But yeah, he's huge. Totally forgot about Gangrel. Well, he's around. He works 3-4 times a week, every week. He travels the country working all the time. It's amazing. Yeah, actually, so the crazy dude, the Tilt, the best part about that was some of the regulars that would come in and just hang out. So, of course, I couldn't play any games on duty or off. Once you're an employee, you're not allowed to touch the games other than to clean them. So I wasn't allowed to play, but guys would come in and hang out, and it was actually fun. Even though most of the time I was spending counting tickets and giving people their redemption crap, I really enjoyed when people would come in and play. Because at the time, Mortal Kombat 4 had just come out, and the fighting games were like huge, so we would have tons of people coming in playing fighting games, and I loved watching that. Yeah, Tilts, remember, operated under nickels and dimes. There was quite a few that under the brand name. There's also, like, we still have Wonderland Electric Palace, and it's the same place I played in as a kid when I was like 6 or 7 years old. It's still open to this day, but it's full of redemption and light gun games and driving games. So I went in there recently, and I was like, yeah, I probably shouldn't be coming back here. It's really awkward to have a 36-year-old man going into a Wonderland filled with kids playing those games. So I was like, this is weird. But they had a Stern Batman pinball machine, and a friend of mine's like, hey, they got Batman over there. So I went in there to play that on nickels, and I literally played it for an hour and a half nonstop. And I kept looking just for courtesy to see if anybody wanted to play. Nobody was around. And then I heard a guy walk by and be like, man, that guy's been playing for an hour and a half. And I said, hey, if you want to play, just step in. And so I left. I was like, I didn't even realize it had been that long. But when you're playing, basically it was 10 cents a game. I played the hell out of that game. Yep. Nickels and Dimes is the name of the company. Yeah, ours were always called 5-cent games, Wonderland, but it was really Electric Palace Wonderland. But yeah, that place is pretty cool. The other arcade that I used to play in here in Salem was called Games People Play. And I know there was a bunch of those around, but they may have been under different ownership too. But essentially you would pay like at the time it was $5 for an admission fee, and all the games were on free play. And they had, it was probably a good 75 arcade machines to maybe 100 games, and then about 4 pinball machines. And everything on free play. And so I used to go there. My grandpa would take me there, drop me off, and he'd usually come back and check in every couple of hours, but I never wanted to leave until closing. And they were open usually from like noon till midnight, or 11 a.m. till midnight. And of course, at the time I was anywhere from 8 to 12 years old. No chance they were letting me stay there till midnight by myself. But on my birthday, we used to go and have all my friends over, and my mom would actually hang out and sit there for hours while we played until closing. And I always remind her how thankful I am that she was so awesome, you know, buying us our game consoles and taking us to the arcade. But man, that place was great. And the coolest thing about it, they had a WrestleFest, and I remember pulling up a bar stool once, because it was just an arcade, but they had stools there. I pulled up the bar stool and sat the entire time I was there. The only game I played was WrestleFest. It was amazing. But they also had, of course, Dragon's Lair. They had Dragon's Lair 2, and it was fairly new. And to go to play Dragon's Lair, when that game normally costs $1 a game, to be able to pay $5 and get all you can play all day, there was always a huge line on Dragon's Lair. And I was terrible at it. That's a hard game. But they also had Mortal Kombat 2, and Street Fighter, and Tekken, and all these games, and they would have lines just wrapped around inside that building. So I ended up spending most of my time in the back playing the games from the 80s, you know, instead of the newer games of the early 90s. And so I fell in love with a ton of the older games. But the coolest thing ever happened to me just recently. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the game Darius. Actually, a new version of it just came out on PlayStation Network, and I think on maybe Xbox, called Darius Burst Chronicles. It's a shoot 'em up, like a side-scroller spaceship shooting game. So the original game came out from Taito in 1986, and it was a really wide cabinet with 3 13-inch monitors that had mirrors that reflected to make like a really wide screen. And so I used to play that as a kid at the Games People Play, and it was 2 players simultaneous with that wide screen, and you're flying through caves and shooting other ships, and then the bosses are like these weird metallic fish. It's kind of creepy. But that game was really fun. So I have a friend that actually buys like junk out of storage units, and so he called me up one day and he said, hey, do you know anything about Darius? And he usually lets me know if he finds an arcade game. So I said, yeah, I've heard of it, but I haven't. At the time, I really didn't even remember it from playing it as a kid. The name wasn't familiar to me, but I looked it up on YouTube and I saw it, and immediately I was like, wow, I remember that game. So I told him, you know, if it's working, I'll buy it from you. And he's like, well, how much is it worth? And I couldn't find anything really online about it. Not a lot of information. But I eventually bought it for like $200. Not working. It didn't work when I got over there. But $200, it's a nice big cabinet. I kind of remembered it, and I figured, all right, I can probably make it work. It was missing 1 monitor of the 3, and so we couldn't tell if it booted. Well, I got an offer from, there's a guy in Colorado that runs an arcade. He actually put me in touch with a friend who was looking for one, and so I ended up making a pretty decent profit off that game. They made me an offer I couldn't refuse, and they actually had a company come wrap it and pick it up and take it to Colorado. So that was sweet. Well, getting to the cool thing that just happened, the guy that owns the Coin Jam actually owns a Darius out in his warehouse. And so when I had mine, I brought my board over to test it out and see if it would actually work in his game, and it didn't, so I knew the board was broken. But his game works, it's just missing that center monitor as well. So he's like, we start talking, and he goes, oh, by the way, you know, this game, and he pulls out some paperwork. That was the actual game that was in that Games People Play that both of us played as a kid. So it had the packing slip in there showing delivery to that Salem location. So it was like, this is the game that we touched as kids. You know, it's the same joysticks, everything. And because we shared that nostalgia, he gave me a really good deal and said, hey, if you want this, I'll sell it to you. Because he just had it sitting out there. So I just recently bought it, so now I have it. I still have to get a monitor for it, but it works. So I'm so thrilled to have a game that was the exact game that I played as a kid. Amazing. So the crazy dude says, yeah, your favorite game to play in the arcade was Soul Calibur 2 for the Conquest mode. Yeah, Soul Calibur, those are great games. I mostly have good memories from playing on Dreamcast. Less so than the arcade, but the GameCube version was great, but the arcade version was so good, yeah. Barryman says, the only time I really get to play is when I go down south of Tennessee. Yeah, there's some big arcades down there, too. Nick, fun hanging out, definitely be back. Excellent. Well, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who's hanging out and following. Again, thanks to Lethal Frag for sending everybody over. So awesome to have everybody joining in. I didn't expect it, so awesome. Well, thanks again, Nick. Thanks for stopping in. I'm going to play some more here. And again, if anybody has questions about pinball or pinball, this game specifically, if you want to know about rules, I can go through and kind of do a tutorial. There we got Taco Bowl 8 is Funky Like a Monkey. Thanks for following. Really appreciate it. And of course, anybody else in the room just watching, send a follow out there. Jake the Snake, or Jake and the Snake. Awesome. Thank you so much for the follow. Glad to have you. Yeah, feel free to click that like or the follow button if you haven't already. Again, it's awesome to have so many people in here watching tonight, sharing some fun nostalgic conversation about arcade games and wrestling and pinball. But yeah, if you have questions on pinball or want to ask about how the game is supposed to be played or the rule sets or anything like that, I can definitely do that for you. It's kind of funny though, when I'm like on the stream here, I always play pretty terribly because I'm really not paying as close attention to the game itself as I am to the chat or conversation. Oh, lost it. Trish Stratus. So I was sitting, I was sitting right behind home plate for this show. Oh, not quite hard enough. Crazy dude. Speaking of arcades, let's see if I can catch the ball here and read that off real quick. Nope. I'll read it here when I can catch it. There we go. Speaking of arcades, I get to go up to Seattle this weekend for a con. Oh yeah, that's right. Is that Emerald City? Or is there another one up there right now? Going up to the con, planning to hit up GameWorks. GameWorks is pretty cool. There's also some really good retro arcades, depending on how far out of Seattle you want to go. Like in Tacoma, there's one called 8-bit or 16-bit. 8-bit or 16-bit, I can't remember what it is. There's one called Dorky's that's really good. In Seattle, there's a great one called John John's Arcade. That's really good. I just sold one of my pins to that guy. He came through, he drove down here to Eugene, and then drove up with a big truck and picked up a ton of games. He actually had a WrestleMania limited edition recently, and he was selling it just like new in box basically. It had been played very little for significantly less than I paid for mine. And I was like, oh man, I was tempted to buy a second one just because he had such a good deal on it, but I'm happy with my purchase even though it cost a heck of a lot. But yeah, definitely look up John John's Arcade. And actually there's quite a few opening in Seattle too. There's also there's the Seattle Pinball Museum, which would be really cool to visit. I've never been able to get up there to see it yet, but that'd be a lot of fun to check out. But yeah, what's the oh, SakuraCon? Yeah, I have never been to that one. I've got a lot of friends who are really into the anime conventions. For me, it's like I pretty much go to the conventions either as part of the 501st for our charity booth for Star Wars, or we have the Portland Superhero Coalition. So I'm a member of that group under different characters. Unfortunately, over the last year, I put on just enough weight that I don't fit in most of my costumes right now. So I'm working my way back down so I can get into shape for wearing my Batman suit again. And specifically, I want to be Vader. because Weird Al Yankovic has announced his tour again for this summer, and he's got like 2 or 3 shows in Oregon, and I've actually performed on stage as Vader with him on 3 different shows here in the Northwest. And so I'd really like to. I missed out on I went to the shows and watched from the audience on the last ones he did last year, but I really miss being part of the show and being on stage with him. So if I can drop enough weight, which I'm sure I can, I mean, I really don't have to go that far to get back into the Vader shape. But his show is at the end of July, so I've got plenty of time. So really excited to do that again. Huge fan of Weird Al. He's another person that I grew up listening to as a kid, and every concert I've been to, every one that he's been around here in the Northwest. And actually, when I was in college in the late 90s, when we were doing our animation class, I actually did like a South Park style stop motion animation based on The Night Santa Went Crazy, which is a Weird Al song. And I sent an email into him through his website, because at the time the internet was only a few years old, but he had a website, and he or his band members, primarily the drummer, Bermuda Schwartz, he would actually respond to the emails personally. So I sent an email telling him about this project I wanted to do and whether I could get permission to use the music for my portfolio. And he was like, yeah, that's great. Feel free to use it. Just send me a copy of it when it's done. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. It was so cool. Well, the project, I only got about a minute of animation done, which is the requirement for the class. And I didn't want to send it to him because it wasn't quite where I wanted it to be. And so I never got around to finishing it and sending it to him. Which kind of sucked, because the minute that I did do was pretty fun and it turned out pretty good. But that was back in the days before you could really, you know, everything was done on VHS tape. So the VHS tape I have somewhere, and the recording of it was basically recorded as a, I had like a capture card that had analog outputs for composite, you know, very low resolution standard def, and the resolution I was recording in on screen was much smaller, so it was basically like a 320 by 240 animation output to VHS. It looked great on screen at the time when 800 by 600 was like the maximum screen resolution, but yeah, it didn't look so good on the VHS tape. So, and then of course that computer's hard drive died and I lost all my footage. But it was really cool that he actually gave me permission to use it, and that's the way he's been even to this day. Like most of the music videos he does that they're animated are just other people who animate for him for those videos. Pretty awesome. I'd like to get to go to KamuraCon again. Yeah, I think I did go to KamuraCon one time, because they actually had us come in as our Star Wars group, and we did some sort of an event. KamuraCon, maybe that was it. I don't know. They had some video games set up, and so as Vader and my Stormtroopers, we actually had like a big screen with Guitar Hero, and so we played Guitar Hero. And I'm pretty good at Guitar Hero, but it's different when you have that Vader helmet on and all the gear and stuff, because you can't see out of the helmet very well. But I was able to find a smooth spot that I could see out of, and I rocked the hell out of that game. So there's some great pictures of me playing guitar as Vader with Stormtroopers on keyboard and all this stuff. It was great. So much fun. Oh yeah, too bad this chat only, because you do a good Macho Man voice, Sparrowman85. That's awesome. My friend Toby does like the best Randy Savage, and I'm going to have him on this stream. We actually just did, I was on his stream yesterday. He does sculpting. He makes horror memorabilia, horror props and sculptures. And his Macho Man voice is like spot on, and he does the mannerisms. He gets his shoulders up and hand motions, and of course we've got the sunglasses. So I got the glasses here. But yeah, he pulls it off incredibly. So that's one thing on my Royal Rumble pinball machine. Macho Man does most of the call-outs, but the quality is so low that I'm going to have my buddy re-record all the lines and then throw in some fun ones, and I'm going to replace all the audio in the game so it actually sounds clean. But I'll guarantee, if you heard just a recording of him, you wouldn't know there wasn't the real Macho Man. It's incredible. He also does Arnold, which a lot of people do Arnold, but not a lot of people can do Arnold like authentic, and his is spot on. Amazing stuff. Hey, there's Ferris419. Good morning from Ohio. How's it going? Yeah, it's actually really early morning for you guys. Yeah, very early for me. It's almost 4 a.m. But I actually slept quite a bit today, so I'm going to stay up a little bit longer. Oh, look at that. got the money in the bank on the first try. So I've been doing tag team mode a lot tonight. I think I'm going to intentionally try to do the singles modes, singles matches here. So I gotta get up in the ring, there we go. The Rock versus Dolph Ziggler. Because the only way to get to the Royal Rumble Intercontinental mode is by doing singles matches. So you have to win the US title, and then I think you have to defend it like 2 or 3 times. And then it activates, the next match becomes the Royal Rumble. Or something, I don't know, I've never done it. I mentioned at the very beginning, the beginning of this stream, that I might take the glass off someday and just go through and push all the buttons by hand to see if the mode even exists. There we go, we got Beaker 701, cream of the crop, thanks for the follow. Awesome, thank you. Alright, so there's my big points, which 500,000 is not big points. That's the weakest skill shot. I really do think the point balance is not configured properly on this game, just because the average games are so low, and then occasionally, like in that tag team mode, you can get up to 80 million points on a single move with the pinfall. Alright, there's the pinfall. Dolph Ziggler's out for the count. So now I'm doing the pose mode. Gotta hit the moving targets. Nope, missed them. Good one. 3.5 million. So that posing mode can be pretty lucrative for points as well if you hit the targets properly, but I always seem to drain on them. So what I want to do, I'm going to keep doing singles matches, so I have to keep dropping these 3 drop targets in the center. So you have to drop the sequence of them 2 times to start a new match. And then if you're during a match, if you continue dropping them, that's how you get your bonus multiplier to go up. But drop targets are so dangerous, especially right there. It's kind of like if you've seen the AC/DC pinball machine, they have the TNT drop targets in almost the same location. And when you hit those, it wants to go down the out lane or straight down the middle. Oh, I got a replay. So let's say I'm going to do the advanced bonus. I'm going to try for the to actually hit the real skill shot. Nope, not hard enough. So ball saver, kick it back into the ring. So right now there's no match going on, so it's kind of pointless to stay in the ring. There we go. So you need to drop the drop targets again. There's the E. There's the W, or the first W. Got one more W in the middle. There it is. Oh, that didn't count as my second drop because I drained on the other one. So there's the first W, and I got both at once. Alright, so that just set me up. Well, there goes that game. That just turned on the United States Championship mode. The crazy dude, that's not the point. Why am I still awake when I have to get on a bus to Seattle on Thursday? Yeah, I've done that too. I actually some days stay up. I actually was working on a movie set this Saturday where I was doing props and set decoration, and I stayed up from Thursday. My friend called me Thursday. When was it? No, Friday afternoon. I woke up and I stayed up all day, all night working on the props, trying to get everything prepped for the next day. Showed up on set like at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then it was over a 12-hour day. And then I drove back home, put everything away, and then drove to my friend's house 45 minutes away, and then we stayed up until like 3 a.m. So I was up about 36, 37 hours straight and crashed really hard. And so like today I caught up on most of my sleep during the day today, and I've been up since maybe like 3 o'clock this afternoon, so not too bad, only about 13 hours up so far. And thankfully, I don't have any major work that's due in the morning, so I will probably check my email before I go to bed, and then I'll wake up tomorrow afternoon. There it is, Money in the Bank captured. I'm going to let it drain to shoot me into the ring. It's kind of a cheap way to do it, but if it gives it to you, why not? Alright, suplex. So I need to get back into the ring to complete this match. And one thing I mentioned earlier, but I don't think I've said it recently, when you have an active match going, so right now I'm fighting Roman Reigns, so at the bottom it says pin value, 5.7 million. So the more damage you do, the higher that the pin value goes up, and you can really rack that up to like 30 or 40 million before you hit the pinfall. So it's just kind of a matter of, you know, whether it, see, now I got the pin, so that's going to be the end. But you can really work your score up higher by keeping those matches active. That's one thing I really like about this game, is it does give you a ton of options of how you want to play it, so you can kind of develop your own strategy. Some are better for points than others, but oh, come on, stay. Oh, my dodging skills are terrible. I pretty much, if it's going out there, no matter what I do, it's going out the out lane. Alright, I'm going all the way up into the ring. Oh yeah, no match is active right now, so all I'm doing now is kind of setting up for certain bonus points you can do to cash in, like fan interaction points. It's really pointless though, because the time you spend doing it is not worth the points that you actually get if you complete it. So you're better off draining back down to the bottom and then starting another match or going for the tag mode. There we go. Oh, about lost that one. 2 more letters to drop. Wow, look at that. Went back down the shooter lane. So normally that's not supposed to happen. There's a one-way gate right here that allows the ball out but not in. But at the angle it came through, it was just enough that it hit the corner. 1 more letter to start the match. There we go. Ah. Alright. Try to get some soda here. That was cool. Rhino was pretty awesome at the time. Oh, there we go. Got the Money in the Bank. Now I'm in the United States Championship match. Against Dolph Ziggler. I think that was ball 3. Yep, it was. Try. Oh. Only got my 2x advance bonus. Oh, good thing Ball Saber was on there. Just thinking, why is Kurt Angle's music playing when he's in the main event? Oh yeah, that's right, because it's Shelton Benjamin and Charlie Haas were the All-American team. It was Kurt Angle's proteges, so they also used his music. It's kind of curious with some of these old, wow, here we go. The older videos here that have Chris Benoit in the shows. I haven't really gone back and watched a whole lot of them from that era, so I was curious whether they would edit anything about his matches or remove them completely, and I don't think they have. They added like a disclaimer on all of the videos when you play them that kind of like says that, you know, the views of, or the actions and views of the wrestlers, or they call them the actors. They call the wrestlers the actors, which kind of sucks, but it's what it is. But they put one of those disclaimers on there to say that they are the characters they portray have nothing to do with the humans that are playing the roles or something. They're fictional characters. Or, I don't know. They put something in there to try to cover themselves to say that, you know, basically Chris Benoit, the wrestler, is not the person who murdered his family or whatever. Kind of a cop-out, but I know why they have to do it. And as long as it means they don't have to edit the shows, that's okay, I guess. But it's funny how the wrestling business was so protected for so many years, and now they blatantly call their wrestlers entertainers and actors. and not athletes or wrestlers. I think in some ways it demeans their actual abilities, but it's a different era. All right, so I'm in it again. That was ball 3. Having terrible games right now. So what I'm trying to do is just have a whole bunch of singles matches, as many as I can, and just complete them as fast as I can. There we go. I might have won that one immediately. Yep. I just saw you mentioned Shelton Benjamin in Tennessee at Smoky Mountain Wrestling. That's pretty cool, yeah. Does Smoky Mountain still exists? Or is it like, it's just using the name? Or is Jim Cornette still involved? Or how do they have that running? Oh, we were some good loops going on. Shelton Benjamin, I don't know if he's doing MMA. Bobby Lashley is doing MMA and wrestling. I don't know if he's still doing MMA or not. He was the TNA champion, I guess, as of a few weeks ago or a month. I don't know. I don't follow that one as much, but yeah, I wasn't sure with Shelton Benjamin. But yeah, he was a very gifted natural athlete, and I really enjoyed him as a singles wrestler and as a tag team wrestler. And I'm really not quite sure why they let him go. Oh, dang it. But he was good even in TNA. But he has some of the most memorable, like his highlight from Raw, where he does a springboard off the ropes from the apron across the ring, and then Shawn Michaels kicks him in midair, super kick. That was incredible. Oh, you just saw a commercial for it. Yeah, I haven't really followed a lot of the indie promotions outside of the Northwest here, or at least any that don't have any TV or distribution. There's quite a few Southern California promotions that I follow for a while. Of course, Ring of Honor is a big one. They actually have pretty good television distribution. There's quite a few out of Las Vegas now. Of course, the show that I work with, we pretty much all run our shows out of the same casino, out of Samstown. So and that's where Ring of Honor does their Las Vegas pay-per-views, is in Samstown. So it's kind of funny, like our show and Ring of Honor and Future Stars of Wrestling, there's actually quite a few promotions that all run out of that same place. So when you're watching it, they all kind of look the same. The main difference is whether they have guardrails or mats on the floor, or what their walkway entrance on the stage looks like. But it's a really nice casino, and they've got a great setup there. They already have lights built in. There's a nice stage. They have, fog machines and special lighting effects. There's a whole production room up at the top with great equipment built in, so you can actually, manage the entire thing with good communication to the backstage and the green rooms, and it's a really, really nice place. Come on. There it is. The Miz. The Miz is the most generic looking guy in this game, so when he comes up on screen, he just looks like an average guy. And I guess that's because he kind of looks like an average guy in wrestling too. That's one thing with wrestlers, is usually they go all out with costumes or try to make something to make them look unique from everybody else. And so currently the Miz wears some kind of a weird, like, black robe and a shawl or something, like as if he's Angelina Jolie. That's who he reminds me of. But yeah, he's kind of one that it's difficult to market as like merchandise because he looks so generic. He was in that Flintstones wrestling movie, or no, the Scooby-Doo wrestling movie. So it was a Scooby-Doo episode based around WrestleMania, and the Miz was one of the characters. And when you see him, even though it's his voice, he just looks like the most generic-looking man figure. There was nothing unique about him, and his action figures are very much the same way. So, like, look at him on screen there. He just looks like he could be anybody. But But I guess in a land of people who all look very unique and different, if you're just the one guy who looks kind of normal, I guess that's what your character is. Oh, dang! It was coming back in. Yeah, Bobby Lashley. Yep. Oh yeah, the TLC match. That's like one of the greatest matches for those type of wrestlers. And Shelton Benjamin really was like the star of those matches. Even though Jeff Hardy gets most of the credit for ladder matches in TLC, Shelton Benjamin, and even Kofi Kingston to some extent, Shelton Benjamin kind of like innovated. Like when the ladder was set up and then one tipped over and he ran up the ladder and dove off. That was amazing. And they even build that into the video games now, where if you lean a ladder up against the other, you can run up it just like Shelton did. But yeah, those matches with him were just amazing. So this match coming up behind me on the screen there is Shawn Michaels versus Chris Jericho. And it is a fantastic match. And it had a great story and great build leading up to it. Because Shawn Michaels was, you know, like Chris Jericho, when he got into the wrestling business, Shawn Michaels was already fairly established. So he really looked up to Shawn Michaels legitimately as a fan and as a, you know, somebody that is kind of the same similar style. And so this match was perfect, where it set up like Jericho as a guy who is now facing off against his own personal hero. And of course, they have a brilliant match. And Jericho is the awesome bad guy that he is. They have this wonderful, lovely moment at the end when they go to shake hands and hug after such a beautiful match. And then he turns and kicks him low blow right between the legs. Classic heel maneuver. So awesome. Chris Jericho is amazing too, because obviously he's older now, but he still works, and he and AJ Styles are having a match at WrestleMania, which apparently was confirmed tonight, but they fought like 3 or 4 times, and I was actually at the Portland show about a month ago, sitting ringside for that one, and it was pretty good. Yeah, what an entrance. This was super exciting, because he's posing and doing his pose here, and then they send off the fireworks up along the back of the Safeco Field wall around the arena. There it goes. Man, that was awesome. Gives me goosebumps thinking about it. Love it. Still can't believe that Scooby-Doo WWE movie exists. Yeah. They also have a Flintstones one. And what was the one? I just watched one recently. I can't remember what it was now. They're doing it like an adult-oriented animated movie or animated series that's going to be on the network. That actually looks like it could be pretty good. It's kind of like the Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling. It has a bunch of legends, and it includes them doing their own voices, which is really cool. My fear is that the writing is going to be terrible, and they're going for like kind of adult-oriented comedy with the legends that we grew up watching. But I don't have a lot of confidence in their writers, so we'll see how it goes. I'll still watch it, of course. But and then they announced that 3D animated kids movie Surf's Up, that's like about penguins or something. Penguins that go surfing. The next movie, it's actually like the sequel, the official sequel, part 2, is completely wrestling oriented, where all of the penguins are WWE wrestlers. And I saw that and I was like, this has got to be just a joke, but the quality is too good. Well, then it turns out it's the real thing. So Surf's Up 2, WrestleMania edition or whatever. Which is kind of cool, actually. I mean, it's kind of nice that they have focused on like marketing to kids so much over the last several years. But now that they have the network, they realize there is a giant audience of us who watched when we were kids, who are no longer kids, and we want wrestling that relates to us, that kind of fits the era that we enjoyed watching. So they are at least making programming on the network that is also a little bit more risque or adult-oriented than it is to their standard audience of, 12-year-olds and teenagers. Which is a really good tactic. I mean, most of us, we love the documentaries, we like the behind-the-scenes stuff, interviews with the legends, talking about the old days. That kind of stuff's awesome, and I'm really glad that they do produce that type of content. And then, of course, they have the new Edge and Christian show, which is really entertaining, because it surprises me what they allow them to talk about on that show. A lot of the insider stuff and inside jokes that fans that have followed wrestling forever would easily pick up on, but stuff that you wouldn't expect them to say, including making fun of like some of the old characters that Vince created in the 90s. And even bringing some of them back. Like on the episode I watched the other day, they brought back Tugboat, who was Typhoon in the Natural Disasters with Earthquake, but is most famously known as the Shockmaster, who was in WCW. And when they debuted, they were going to have him bust through the wall like Kool-Aid Man, but he was wearing a glittered, bedazzled Stormtrooper helmet and had on like a funky vest and jeans and no shirt. And this guy is like 450 pounds. And so they had him crash through a wall, and they had a fake voiceover that sounded like Freddy Krueger. And so as he crashes through the wall, and this is live on like Ric Flair's talk show that they did at the time, and all the guys are standing there, Sting and Sid and a bunch of guys are standing there, and then the wall breaks through, and here comes the Shockmaster, and he trips and falls flat on his face, and the helmet busts off and rolls over, and he picks it up, puts it back on, and stands there and tries to do his lines. And all the wrestlers are like, wow, what just happened? Holy crap, did you see that? The ball literally flew off, it ricocheted and hit the glass and then went over, and I've never seen the ball leave the surface like that on this game. That was pretty wild. Well, it has done that actually a couple times when I flipped over here and it goes to the in lane. It's actually fired up over the out lane. And I had that, actually it's been doing a few air balls tonight. It's kind of weird. Yeah, Ferris 419, I'm disappointed in this year's WrestleMania theme. Not a fan of Flo Rida. I don't even know what the theme is. I honestly, since I'm not watching the show, I haven't been overwhelmed by the music choices they make, but I typically don't like them anyway. I really liked them back in this era, even though it was a lot of Limp Bizkit stuff and Creed and all that. It worked well. Nickelback, that all worked well for wrestling at the time, and so I kind of like that. But the stuff now, I don't follow current music anyway, so maybe that's why I'm out of it. Oh yeah, Jericho is really funny on Twitter. His podcast is great too. He does a podcast every Wednesday, and I think he does twice a week now. But he's got great guests on. I only listen to it when he's got like wrestling guests, because he does a lot of musicians. But he's really good, and his books are fantastic. If you ever want to read a good book, even if you're not into wrestling so much, his books are incredibly entertaining and well written. And if you're into wrestling, they're even better. Lots of great stories. Yeah, they don't do the pyro like they used to either. That's kind of sad. They do at the big ones, like for WrestleMania, because they do these giant outdoor arenas. They do massive pyro for those, but it's not like they used to do. Penguin Taker, yeah, it's really funny. Of course, he looks just like you. You would totally look at him and be like, all right, that's Undertaker. They have a Penguin Vince McMahon, a Triple H. I think there's even a Daniel Bryan. I will watch it for sure, but it's kind of odd. Yeah, Raw should be TV 14. I think so, too. The problem is they have 3 hours. So if they started out as TV PG and then it switched, like they used to have Raw and then Warzone, and they had 2 separate shows that were really one show, but they were separated, it allowed them to actually, I guess, legally get by with certain things and for certain reasons. And I think it was a ratings thing, too, is you could measure ratings differently if it was broken up on 2 shows. But they could take the stupid 3 hours and then break it up a little bit so like the last hour could be more risque or something. I don't know. It seems like they need to do something to shake it up a little bit. Yeah, do a Google search for Surf's Up WWE. Yep, you'll see him. The silver glitter helmet. Yeah, it was actually a Stormtrooper helmet. It was one of the, I think it was a Don Post helmet. But again, on the Edge and Christian show recently, they brought back the Shockmaster to make fun of that scene, but then they were going to give him like the web redemption, like Tosh.0 when they would do that on Comedy Central. They basically brought Fred Ottman back, gave him the helmet, and then they set up like a big banner that he could run through and break through it to redeem himself. It was really entertaining, very funny, and really cool to see that he had such a great sense of humor about it. He played it up like he didn't understand what was going on, and that they didn't even imply that he was Tugboat or Typhoon. They just played it up like he was the Shockmaster the whole time. Pretty cool. Yeah, My Way. I mentioned that earlier. WrestleMania 17. That was, even though it's Limp Bizkit, that was the greatest theme, and it pumped people up for WrestleMania. And they started playing that nonstop from January until WrestleMania. That was 2001, and then Austin and The Rock, for their match, had these amazing promos and interviews, and the video clips they made with that music. That music, I mean, just thinking about it, I can get goosebumps. It's that good. And to me, that song, I don't care about when it came out or what it, you know, listening to it as just a song. To me, that song is WrestleMania 17, and that's all I can think of when I hear it. And sadly, on the WrestleMania 17 Blu-ray, if you buy that, they didn't purchase or secure the rights to the song for like redistribution. So it's not actually included on any of the replays. So if you bought the original DVD release, it's on there, but the Blu-ray version does not have it. And I'm pretty certain that they don't have it on the network either. Same thing with the few times that they've used Metallica or AC/DC. SummerSlam 98 was Highway to Hell, and they used AC/DC, and that's only on the VHS tape. It's not on the network, and it's not on their Blu-ray or anything. And then Metallica, they used Metallica for Triple H's entrance against The Undertaker. And when they put that out on the network and on Blu-ray, they never did a DVD, I don't think, of that one either. But they used some generic metal music, which was kind of a shame. It's like, if you're going to pay to use that music, at least pay to get the rights to put it on the DVD and the home versions too. Yeah, there's another Macho Man follow. Who do we got? Zerholic. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I just almost caught it before it went off the screen. I'll take a look in chat. But thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Glad to have you here, and hopefully you'll come back and watch us play more pinball and arcade machines in the future. And again, just a reminder to everybody else, if you're watching and you haven't followed yet, go ahead and click that follow button, and that'll let you know whenever we're streaming. Again, it's usually late night like this, so if this time works good for you, that's a good match. I'm usually the only person streaming this kind of stuff this late. All the other pinball streamers usually go on early afternoons or early evenings, East Coast time. I'm Pacific Coast, so sometimes I'll do an afternoon stream. But I don't have a regular schedule yet. I'm kind of determining, once I get stuff arranged a little better, I want to at least have 1 or 2 days a week that are guaranteed, and then everything else would just be kind of based on whether I have time to do it or not. But I do want to have at least a regular time so people can count on having some pinball or gaming action going on. And again, I'm going to be doing a lot of repair stuff too, so on the repair stream, sometimes I try to do the repair and then immediately turn it into a gameplay if I fix it. Or if I'm just doing maintenance. Well, there's a kick out. So now I can hit the skill shot again. But I've got some projects that I want to work on, and I think it'd be kind of fun to do some repair stuff for anybody who's also a collector of pinball and arcade games. Man, that was a bad drain, but I got a replay. So the main repair thing I got to work on is my Genesis pinball that broke on stream like 2 weeks ago. And I haven't even really gone back to troubleshoot it yet. But I also want to do, you can see the race driving over in the corner over my shoulder. I want to stream that because I'm going to end up moving it out of here pretty soon to my storage unit. But I do want to stream it before I move it. And then the Road Blasters that's on the floor back there, it's the 7-foot-long cockpit version, so you actually get inside of it and play it. I got to figure out how I'm going to set up cameras for that. But I would like to stream that too because it's a really fun game. 1987, Atari's Road Blasters. Oh, that was cool. So the ball went into the tag team slot, but I don't think it counted because it should have restarted the multi-ball. Oh, come on. That was a terrible ending to that mode. There was a loop. Tag team is lit. I can restart it if I get into the slot over there. Oh. Vince is a cheapskate. Yeah. Why does the whole game look so dark, or game go dark? So when the ball is lost, then it automatically fades down the lights and then comes back up. So just kind of a lighting effect. You can see now when it's in attract mode, the lights do this kind of faded animation thing, which is really cool because they're all LED lights. But yeah, a lot of games, like you see over here on the Royal Rumble, every now and then it clicks and then the back glass flickers on and off. They actually use magnetic relays that actually click and turn on and off. So like that, it flashes. I actually have a kit over here. So I bought this kit from Energy Maestro, and you can install this into the back box of Data East games. And what it does is it takes over the control with a CPU or a little processor or a chip on here that will then control the lights, including LEDs. And instead of flashing on and off, it'll slowly taper them brighter or lighter or darker. And you can change, so instead of flickering, it'll actually just pulsate, and you can adjust, you can program the speed and how long it takes, and if they go all the way on or off. So there's minimum and maximum brightnesses. And I actually installed one in my Batman pinball machine that's out in the garage, and it's amazing. So I'm going to do that for the Royal Rumble. I just haven't got around to it. So maybe that'll be a stream that I do too. I'll actually do the installation and play the game. Alright, what match are we in? Oh yeah, still Shawn Michaels and Jericho. So my friend was actually sitting right across. He had better seats than I did. He was sitting right across in kind of the riser section, which is really cool. I wish I would have put the money out to be sitting closer for that, because it was in Safeco Field, so they were basically on like the second base, like kind of out in the outfield around second base. So I thought I had good seats when I thought about it when I bought the tickets. I was right behind home plate, and then when I got there, there's like 100 people in chairs on the field itself in front of me in the ring. And then with all the people around like that, basically you're seeing through the ropes to all the people on the other side. So it was really difficult from where I was sitting underneath the home plate area over there to actually see what was happening. So thankfully they had gigantic screens everywhere. But man, what an experience to be there. That was so much fun. And one of the cool stories, so my brother and his friend, all three of us drove up to go to see this. And his friend is now training in one of our wrestlers on our TV show. And so he actually just had a title match on our taping last month, and has started to become involved in the primary stories of our TV show. And it's so funny to see, to have known him, you know, since he was in high school, and in high school wrestling, and being a fan of wrestling. And then all three of us went up and went to WrestleMania this year. And now he's actually training and has become one of our great up-and-coming wrestlers, all trained locally here in Oregon, which is really cool. So of course our school that we train wrestlers is run by the Grappler, and the Grappler is kind of like, to me, I think of him as like the Forrest Gump of wrestling, not in the fact not being slow or anything, but just like the fact that he has been involved with some of the biggest names in the business and has done so much but never worked for WWE. So he doesn't quite get the credit he deserves from the fans that don't know him. But man, he was like Andre the Giant's personal assistant that would drive him around back in the South, and he actually defeated Andre the Giant in the Superdome in New Orleans. And he's worked with so many people. He and Jake Roberts co-invented the DDT. So he and Jake are very close friends. And actually we've brought Jake in and worked as part of our show several times. As part of the Grappler, you know, their friendship brought him in. But we had a big ongoing weekly storyline about who actually invented the DDT, so we had all sorts of stuff surrounding that. But the truth is, the two of them were working together, and Jake had him under his arm, because that's how you start a suplex. You put their head under the arm for a face lock, and you go to lift him up. He had him under the arm, and somehow, when they went to lift him up, his foot slipped, and he dropped and hit his head into the mat. And so then, of course, they always debate and argue over, well, who slipped and who really did it. But the fans went nuts when he did it, and they were sitting there thinking, man, that got a great reaction. So they actually started doing it, you know, over and over at different shows, and that's how they invented the DDT, which is just amazing. But yeah, that was the Grappler. So Grappler also was the guy who taught the Ultimate Warrior how to do the gorilla press. Amazingly enough. So Warrior, when he was still early in you know, being trained, that was even before his WWE days. You know, he and the Grappler were working together in some promotion, and so Grappler was the guy that they would send out with Warrior to kind of help, you know, break him in. And he couldn't do the gorilla press, and so Grappler kind of taught him how to do, you know, the proper gorilla press to lift the guy properly and safely drop him down to the mat. But yeah, if you're at all interested in more information on the grappler or hearing about his story, he's actually just started doing like a one-man show. So he'll go down, and actually this weekend he did one down in Eugene, where he'll do like an hour and a half, or an hour and a half, where he'll talk and tell all these great road stories. And he's got some amazing stories about Andre the Giant. Stuff that I can't even repeat here. But he also released a book about a year ago, a little over a year ago. And I had the honor to do the cover art. So I did the artwork for the cover of the book. And it's been really good. Jim Ross had him on as a guest on the Ross Report podcast, and Ross, you know, put over the book really good as being like one of the better wrestling-oriented books out there. If you want to hear not trash talking and stuff like that, but just fun stories of the road and good nostalgia about all these different situations. And probably the most recognized grappler moment for most fans would be the time that he jobbed out to Goldberg on WCW Nitro. So at the time he was working in WCW, he was part of the Dirty White Boys tag team, and then in WCW he was out there and wasn't really used a lot, but Goldberg was in his kind of streak where he was destroying everybody. And so you can go on YouTube and find it, but it's like a 2 or 3 minute match at most, and Goldberg just destroys him. And sadly, that's like the only footage of his televised work that's out there. We really hunted trying to find a lot of good footage, and I think on the Jake the Snake DVD that they released a long time ago, like not quite 10 years ago, but I think there is footage of that first DDT that they invented together that's on that DVD set. But yeah, the grappler is amazing. He's actually become a pretty good friend, working with him on various projects. That's how I got involved with the Portland Wrestling TV show with Roddy Piper, was through the grappler, since I had worked with him previously. He brought me in there, and my current job, really, he was the one who recommended me to the promoter and brought me into this show. So I'm forever thankful to the grappler and all of his support and help. Really a good guy. And he officially retired on our show, our TV taping, a few weeks ago. So we've had kind of a storyline going with him where he's kind of losing his mind and fighting people, and the guys that are supposedly like on his side are kind of taking advantage of his situation. And then he starts realizing what's happening and turns on him, and of course the fans go crazy and love it. And so he ended up kind of passing off his character onto a new grappler, and then in the process had his final match and took off the boots in the ring, and that's kind of the end of his in-ring career. But of course he still works with us as, you know, kind of booking and business side and training and all that kind of stuff. But his in-ring career is now technically retired. But as they say in wrestling, retirement is it's one of those things where nobody really holds on to that retirement. They're always addicted to wrestling, and there's always that one more match. But to his credit, Shawn Michaels is the one guy so far that I can think of who has never broken his vow of retirement. He retired after the match with The Undertaker at WrestleMania 26 and has never wrestled again. He's been a guest referee, and he's been involved in the show, but he hasn't wrestled an official match. And sadly, Ric Flair retired at WrestleMania 24 against Shawn Michaels and has wrestled since then, so he went back on his retirement. And Mick Foley did the same thing. Mick Foley was a guy that said when he retires, he's always going to be retired. And then 2 months later, he was in the main event of WrestleMania 16. So, although that was a kind of a unique situation anyway. But he has had many matches since then. Although I think now he's officially retired, and he was on Raw last week, so who knows. I don't think he'll wrestle again, but he might be back. Yeah, Flair retired at least 3 times. I would probably say he's retired as many times as he's been married. Edge is stuck to his retirement technically, but yeah, that was one of those situations where he's injured, so there's no way that he can safely wrestle again. Although, you know what, some of these guys that have had those neck injuries, like even Steve Austin retired after his match on this show at WrestleMania 19 due to his various neck injuries and the major neck fusion surgery. But he said several times that if he is in the right shape or had the right person to work with, he has one more match in him. And I do believe someday we might see Steve Austin have one more match. But it has to be the right person. And for a long time, I think everybody was pretty much sold that it was going to be CM Punk. And I'm pretty sure that Austin was pretty much ready to, come back if he was going to have a match with CM Punk. They could have an incredible storyline and an incredible match. But now that Punk is gone and probably will never return, I say probably because you can never say never in wrestling, but I would say it's very unlikely. I don't see anybody else that Steve Austin would return for. He and The Rock have had such a great history, and The Rock comes back to wrestle on a pretty regular occasion. At least the last several years, he's come back to wrestle John Cena twice, and he wrestled CM Punk. He was actually the champion going into his second WrestleMania match with John Cena. So it would not surprise me if someday Rock and Austin had one more match. Yeah, here's this amazing finish. That, if you ever get a chance, if you weren't paying attention there, I mean, obviously the quality's terrible, but this is a match to watch and be completely focused on it and just watch the psychology built into the match. It's so good. Let's see here. Yes, Len Denton. Yep, that's exactly right, beat 9. Yeah, the grappler Len Denton, the original grappler. He also had a tag team of the grapplers, so there was also Grappler 2, who has since passed away. And the current grappler that we have in our show is Grappler 3, who is also one of our head trainers at our school. And so they just had their final retirement match for Grappler at our TV taping last a couple weeks ago, which that episode I don't think airs until the end of this month or possibly middle of next month. Yeah, I think it's the middle of next month when it actually will air. And of course, if you're interested in watching our show out of Portland, oh, there's the follow the arcade. There you are, the arcade. Awesome. Thanks for coming in. I guess I've been playing long enough that now it's morning on the East Coast, and we've got a lot of people coming in that I normally see in the afternoons. Very cool. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. But yeah, the grappler Len Denton. So if you want to find his book, it's available on Amazon. So check it out. I've got a copy over in my display case. But I did the artwork for the cover, which is so awesome to have that honor. And it has foreword by Roddy Piper. So Roddy Piper and the grappler were the closest of friends. And so losing Roddy a few months ago was very difficult for all of us. But very cool to have worked with him and had the opportunity to get to talk to him and work with him on a professional level. It was awesome. But I was so glad that he was able to get that forward in the book, because it took a while to actually get him to return the, he's so busy all the time, to actually write it and get it in before the book went to publishing. And of course, the book is co-written by Joe V from our local TV station, KPDX, KPTV. Oh, wow, that sucked. 54,000. So 2 weeks at the AT&T Stadium in Dallas, Texas, they're expecting over 100,000, so twice as many people as that. I can't even imagine. It's going to be incredible. Ooh, there it is. I hit the Money in the Bank. Oh yeah, another Limp Bizkit concert. So one thing that was really cool about this show too, being in the Northwest, at the time Roddy Piper wasn't involved with WWE, but before the show we were hanging out and we saw him up in one of the booths above the home plate. They have like the press boxes, and we saw him up there, which is really exciting. Well, then during the Hulk Hogan versus Vince McMahon match, which is no holds barred street fight, Roddy Piper comes out and interferes, which was so cool because he and Hogan and Vince have such a history. I mean, they were the main event of WrestleMania 1. Hulk Hogan and Mr. T with Bob Orton and Roddy Piper. So cool. So, man, I felt awesome to be there in person. That was the first time I had actually seen Hulk Hogan in person, but of course at a long distance. He's one of the guys I've never met up close for an autograph or photo or anything. And sadly, since he's not part of the company, anymore, I think they'll bring him back, but he's not going to be at least around for WrestleMania this year. And I missed out on the opportunity last year to meet him at WrestleMania 31. Because they put his VIP tickets on sale after all the other ones were on sale. And I somehow missed the on sale date. And of course those sell out within seconds. So he does have that Hogan's Beach Shop in Florida. And usually, once every couple of months he'll do like a meet and greet photo op down at the beach shop. So I'm very tempted someday. And actually next year, if WrestleMania is going to be in Orlando, maybe I'll plan to drive to the beach shop to meet him. Because, of course, I've had autographs. I mean, this pinball machine is personally autographed by Hulk Hogan. So I've got plenty of autographs of him. I just want to have that opportunity again, like I mentioned before, just to thank him in person for the influence he's had as the character of Hulk Hogan. And get a picture with him. Man, I'm not having a good game here. I blame it on Limp Bizkit. Yeah, CM Punk, I'm pretty sure he's gone forever too. And Dan O'Brien, of course, I was at the show in Seattle when he retired. That was an amazing show to be at because the energy there, I mean, anytime, like even at WrestleMania 30, the energy for his win at the end with all the confetti falling was amazing. And I was there like ringside for that. That was so cool. But then being in Seattle for his retirement was even more amazing. The energy of the crowd and the authentic, support from his coworkers, all the wrestlers and the fans. Amazing, but very sad too. The fact that every time he won the title, he had some sort of an injury that took him out where he had to give it up, and he was gone more than he was there the last several years. And then once they did all the testing and realized that his concussion syndrome is too bad, he has to retire. He's so young. But he's another one of the local guys. He's one of the most successful guys from the Pacific Northwest, at least in recent memory, growing up in Aberdeen, Washington, which is not far outside of Tacoma, Seattle area. So it was really cool for him to be in his hometown, to be able to do his retirement, and for it to be authentic. That was pretty amazing. But yeah, that kind of sucks that he had to leave the business so early. Yeah, the ugly situation with Punk, yep. But Brett came back, true. And Brett's situation was way more ugly and way more personal. But CM Punk is a very different personality. He's a different type of guy who loves wrestling, but he doesn't love wrestling like Brett loves wrestling. Brett was born into wrestling, and that's his whole life. Whereas CM Punk is not that way. I mean, he is really good at what he does. But for him, I think he got so burned out that we'll see, though. We'll see. Once he has his first fight, I think that's going to be a huge determining factor. Guaranteed, if CM Punk decides he wants to come back, Vince will hire him back instantly because the audience wants it that much. But guaranteed, they don't want to deal with the contract issues that he made them very clear that was going to be followed. CM Punk pretty much put the boots to WWE on the way out too. So, but truly, Vince puts that stuff behind him. He will do what's best. They use it as a cliche, best for business, but it's very true in many ways. I mean, yeah, Brett is a good example of that. But one thing that was so funny is like, if you remember Sable, Sable was like their hottest woman of the Attitude Era, and she would come out wearing nothing but painted on bras and stuff. So I mean, she was a cash cow in the Attitude Era, but they didn't get along very well, and she even sued him for like sexual harassment, and there was all this really ugly legal stuff that happened when she left the company. And so I figured there's no way. She'll never come back. They'll never bring her back because of the lawsuit and everything, how bad it was when she left. And that was when they still used to tape. They would take 2 weeks of Raw at the same time. And so I was having lunch with my brother, and he said something about, like, so what do you think they would ever bring back somebody like Sable? And I was like, no way. Guaranteed she's never coming back. Well, what I didn't know is that he had already read the spoilers for that show for that night, and he knew that she was coming back. And I was really good back then about avoiding spoilers online. And so he was trying to get me to bet, and I was like, no, I'm not going to bet. That's just a stupid bet because she's never coming back, so I'm not going to take your money like that. And he did such a good job of, like, totally working me over. So we were watching the show that night, and then when her music hit and she came out, I about shit myself. Because we had just talked about that, and man, he was laughing so hard. He and my other friend, they were laughing so hard at me because they both knew, and I had just told them, guaranteed, that's never going to happen, and then boom. Oh, that was great. So yeah, you can never say never. If CM Punk does not do well in his first fight, or he doesn't like it, or whatever the case is, I can imagine he'll work out a deal someday. So there's Stacy Keibler's music. Who is she with? Oh yeah, Jonathan. Oh yeah, this is the stupid Playboy pillow fight or whatever the heck it was. Pretty much the bathroom break for all of the fans in attendance. Oh, I bumped it to the outlane. My stepbrother had a kid and his middle name is Rodney, so I already told him to go in calling him Hot Rod. Yeah, Hot Rod. Nice. Yeah, if it means money, Vince will do it for sure. The crazy dude, when is Punk making his UFC debut? So he was supposed to debut against, I forget the guy's name. They had a fight, so there was 2 guys that fought, and the winner was going to face CM Punk in his first match, I believe at WrestleMania or at UFC 200. And then CM Punk, like the day later, said, "Oh, by the way, I'm injured again. I can't fight." So everybody kind of gave him a hard time because he admitted that he knew that he was injured, but he didn't want to announce it till after the fight happened. And a lot of people speculate that he's really not as injured as he claims to be, and that he just wanted to wait to have the option. If the wrong guy won that he didn't want to face, then he would announce the injury and then have to push the fight off. So who knows? I don't know what to believe. I don't really care either way. I'll just watch it when the fight happens. But I don't know. He was supposed to fight like last year, and then it kept getting pushed back, and then they had the date and the opponent, and then he announced his injury. So I'd be surprised if he fights by the end of the year, maybe towards September, October. But I don't know. A lot of people that are really into UFC also hate the fact that he's in the video game, and there was a bunch of people arguing over his stats in the video game were too high, considering he's never actually fought anyone. And so he shouldn't have stats that are up with the main eventers only because he's a big name star. Because like Brock Lesnar was on the cover of a UFC game, but he actually had fights, and he legitimately won fights and became the UFC champion. Whereas CM Punk has done nothing yet except talk. So we'll see. A lot of the wrestling fans have actually turned on CM Punk because of his attitude on social media. The fact that he basically, you know, kind of calls it as he sees it, which I really respect, but he pretty much calls out the stupid wrestling fans. And so I think most wrestling fans are not pleased with the way he's treated them. But I know he's bitter. He's very bitter with the company and with wrestling in general, so I think he'd rather just not think about wrestling or react to wrestling fans. So, oh well. I definitely think he's worthy of the Hall of Fame, but that'll never happen unless they work out some sort of a deal in the future. And I'm certain they will, whether it's, even if it's not to wrestle. He can sign one of the Legends contracts they do now, which allows them to put him in video games and make action figures and toys and merchandise and all that kind of stuff. almost guaranteed they'll work out a deal for that someday once he's done with UFC. There's Booker T. So this is a match here that had some racial undertones, which just goes back to all the stuff that the issues with Hogan recently. WWE has had some severely racist storylines, including Vince McMahon using the N-word on the live TV. So for them to, the way they reacted with Hogan's tape was a little bit overreaction, but I also recognize that it was a PR move to get ahead of possible negative press relating the company to Hulk Hogan. So I have a feeling now that that case is over, it's going to go to appeals, but I have a feeling that they're going to work something out for Hogan to come back into the fold sooner than later. But yeah, this match with Triple H and Booker T had a lot of racial undertones, and Booker T really should have won, and yet Triple H won, which is pretty common. Triple H wins a lot of times when the storyline would dictate that he probably should lose for the sake of the story, and he still wins. And Triple H is a guy who does not have to win to remain popular and to remain over. But there was several years where he never lost. And in a way, it was very effective at making him a very effective heel wrestler, because you really wanted to pay to see somebody beat him. And when somebody finally did beat him, it was a big deal. Alright, so I got Tag Team Multi-Ball activated again. There it is. And listen to the enthusiasm of Jim Ross. None of the commentary these days feel like they're even excited to be there. If the commentators don't even care about the show they're watching, why should the audience care? To me, that's the biggest problem the current show has, is that the commentary does not seem to care about what they're watching. Although on SmackDown, again, I mentioned earlier, Mauro Ranallo comes from MMA, and he is a great broadcast commentator, because he calls it like it's an actual sporting event, because he calls it very similar to the way he did in MMA. So you feel like the guy believes in what he's watching, and that there's something at risk, and that wins and losses actually matter. And the fact that WWE primarily does not set up situations where wins and losses matter, the fans don't care either. Yeah, so Berryman 1985. I don't think Hogan was purposely being racist, just spoke before thinking. That's my thoughts exactly. For the main thing, he was being recorded when he didn't know it. So there was a secret camera that his buddy had installed to watch him screw his wife. So he didn't know about that, and he had a situation where his daughter was with a guy that he didn't approve of. So skin color or not, he just didn't approve of that situation. Felt like the guy was kind of using her for his own advantages, and kind of let things get out of hand and used, the N-word inappropriately, for sure. Not condoning it or anything, but he was in a bad spot, kind of very upset, was not thinking clearly, and really he had no idea that he was being recorded. This was a private conversation between him and this woman. So the whole thing is kind of out of hand, and I mean, I've worked with a lot of wrestlers who have worked with Hogan, and there were so many wrestlers that came out and said, look, we've worked with Hogan, the dude is not racist. There are a lot of people who use that word that are not racist. It is a racist word for sure, but it's one of those things where I think for WWE it was definitely a PR move. And truly, like, that tape was private. It should never have been released. It was used illegally as blackmail by his friend, so-called friend, and then leaked out on purpose to ruin Hogan. Okay, so now my timer is saying I played for 4 hours and 20 minutes. The Moobot timer, but I've actually been playing now, let's see, for 5 hours and 45 minutes. I can't believe it. I've been standing here for nearly 6 hours and talking. But that's great. Thank you so much, everybody who's still hanging out here. And again, I gotta always thank Lethal Frag, because he sent his whole audience over here after he was done. That is amazing. I don't know how many we had maximum coming in here at once, but I know at some point somebody mentioned over 300 people were watching. So thank you so much for everybody who's hung out here tonight and watched, listening to me ramble about wrestling and participating in chat. It's really cool. I really appreciate it. And again, if you haven't followed yet and you're new here tonight, please follow if you're having a good time and enjoying this. And if anybody has requests for gameplay or anything for the stream, check out my list of games and let me know. Send me a message through Twitch or send me something on Twitter. I typically don't use Twitter much, but I'll actually get any kind of private message or tweets that are sent out there. Whoa, that sucked. But yeah, the direct message here on Twitch is probably the best. I'll get an email notification from that, so feel free to request or just send it in the chat. I do have the Royal Rumble game right to the next to me, but I've got other pinball machines, and we're going to try streaming a different game each time. This game is one that I tend to get more viewership on because it's a new game that people are interested in. And it's the easiest one for me to stream because it's right on the end of my row, and I can easily pull all my cables over here for streaming. I do have an extension for this overhead camera that can reach like three pinball machines in, but that's about it. Because I do want to stream my Nightmare on Elm Street Freddy pinball machine, but it's all the way at the wall over there. You can probably see off to the side by the Ultimate Warrior. That pinball machine is fully working, but it needs a couple adjustments. I'm doing some mods to it. And so if I can get extension cords and the cameras actually will run smoothly from over there, I'll probably stream that one next. And sometimes we'll do video games too. So I've got a 4-player WrestleFest we streamed last week for 2 or 3 days, and played that for a few hours each day. And that one's actually a lot of fun. Sadly, my chat was not working on the stream the other day, so people were chatting away, and I had my phone open like I'm doing tonight, and it wasn't updating. It wasn't showing any. It was showing like 3 or 4 followers or something, and apparently that wasn't updating, and my chat wasn't updating. And so for 2 hours I went kind of talking strategy and wrestling and stuff like that without having any interaction. Then I go to shut the stream down, and I look over on the chat window on the computer, and it's full of chat. So I missed out on everybody's conversation, which kind of sucked. But we'll do that game again. Everybody seemed to be enjoying it, and that was one of my favorites as a kid. Truly, if I could only own one arcade game, that would be it. I put most of my quarters in as a kid on that game, and because I played it so much, I figured out that there's, even though it's kind of a button-mashing, simple wrestling game, there's actually a lot of strategy, and there's techniques you can use to extend your gameplay. And so when I'm playing free play on my own machines, a lot of games you can just buy in extra credits, or the games don't become a challenge when you have free play. So when I play on the stream, I usually try to set like a limit of how much money I'm going to spend, how many credits I'll play, and oftentimes, like all my games I have set to take quarters, and I actually have like a whole box full of custom tokens that we created for our local arcade collectors. So all my games work on quarters or tokens, and that way it kind of feels more authentic when you're playing a game and you have to drop a quarter in. It kind of makes you remember that you used to pay a quarter to play these, and the more you play, the more money you're spending on the game. So I like to keep track, just for the sake of kind of something fun to do, to keep track of how much I would have spent as I'm playing. And even tonight I should have been keeping track of the gameplay here, because this game is $1 a play if you played it out in a bar or something. So I'm sure I played at least $50. I don't know how many games I played, maybe in 6 hours, 50 games, maybe more. Some of these games, like the long games, I didn't realize, but on one of my first streams with this game, I highlighted the highest game of the night, and it wasn't even that high. It was only like 88 million or something, and that game was 16 minutes long for 3 balls. So I don't even know how long the average games have been tonight. I haven't been doing very good, so. But my games on Royal Rumble sometimes last a long time, because I can go over 1 billion points on Royal Rumble, but the scoring is way different than this. But I can actually get to the final Royal Rumble mode, and there's like, how many modes are on here? 1, 2, 3. So there's like 9 individual modes, plus the Royal Rumble, plus several Battle Royal multi-ball modes, and every mode is like oriented to a wrestler with their own custom music. It's an amazing game. It's actually my favorite. Of the two of these, I would, if I could only have one, I would have the Royal Rumble. Even though this WrestleMania is beautiful and it's amazing, but Royal Rumble is way better in terms of overall modes and gameplay. So yeah, I would pick that one. And it's also a fraction of the cost. Like, you can get a pretty decent Royal Rumble even if you overpay for about a quarter of the cost of the limited edition WrestleMania. So it's a lot of bang for the buck. It also has a little mini play field like a ring like this, but it has little mini flippers in there that you can loop around, and there's a Battle Royale mode where you actually have 6-ball multi-ball where the balls are the wrestlers, and you can kick them out of the ring to eject them, and then there's also life meters, and it's amazing. Awesome game. Favorite pinball machine of all time. Yeah, $1 a play for pinball. So, of course, whenever you go to a place, they can adjust the price, but the default that comes with the game is set to $1 a play. And that's for bars and places. And really, at $1 a play, to pay off the game to actually start making profits, it's probably going to take, depending on how popular your place is, 3 to 6 months or more to actually pay it off. So you're not actually making any profit until like the end of the first year that you own it. And some games, it maybe takes longer. If the game isn't good or not drawing in the audience to play it, you may not even pay it off. So the key there is that bars that use these for profit want to pay down at least past the resale value, so that way they can resell the game, and the difference is their profit. So games like WrestleMania, they seem to do well on location. From the few people I've heard that actually run arcades that have this game, the Pro version, I don't think there's any LEs that are public. Most of those are sold to collectors, private collectors. But the Pro models seem to be doing okay on location. There's some games that just don't. They don't make any money. So it's kind of a risk with operators to spend, on these LE models. The MSRP on this one is like $8,595. Of course, if you go through a distributor, you can get deals and stuff, so I didn't pay anywhere near that. But it was still very expensive. The new Ghostbusters that came out is even more. It's almost $9,000 for the limited edition, which sold out. 500 LEs that cost $9,000 sold out in less than 24 hours. And then, of course, they make a premium version or a Pro model. The Pro models are kind of their low-end models, which are still not low-end. It just means that they use, there's not like this one you can see has gold powder-coated edges. It's got all sorts of fancy upgrades in the hardware. It has a mirrored back glass. There's a third flipper. The playfield has advanced features like the spinner up there. This has more software, so there's more wrestlers. On the premium edition, it's basically like the limited edition, but not all the fancy physical stuff like the paint job, and it's the same playfield, but it's the cabinet is not as high quality. I mean, it's still a high quality cabinet, but it's not the same level of detail. And then the Pro model is stripped down a little bit further, so the playfield might be different. Instead of having metal ramps, it might have plastic ramps. The ramps may be a little bit different. It doesn't really change the gameplay a whole lot, but it can in some cases. Most of the time, it's just taking all the fun little extras. Like on the Ghostbusters pin, the Pro model has flat plastics like these wrestlers here, just flat printed plastic. With the Ghostbusters, they have like the library over here. There's a storage unit on the ghost containment unit. There's a lot of things that are just flat plastic, but on the premium and limited edition, they're actually 3D printed models that are full physical 3D models that are built in there. So there's a whole city with a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, Slimer. There's all sorts of great stuff. So there is value for that extra money, but you're looking at like $2,000 difference between each model, sometimes more. So it's pretty big upgrade if you go with those more expensive ones. But then when you look at older pinball machines like Royal Rumble, this one I bought in pretty rough condition, but I paid $1,500 for it and cleaned it up. I rebuilt it. I put new lights in there, all brand new rubber. I fixed everything that was wrong with it. I've upgraded the lights, the sounds, the back glass. I put probably at least $1,000 into it, and it probably, these days the prices are going up, but I probably put more money into it than I could sell if I wanted to try to get money back. I'm not even going to sell it because it's my favorite game, but most of the time if you're collecting just to be a hobbyist because you love the game, you're not going to profit when you resell games. Some of the older ones like Pinball is pretty popular. People love it because it's a classic game, but it also falls in the $1,000 range even for a decent one. So mine is pretty good, and I paid a little over $1,000 for it. But I've seen them even recently selling in about similar condition for like $1,700. But that's pushing it. That's kind of top. Nightmare on Elm Street, that one ranges anywhere from, if it's in rougher shape, like $900, which is a great deal because it's a DMD game. It has a big screen on the back, so you're getting a great deal with Freddy. But I've seen it go up to like $1,800 to $2,000 if it's really decked out and really fancy, but that's pushing it too. That's like on the super high end. The average price is probably around the $1,400 or $1,500 range for that one, if you can find it. If you go on eBay and look at pinball prices, eBay prices, you have to go in there and sort and look at what they actually sold for, because people ask like 2 to 3 times the amount that the machine is actually worth, just hoping somebody will do it, who doesn't know how to look up and really hunt and compare pricing. But yeah, it's pretty expensive. So yeah, there's a real wobbly chair. You're still here? Wow. So you're probably getting up for work at this point, I guess. Oh man. So yeah, if you're still in here, yeah, Freddy is down at the end. So I will actually get streaming going on that one. I have an extra extension cable, so maybe not tonight, but maybe tomorrow I'll play around with dragging the extensions over and see if I can get the cameras to reach that far, but I doubt it. When I extended this boom as far as it went, it barely got Genesis over here. I don't know, we'll see. I'll try. I do think I'm going to move Genesis out and bring another game in from the garage, so if I do that, maybe I'll move Freddy closer, and then, I don't know, we'll see. How funny. Yeah, Barryman says, my aunt and uncle used to have one, but I don't remember what the theme was. Yeah, there's so many themes out there. I mean, literally thousands of different games, and they vary. There's so many themes that are related to movies, and they're like licensed themes. And then there's a bunch of really unique games that never were related to any books or movies or anything. Wow, that was a pretty amazing launch there. These flippers are like super powerful tonight. They're launching the ball up and over ramps and all over the place. Whoa, that sucked. But yeah, some of the best pinball machines are not themed on like movies or anything. I mean, the Williams games from the early 90s are like right now the top games in terms of value, and really they deserve it. They're amazing games. But there's games for me like early 80s games that are really unique. Like I have Firepower. I actually had a Firepower 2 that I sold, but Firepower is one of the most popular games of all time, at least in terms of the number of units sold. It was in the 17,000 or something like that, which I think the only other one that even came close to that was Addams Family, as probably the highest production run of any pinball machine. And the thing is, even with Addams Family, there were so many Addams Families, but those will still range over $5,000 for one now in average condition, not even good condition. But Firepower, I got that for $900, fully working. Just needed to be cleaned up a little bit. So I cleaned it up, I upgraded the lights, I replaced a ton of the little plastic like the lane guides. It's looking really good, and it's just sitting in my garage, probably with spiders in it now, but that's one I want to bring in because it's ready to go. It looks great, and I totally want to stream that one. But it's one that's very affordable. It's a fun game. It has a voice. It's one of the first games that talked. The first game was Black Knight, but Firepower has a speech board. And Firepower and all the Williams games from that era all use the same soundboard. So the sounds in their pinball machines and in their video games, just like Joust and Robotron. If you know Robotron, those are all the sound effects that are in that pinball machine. So Firepower and Firepower 2, if somebody just walked in and heard those sounds, they'd almost think you were playing Robotron. But then it also has the voice in there too, which is really cool. So it has that creepy talking voice that pretty much kind of taunts you as you go. So yeah, Wobbly, I'm just amazed you're still in here. And I'm amazed that I'm going almost, is it over 6 hours or more now? Amazing. Wow, look at that combo. That was so cool. I don't know if this mic is actually picking up, but the sound of the ball rolling on those combos is awesome. It's hard to explain, but it's just such a perfectly smooth sound. Damn. That's one of the problems here with that under loop. If you go in and it doesn't immediately come out and it just slowly comes out, it got caught in the middle, and it's perfectly down the middle, coming out of that right side. So I usually can tell if it's not coming out quickly, I'm going to have to do either like a major bump or something, which I never do because I'm just too timid about nudging my table. Yeah, let me see here. So again, as much as I didn't like the storyline leading into this match, the match was good, and again, the wrong person won, but the match was really good. Yeah, we're at 6 hours. Holy crap. Amazing. Well, thanks everybody for hanging in here. Hope it's been enjoyable. I think I'm going to stick around a little bit longer here, even though it's 5 a.m. I don't have anything scheduled in terms of my... I do online training webinars in the mornings usually for another side business. But I don't have anything scheduled tomorrow, so... But I need to check my email, and I may have somebody requesting a training tomorrow, so we'll see. Or today, I guess it is. But it looks like I'll probably have that set up later in the week. But yeah, that's so funny. A lot of the people that are coming in now, I usually see in the pinball streams in the afternoons or evenings. And so I started this right after the last, I think it was Vuvoof had his pinball arcade stream that he finished up. And that was at 10, I don't know, 10:45 or 11. And now it's almost 5 a.m. Crazy. Ooh. On the very first stream that I did a lot of Pinbot streams. And it was funny because I had a few people coming in, but I was streaming late at night like this, and so I ended up getting a lot of people from the United Kingdom and overseas, where it was actually like afternoon or early evening for Australian time too. It's probably getting late Australian time now. We still have Subfuture in here. Still got to get caught up on, I haven't watched any TV in the last several days either, so I did catch, I think the first half of The Walking Dead I watched before I fell asleep last night, or 2 nights ago, whenever it was now. But I didn't watch Talking Dead, and then Better Call Saul. If anybody watches that, that's such a great show. Of course, Breaking Bad was a fantastic show, and then Better Call Saul is the prequel. But I really enjoyed that. The first season, and season 2 has been pretty good too. Almost a direct continuation. Oh. Yeah, now officially 6 hours, and you've been in here 2 hours now. When you should be asleep, yeah. I do that a lot too. I'll actually turn Twitch on my PlayStation when I go to bed, if there's something on. And lately, like this last week, they've been doing that Julia Child the cooking marathon, and so I watched a ton of Julia Child, which is awesome because I remember watching her when I was a kid at my aunt and uncle's house. And man, the chat, there's like 5,000 people even in the middle of the night watching Julia Child, and the chat is just like rolling through so fast, and it's all people just doing their little memes and goofy sayings. But it's pretty funny because I never thought about it as a kid, but now when you think about it, the stuff that Julie would say and do can be taken out of context so easily that it was just like easy targets for those memes. Very entertaining. I mean, you can imagine there was the episode where she was making her own sausage and stuffing meat into intestines, and she's like, there's close-ups of her hands stuffing sausages. But when it was all in black and white, that was actually kind of weird because you're watching cooking in black and white. You can't even see what the food looks like, really. And none of it looked particularly appetizing in black and white. But it was cool when it went into color, and then things were getting pretty crazy with the sausage stuffing. And when she was cooking the turkey, and she's talking about the big juicy breast, and she's slapping the breast, and I was like, who's counting how many times she slapped that breast? And then, you know, she's touching raw chicken, and she moves over to her cutting board and everything, and there's no hand washing going on in between. Cross-contamination, it's just amazing. And I know Frag was actually hosting that channel a lot this week too, so if there's anybody left from Frag's channel that's watching, I really enjoy his cooking shows too, when he does those, and pretty cool. Still waiting for the PS3 Twitch. Oh, the PS3 doesn't have a Twitch app yet. That sucks. Yeah, on my my little Blu-ray player here, it basically is like the same apps that are on PS3, and it doesn't have Twitch on there either. So if I want to show it on this screen, I have to use the Chromecast from the computer. So I did that before, like when I was working on Genesis, I actually streamed one of my friends' his pinball podcasts or Twitch streams up on the screen, and was watching that while I was live streaming my repair. So maybe that's something I'll do later this week if I start a repair stream on Genesis, or maybe if I can get the cameras over to Freddy. And again, for anybody who's joined recently, I don't know if anybody's been joining. I think it's just people trickling away from that massive burst from Lethal Frag. But if anybody's just joining, one of the streams that people have been requesting is for me to play pinball while wearing my Ghostbusters uniform. So that will probably happen sometime, maybe this week. I got to figure out. It'll probably be a pinball stream, because that costume is it's probably the easiest one to wear. Not like Darth Vader. There's a good chance I might wear Darth Vader and have Darth Vader as a guest on the stream, because at least with that costume I have a full computer modulation system built in for voice effects, so it does pitch shifting, and I have the lights and sounds built in, and the whole thing is very authentic. So that's one that I could probably rig up the voice modulation directly in without using the microphone. I don't know how it would sound over the mic, but I think that would be kind of fun to actually do the stream just as Darth Vader in character. And I really want to find a Star Wars pinball machine, the Data East Star Wars. And there's one being sold locally, but they want like $4,200 for it, which is way too much. But when there's limited supply and there's demand, you can charge more than it's actually worth, because there will be people who will pay it. I won't pay it, but eventually I would like to have one. Same thing with Tales from the Crypt pinball. There was actually one that showed up recently for $1,700, which is actually a really good deal for that. But the Craigslist ad disappeared really fast, so I don't know if it was even legitimate. Okay, so this is the amazing video package they did for Hulk Hogan and Vince McMahon, talking about how he created Hulkamania and he's gonna kill it. This storyline, there was actually a lot of authentic they had some heat between each other over certain things, but obviously working together, they're professionals and everything, but they used a lot of real tension that had been built up from years of their off and on relationship, considering Hogan left to WCW and formed the NWO, and that that came very close. The NWO, the popularity of WCW at that time, came very close to actually destroying WWF. Even though Vince won't admit that they were very close to possibly closing down. Yeah. Hey, there we go. We got HR42, cream of the crop. Thanks for the follow, brother. Really appreciate it. Brother in the sense of Hulk Hogan, so never can tell male or female from any names or anything, but we'll go with brother. Brother. Thanks for the follow. Thanks everybody for watching. I'm probably going to have to wrap it up here pretty soon, but show's still going. We'll at least get through this match, because this is a great match. And there is a moment where Vince is completely bloody, and they have a close-up of the apron, and he comes up over the apron with the most amazing, evil, devilish smile on his face, covered in blood. It's incredible. And considering, even at this point, Hulk Hogan and Vince are both over 50 years old, and they still pull off, in a show that's full of great matches, they actually pull off a match that could be considered match of the night. There we go. We got Oh Forever Mania running wild. That's right. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. That sucked. I just let it drain. See if I can restart. There we go. We're going to play as Hulk Hogan here. God, now see, the music they're playing right now, he normally comes out to Voodoo Child, and they've dubbed it with this generic stuff. Because they didn't secure the rights to the song for redistribution. But, I'm gonna let that drain and go up here. From what I understand, Jimi Hendrix songs are very expensive to license. So I know why they do it, but it still sucks. Oh, man. So I was wearing my Hulkamania jersey that they had at the time. It was like a big football jersey with the, you know, Hogan stuff on there. And my brother actually really wanted to wear feather boas, and I should have let him do it, but I was kind of stupid. I was like, no, you don't want to wear that. I don't want to be embarrassed by a guy wearing feather boas. But now I feel bad. It's like, that would have been fun. You should have wore feather boas. Why not? I actually own a set of Hogan's feather boas that he wore on Nitro. So I have those on display in the other room. Sadly, the guy I bought it from is a friend of mine, so he still has it somewhere, but the certificate of authenticity, he couldn't find it. So he has it somewhere, and eventually he'll find it and I'll have it, but at least for now, I don't have any proof without that COA, so I can't really resell it. But I don't care. I don't like to resell stuff anyway. Hence my hoarder's environment full of arcade and pinball machines and memorabilia. Ooh. So I'm not in a match, but it was kind of odd. It looks like the animations were showing as if I was in a match. But I can open the tag mode here, which I really should be doing. Oh. Jeez. There it is. Now I got to go up the ramp. Oh yeah, and Tag Team Championship is lit. So I just have to hit the ramp to go in for that mode. And I want to try to actually win the mode. I've never actually achieved the belt. Oh, not quite. Come on. There it is. Alright, so I want to try to hit the pinfall up there. None of the balls are falling into the ring. So I'm going to let them drain a little bit, because it's going to kick them back up to the top. Come on, they're all falling out. There it is, one of them went. Only 1 million for a double jackpot. How did I get 80 million earlier tonight? I guess I have to do more damage to build it up first. Or possibly that was winning the title. I couldn't tell. I'd have to go back and watch it, but... Kick out. And... Only 2.8 million. That sucked. I really need to figure out. I'm going to have to take the glass off and play this by hand and hit the switches just so I can determine what actually is doing what, to develop a proper strategy for scoring properly and winning the titles and progressing through the modes. Because this entire stream for 6 hours, I don't know that I've actually won a single title or really progressed through any modes. I mean, obviously I've hit the singles matches and the tag matches, so I've actually got to the modes, but I don't know that I've actually beat anybody for the US title. And I know I haven't beat anybody for the belt, unless that's what that 80 was. Come on. I'm trying to fake it and get it up in there. Almost. Nope. So I can restart that mode if I hit that shot. Oh, damn it. Macaw45, thanks for coming in. Can't say you're a big fan of Hogan, but sure happy he won the court case. Yeah, me too. I think that case, unrelated to the content of the video, was more about his privacy being violated and the fact that that website was unwilling to remove it when he requested it, and the fact that the tape itself was illegally used for blackmail. So I definitely agree. I just noticed my computer monitors just shut off, so hopefully my computer didn't just go off. No, it looks like I'm still live. I'm going to go turn my monitors back on. I think maybe I've just been on long enough that they shut down. I'm knocking all my stuff over. I just upgraded to Windows 10, and I forgot the default settings for all the screensaver, and the timeout is all set, so my monitors just shut off after the 6-hour mark. Yeah, his ex-wife can't touch any of that money, which is great, because that whole divorce thing has gone through. I don't know what the alimony deal is, if there is any, but at least he's gonna, you know, of course they're gonna appeal it, so he probably will not see any of that money for years, if ever. But yeah, it's kind of good. Gawker, they are getting what they deserve for sure. Oops. I can't tell how many people are still watching. Let's see. My screen still says there's only 4 viewers. But I know there's a lot more than that. Looks like maybe we've got, let's see, who do we have here? See a bunch of lurkers in there. There's Blaze Dope Buds. Haven't seen you in the chat, but thanks for watching. A lot of lurkers. That's cool too. I know a lot of people, especially this time of day, will turn Twitch on and fall asleep to it. So I know there's probably a lot of people that just left it on and are probably asleep. So thanks for sleeping to the pinball stream. But also appreciate all the lurkers too. So it's more than happy to have lurkers in, watching, and hanging out. And obviously, if you're sticking around and you're having a good time watching, very cool. And if you haven't followed yet, please make sure to follow if you want to watch again. We'll definitely be streaming probably on a more frequent basis. Right now, I stream maybe once a week, and it's really just whenever I feel like doing it. Oftentimes, it's whenever somebody talks me into it. Because I'm usually busy and I'm in all the other streams, pinball streams during the afternoon for hours while I'm working and doing other stuff. So it just depends on how things are going. But tomorrow night, hashtag tonight, or AKA tonight, since it's already early Tuesday morning now, I'm going to see a early release of the Batman vs. Superman movie. So I will not be around later tonight to stream. But maybe after I get back, if I'm not completely wiped out, I might turn on the stream and do like a little short repair stream or play some WrestleFest for a little while, but no, not a long stream like this. But we'll put something on, we'll play, and I'll not give any spoilers about the movie. Oh, down the out lane. Now what's crazy is, you look at this. This is WrestleMania 19. We're coming up on WrestleMania 32. Besides Vince's hair being a little bit more gray, he looks exactly the same. He's got to be, like, preserved somehow. He was just on the cover of Muscle and Fitness, like, a few months ago, maybe. And it almost looked like somebody photoshopped his head onto some other bodybuilder body. But that's really him. He's crazy. And not accusing or anything, but he's also not part of their drug testing because he's not an active regular performer. So I don't think I think he is immune from the athlete's drug testing policy. So there's also a possibility that he's got a little chemical help. Wow, look at that. Ah, 3 in a row. I want to see somebody really hit 15 or more. Because that's what the basic... If you want to put your name in as the loop champion, you've got to do 15 loops in a row. Which would be the coolest thing to see. I mean, just doing 3 or 4 is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, there we go. We got a booty. A buddy. A booty. Funky like a monkey. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Alright, we're going to play as Hulk Hogan. I'm going to go for the Money in the Bank skill shot. Oh, too hard. So yeah, Vince is bleeding now. So it's coming up pretty quick when... I think Roddy Piper comes out pretty soon too. But there's a scene where the camera is showing the apron of the ring. And then Vince rises up from the edge with the most evil smile on his face. It was so perfectly done. Whoa, that hit the glass. Something, you know what, I think... I'm just wondering if the rubber on the flippers is sliding up a little bit because it's kicking the ball up really hard tonight. I've had more air balls tonight than ever before in the last year that I've owned this machine. Oh yeah, and I forgot Taz is doing commentary on this one. Oh, wow, that sucked. Because this is when they used to have the shows separated. So Raw and SmackDown were 2 separate shows with their own commentary team, and they would have them both on the pay-per-views, and they would comment on the matches of the guys from their show. Yeah, this is pretty brutal. It's awesome. So they don't do the chair shots anymore. These ones are pretty safe across the back, but the face... The Spanish the Spanish announcer took a chair shot to the face unprotected, which they don't do that anymore. Let alone to people who are not wrestlers. Shane's looking super buff. Oh yeah, it's showing 144 watching. That's amazing. Thank you to everybody who's out there still watching. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Shane is looking amazing. Considering his age too. I think he's just a little bit older than I am. And I've never looked like that, but I've not really worked out, but I'm impressed. Shane is, for being a guy who is not traditionally a wrestler, he's pretty great at wrestling. Because he understands the psychology of it, he understands, you know, the technique and the method, and he's willing to do whatever it takes, including stupid stunts like falling off the sets. Even though, of course, they got a crash pad landing area for him, it's still a pretty big risk. And then that match with Kurt Angle that they had, where Kurt Angle suplexed him, overhead suplex through the entrance set. They had these glass windows, and the first time he suplexed him, the window didn't break. So he hit the wall and slid down headfirst onto the floor. And then he picked him up and threw him again through the glass. That was an amazing match, and Shane has just done some of the craziest stuff. But you got to respect that. I mean, he's the boss's son, so the wrestlers who trained hard and worked their ass off to get where they're at, we're not necessarily too happy about the boss's son coming in and getting this big push. Well, then he proved them all wrong by working as hard or harder than anybody else out there. And even at his age now, and the fact that he hasn't wrestled, I don't think he's been with the company for almost 7 years, something like that. He is training super hard for this match. Look at that there, Hogan versus Roddy Piper. What a classic. Oh, that was dumb. And speaking of which, Roddy should be showing up in this match here pretty soon. could tell right there where the ball was rolling. The table is still tilted slightly to the left. I adjusted it several hours ago, but not enough. Oh yeah, look at that. This is pretty crazy. Yeah. That's what they call a crimson mask. I love it. You got the holy shit chants from the crowd. Taz, I agree with Seattle. Oh, man. Look at that blood dripping out. I don't know how well you can see it off of there, but it's just pooling up. Pretty disturbing. They don't do that anymore. They've tried to avoid intentional blood, and even the Spanish announcer is bloodied, which makes perfect sense since he took a chair shot right to the face. Yeah. Oh, there it is. I hit the Money in the Bank, and it didn't register. Bummer. Every once in a while that happens. You'll actually roll through the switch and roll back, and for some reason it doesn't give you the credit for it. I don't know if I missed him coming up over the apron or if that's coming. I think he goes down to the... I think this is where he goes down to get a weapon or something. Yeah. I gotta watch this. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, that's sick. There it is, big leg up here in the ring on Randy Orton. Referee multi-ball. Wow, I almost got super jackpot. Got to go up the ramp. Oh no. Oh, there he is, Hot Rod. That was so cool because he hadn't been in the company for so many years. He's also not in the greatest shape then either. But yeah, how exciting to see him come back. And he hated both Hogan and Vince McMahon. And it was perfect for the story because, I mean, truly, in all honesty, he believed that he should have, you know, even the last few WrestleManias, he really should have been more involved, especially when they had Hogan out there with Rock and Austin. You know, and Roddy was just as big a part of wrestling in the early 80s as The Rock and Austin were in the late 90s. And without Roddy Piper, Hulkamania would never have been what it is today. Nailed Hogan right in the head with a steel pipe. Come on. Got him. Blaze Dope Buzz, this is brutal. Yeah, it is. Well, there we go. Aw. There's definitely a pattern. If you get the timing right, you can just loop around. Alright, the tag team championship against the Legion of Doom is ready. I just gotta hit the ramp. Jeez. Look at that. People are on their feet. This entire place, 54,000. Everybody was standing up. It was incredible. I was right behind home plate and trying to watch as much as I could of the actual action in the ring, not the TV screens, but you couldn't help but just stand and just be amazed at what was happening, because nobody expected this match to be as incredible as it was. God, and you listen to that crowd back then too. The crowd reactions on today's show, especially like even on Raw tonight, I watched a little bit of the clip where Vince announced that Undertaker, if he loses at WrestleMania this year, it'll be his last match. The audience didn't even peep. It was like they're just sitting there like, meh, whatever. Pretty sad. And then you look at stuff like this and like, wow, the energy is amazing. Even watching the playback, you get the energy just the same way it was when I was there. Roman Reigns going down for the count. Joker 915. What do I think about this year's Hall of Fame induction? Well, I'm really glad that Sting is going in. That was one that, I mean, he should have been a long time ago, but obviously they didn't want to put anybody in that wasn't, you know, had some kind of business relationship with the company, sadly. But so glad he's going in. A little, pretty sad that he had to officially retire due to his concussion injury. I'm always just hoping that that's just kind of a gimmick that they're working, that he's still okay to wrestle, and they just want people to think he's going to be retired, so it'll be a surprise when he runs in or interferes. But sadly, I think it's probably true, just like with Daniel Bryan. But Sting, for sure, awesome to have him going into the Hall of Fame. Really glad to hear about the Big Boss Man. Big Boss Man is such a classic character and really deserves to be in there. There's a lot of guys that people argue that probably shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame before others. Like last year, Macho Man going in, that was long overdue. Jacqueline, I guess that's okay. Jacqueline was a pretty big part of the Attitude Era and was actually a really good wrestler. I think that was, I don't know, I think they're just looking for, every year they want to have a celebrity, a female, and then a bunch of legends that, you know, should go in. So, I don't know, Jacqueline's probably the one that, you know, I probably care about the least, even though she was great for her time. Trish and Lita, obviously. Lita was, you know, I never was a huge fan of Lita, but her Hall of Fame speech, it went really long, but it was actually really good, and I actually had a lot more respect for her after listening to her Hall of Fame speech. I'm not entirely sure who is going to induct the Big Boss Man, since he's, of course, passed away. Not sure who will do the induction for him. They just announced today Stan Hansen is going in, and that's an awesome induction. Stan Hansen is an incredible wrestler, and one that I think most American fans never really got to know. The real Stan Hansen. This real Stan Hansen is the guy you see in Japan. That guy will take your head off with a clothesline, and was legitimately one of the most badass guys of all time. Look at that. There's the big leg. Going for it again. Boom. That's it. Over. Hey, there we go. Joker 915. Funky like a monkey. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Sting was the very first person they announced this year, and I really thought that this year was going to be Undertaker's year to go in, where they would do some kind of a thing where he's, you know, they put a stipulation to the match that it's his retirement match. win or lose, it's his retirement somehow or whatever. But there's too many people injured right now, so they couldn't use that, I think, as a crutch to help audience attendance. So they did add the stipulation tonight that if Undertaker loses, this will be his last WrestleMania match, which is very possible and very likely. But it also means that's his last WrestleMania match, not his last match. So that totally sets up for matches from now until next year, when he would then go into the Hall of Fame. But he could actually have matches this entire year, possibly having like a big blow-off match against Vince McMahon himself at SummerSlam. But I really do think that he should have one last match against Kane. Maybe some kind of a thing where the two of them retire at the same time. I don't know. Kane is very close to being retired anyway. Because Kane as a character debuted in '97, even though he had already been in the company as Isaac Yankem and the fake Diesel in '96 after Kevin Nash and Scott Hall left. They had a fake Diesel and Razor Ramon, so... Whoa, I just heard something. Sounded like some glass broke in my office in there. I see the cat laying in there. I probably should go check on it here in a minute. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta check on that. Well, I don't see any glass broken, but I got a bunch of picture frames I hadn't hung up for a while, so maybe something broke there. Huh. Let me check chat before I go into the next ball here. Yeah, Undertaker could lose at Mania, and Shane could always bring him back. They have so many ways to write him back into things, but technically... The wording that they used is if he loses, he just won't wrestle at WrestleMania ever again. So that doesn't mean that he's gone or that he has to retire or any of that stuff. It just means that he wouldn't have a match at WrestleMania. And truly, at this time, you know, every WrestleMania could be his last WrestleMania. And for me, at least, you know, I went to WrestleMania 30, and I mentioned it earlier in the thread, so anybody, or in the stream, so anybody who's been around will have already heard the story. So I'll make it short, but. I went all out for WrestleMania 30 because I was pretty certain that would be his final show. And that was the show that he lost to Brock Lesnar, which I, of course, do not agree with. But then I told myself at that time, it's like, all right, I'm gonna go to WrestleMania every year until he's officially retired. And I'll be there for the Hall of Fame if it's not the same year. So at least at this point, I know I'm going to be there next year in Florida too. Which kind of sucks because I was hoping I wasn't going to have to buy tickets and everything again, because Orlando is going to be way more expensive than Dallas, and probably more expensive than New Orleans was for WrestleMania 30. But I have to be there for it because he's been like my favorite since the moment he debuted as The Undertaker at Survivor Series 1990. I was a huge fan of horror movies and wrestling, and then you have a character that kind of combines both of them together. And again, it didn't give me the... my money in the bank right there. But yeah, that character just, you know, was the perfect wrestler for me. And the fact that he's always modified his character over the years to keep it fresh and unique and do something different with his character has really kept that gimmick alive. And he's been, you know, it sounds kind of stupid in a way, but like besides my mom and my brother, The Undertaker is the only character, the only human that has been consistent in my life. So, like, since I was 10 years old, The Undertaker has been a character that's always been there and always been part of my life, whereas other friends have come and gone, and of course, so, you know, my mom and my brother have always been there too. But The Undertaker has been there since 1990, only as a fictional character, obviously. You know, not that I know him or anything, but it's one of those things where, especially with wrestling, you kind of, you know, connect with somebody, and that's why you like them for reasons not outside of just the character or their performance as a character, but just in general. So for whatever reason, The Undertaker always clicked with me, and so he's a guy that I feel like I owe it to me and to him, even though he doesn't know or anything, that I have to be there for those moments. you know, to experience that in person. And so, yeah, it's expensive, but again, it's only dead. It's an experience that's something that you'll always have, not like a tangible object, you know. Hey, there's Pinball Life. Pinball Life Mania running wild, brother. Thanks for coming in so early in the morning. I'm streaming, I've been up for, I don't know, streaming 6.5 hours now or something. Amazing how fast time flies. But look at this. This is leading up to the main event, or no, the semi-main event. Steve Austin's final match against The Rock at WrestleMania 19. We've already watched the entire WrestleMania 10, and now we're getting towards the end here of WrestleMania 19 on this stream, which is pretty cool. Perfect accompaniment to the pinball stream. Lots of fun talk and discussion about wrestling and memories of when wrestling was good. And of course, this year's WrestleMania coming up has been, to me at least, one of the worst promoted WrestleManias in recent history. But I know it's going to be fun and exciting because the show itself, WrestleMania, is its own experience, despite whatever matches are on the card. And any wrestling event, when you're there in person, is way better than whatever it looks like on TV. Like even the Raw and SmackDown, the Raw I went to from Seattle about a month or so ago, and then SmackDown was live in Portland. I was ringside for that. I don't care anything about the matches. I don't even watch those shows anymore. But just being there and experiencing everything live was great. And of course that Raw was the one where Daniel Bryan officially announced his retirement due to concussion. So being there for that was pretty special. So a lot of the events I've attended have had, you know, pretty memorable events happening. There's a few that are pretty inconsequential, but for the most part, I've been to some pretty significant events that, to me, is worthwhile. You know, it's worth the ticket cost, of course, to just have that experience and to know, you know, when I watch it back and have those memories that I was actually there in the audience for that. Pretty exciting. Yeah, the only way to save the main event with a double turn, that I hope they do that. It's one of those things where it makes so much sense they probably won't do it, but you never know. Occasionally they surprise us by doing what makes the most sense. It would be a good thing. Roman Reigns I could see as a very effective heel because he's okay in the ring. He's fine. He does what he does. The fans are not behind him because just like when The Rock initially debuted, they tried to push him as like the ultimate babyface. People didn't really care about that. They didn't want to see, you know, this guy, Rocky Maivia, coming out there being the happy guy, smiling and trying to get over. People hated him. And when he finally turned and joined the Nation, you know, he turned and become, you know, the heel, The Rock. Then everything just clicked. And sometimes people are suited well for, you know, being one or the other. And Roman, I think, will be a very good heel. He's very easy to dislike for many reasons, but I think he himself, his personality and his charisma fits better for a heel. And of course, in this case, The Rock was a heel here. He was the Hollywood Rock that decided to... He's too big of a star to care about the WWE fans, but he's going to come back to finally get the win over Steve Austin that he wasn't able to achieve at WrestleMania 15 or 17. You know, I was just thinking, I thought I heard glass break in my office there, and I was like, wait a minute. They were playing the recap video for this match, and obviously Steve Austin's music starts with glass breaking. I was wondering, and occasionally I keep hearing stuff that from this it's echoing out into the other room. It's possible that it was a sound effect that it was just echoing off the wall back there. Which would be awesome, because I don't want to clean up broken glass. I'm not really paying attention to the my score here. I'm just trying to get through this match. But I got to get up there to the ring. There we go. There's the pedigree from Triple H, and there's the pinfall. That'll be it. Let's see. All right, crazy dude. Thanks for watching. As long as you've been in here, You've been participating in here, what, almost 3 hours. Pretty awesome. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the follow. Hope to see you around next time. I'll probably be streaming at maybe different hours, but it's usually always after midnight Pacific. Late night streams, but I'm going to try to do some afternoon stuff too. But thank you again for coming in here. Really appreciate it. Thanks again to everybody who's been watching. It's been an awesome night. I think there's still over 100 people hanging out. It's incredible. So, very cool. Oh, about lost it there. Let's see what else we got. Joker 915. One thing I'm not liking about Mania this year is they're doing another ladder match. I know, I just heard about that. The ladder matches are kind of, when they just throw 6 people in there for the title, it's kind of becoming an annual thing, which for a while there they were doing the Money in the Bank. Oh, who do we got there? Pinball Life is now hosting my stream. Thank you so much, Pinball Life. Really appreciate it. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on here, but thank you for the host. I'll return the favor later this afternoon when you're playing. If you're going to play today. Yeah, I'm not sure what the TLC that they were doing when they were making it for the Money in the Bank. That became kind of a WrestleMania standard, which is why they put it in this pinball machine as part of the WrestleMania pinball. But now that I don't know, the Intercontinental title used to be the coolest title out there. What do we got? Oh, it didn't show me the pop-up, but I heard it. I'll have to look when it comes up into the chat there. Thank you for the follow, whoever that was. Really appreciate it. Six Gun Gorilla, thank you so much. What you gonna do when the 6 Gun Gorilla runs wild on you, brother? Oh, there's a loop. Oh yeah, so I'm not in a match yet. I need to drop the drop targets. Ooh. There we go. Gotta drop them one more time to start the match. Jeez. So when you're playing pinball, the idea is to slow the ball down and get it under control, and I'm doing a very bad job of that right now. There we go. Alright, match has started, now I gotta hit up the ramp. There we go. Alright, let me hold there. Let's see. I like Taker as well, because you could say that I grew up with Taker's with Taker in the WWE, being I was born in September of '90. Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I was 10 years old when he debuted, and the same thing. I fell in love with that character the instant I saw him. But yeah, that's really cool to kind of, you know, have always seen the Undertaker, and I always think about that, like with my younger brother too. You know, he grew up, or he was born in like '92. And so to me, I feel like, oh, it's so old. He wasn't even alive when the earthquake crushed Hulk Hogan's ribs. You know, little things like that I have, like my childhood is broken up based on like major story plots of WWF. But then I think about that too. Is like, you know, how cool to have grown up with some. And for me, that's the way like Roddy Piper and Hulk Hogan were the same way. You know, I was born in 1980. And they were already tearing it up and main eventing, you know, in 81, 82. So to me, like Hulk Hogan and Roddy Piper, I grew up watching them from literally, you know, when I was born. Even though technically I started really watching wrestling around 87, so I was about 7 years old, right after WrestleMania 3. My grandpa had been watching it, but I never really paid that close attention until around 87. Mainly when Hulkamania was at its peak, you know, wrestling against Andre the Giant. You know, Andre was huge, not only physically, but as a celebrity, as superstar. And of course, Hulk Hogan doing, you know, the movies. He was in Rocky 3, and you know, and all the guys at the time were so big with steroids. They all looked like they were He-Man action figures, but in real life. And so I was a huge fan of He-Man, you know, still am, but I was a big fan of He-Man back then. And so the wrestlers were like live action He-Man. Oh yeah, this is where The Rock grabs some water and starts spitting water. I'd rather they return Money in the Bank to Mania, and then they could have a pay-per-view open up and maybe do Halloween Havoc. I would like to see Halloween Havoc return. That was one of my favorite pay-per-views from WCW. Especially the Chamber of Horrors match. You remember that? Wow, what an awful match. I think 6 or 8 guys. I forget how many guys were in there, but it was essentially like a big Hell in a Cell cage around a ring with an electric chair and a mini cage inside with a big fake switch on the wall. So the idea was to win the match, you would put one of the opponents into the electric chair, and then somebody would climb up the cage and throw the switch and electrocute him in the middle of the ring. What you gonna do? C Prime Mania running wild. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Glad to have you. Thanks for watching. Yeah, so that Chamber of Horrors match was just absolutely ridiculous. And it also included El Gigante, who went on to become the Giant Gonzalez to face The Undertaker at WrestleMania 9. But El Gigante was literally the tallest wrestler I think that there's ever been. I think he was even taller than the Great Khali. Definitely more skilled than the Great Khali. But not at all used well in WWE. They put him in the stupid airbrush muscle suit with fur and had him fight The Undertaker as just a giant that basically didn't do anything. But in WCW, he was actually, you know, they were looking at him as this young up-and-comer giant who was actually athletic. He could do drop kicks, he could come off the top rope. Really quite an impressive wrestler, but not in that match so much. That match had Abdullah the Butcher and Cactus Jack as well. Abdullah the Butcher, of course, very large, fat guy with incredible scars on his forehead because he would cut himself, and he used a fork as a weapon. So he kept a fork in his tights and would actually fork people's foreheads until they bled. And Cactus Jack at the time had a pretty amazing feud with him, but Cactus Jack's character was that he was impervious to pain, or he didn't feel pain, and he was the hardcore icon, you know, or eventually became the hardcore icon. So Cactus Jack was the one who threw the switch while Abdullah the Butcher was strapped into the electric chair, and then they had super goofy sparklers and, you know, pyro that went off to show like they were being shocked, and of course Abdullah with all his big fat chins would just roll his eyes back and shake while the sparks went off. It was really goofy. But man, Halloween Havoc was such a fun time because I loved Halloween. I still love Halloween. And to have wrestling and Halloween mixed together, perfect. El Gigante was definitely a weird gimmick, because they kind of didn't know what to do with him. So at least at the beginning, he was just a wrestler that happened to be really tall. But apparently he didn't know English at all, so that was probably very difficult for him to work with any of the other wrestlers, because in wrestling, obviously, they have to communicate with each other to have a good match. And I think a lot of the times when they have wrestlers that are giants or from other countries like, you know, Great Khali, the communication within the match between the opponent is not very good, and that lends to being, you know, resulting in a bad match. If you can't communicate with your partner, how are you supposed to actually pull off a decent match? So I think that was probably a big part of the problem, especially with El Gigante, who actually could wrestle, but he was too big to wrestle with like the cruiserweights or other guys who could probably understand his language to speak Spanish with him. Or I think, was it Spanish or Portuguese? I don't know. But I'm pretty sure Scott Steiner was in that match too, that Chamber of Horrors match. Alright, come on. So I'm just dropping these drop targets over and over. I'm trying to see how many it takes to actually raise my multiplier. But I lost track. Did somebody say Starcade? Shin Rakoa. Oh yeah. No, Starcade was awesome too. I loved the WCW music they used to use at the time for all their shows. Starcade was awesome. Super Brawl, pretty cool. Yeah, those were the days. I was always more of a WWF fan, but that's what I love about the network here too, is I'm able to go back and really catch up on some of those WCW pay-per-views that I never saw originally as a kid. You know, I've only seen like the top matches from those shows that have been on compilations for like Ric Flair or other guys from that era. But it's really fun to go back and watch them, because I do remember, like, my grandpa really liked WCW much better, but he also didn't really know the difference between the two companies, because the wrestlers would kind of like go from one show to the other. They would kind of switch around and change jobs all the time, and so he was like, they're all the same. You know, it doesn't matter which one is on. But I always liked WWF better. They had better production values, which I actually did think about even as a kid. They were brighter colors. They had just a clear, you know, the show looked more modern at the time than WCW did. But WCW had better wrestling. Top to bottom, they had better wrestling. They had Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and Ric Flair, Arn Anderson, of course, all the Four Horsemen. But just in general, the wrestling in WCW was better in terms of an in-ring product, whereas WWF was much more cartoony style wrestling, which again, it was fine. As a kid, didn't matter. That worked really well, but I really do enjoy good technical wrestling. This was actually a really well put together match. Oh yeah, have you played any of the ridiculous Kiss pinball machines? I actually did. We have one downtown at the Coin Jam, and it's kind of fun, but I'm not good at it. I don't know the rules yet. So all I do is keep shooting for the Kiss, the demon head, for Gene Simmons' face. And if you haven't seen it, the head is really large, and it has the tongue rolled out, and then there's a spinner, just like this spinner here, that's underneath that head. So when you kick the ball in there, it can actually eject it right back at you really fast, but it also can kick it up through the head and spit it out his mouth. And they have a multi-ball mode where you can lock the balls inside his head, and then he'll spit them all out at the same time, which is really neat. And there's a couple modes in there, or a couple segments that I really like, but I haven't learned what spots to shoot for and what to hit. And at least from what I understand, all the music in that game is re-recorded music, because they couldn't use one of the original members for legal rights or something. So they went through and re-recorded all the music. So the game itself has new versions of their classic songs. But the nice thing is, just like with this machine, I went in there and I was able to customize the music and video. You can go in there and replace all the videos. So that's probably the way to go if you're a Kiss fan. Yeah, Diamond Dallas Page, pretty awesome. Scott Steiner's promo's amazing. If you haven't seen it, if you go on YouTube and look up Scott Steiner math promo, he has a promo from TNA where he's talking about the percentage of a chance that Samoa Joe and Kurt Angle have at defeating him, and he goes through this ridiculous, like, you know, there's 3 people in the match, so that means each guy's got a 33 1/3% chance to win the match at Sacrifice, but because Kurt Angle knows that he can't beat Samoa Joe, so that means his 33 1/3% chance can be applied to Steiner's 33 1/3% chance, so that gives him a 66 2/3% chance to beat Samoa Joe at Sacrifice. So that's just a little taste of that promo. You got to look it up. It's amazing. And there's somebody who animated the math on screen to what he's saying, and it sort of like works out. It's incredible. It's amazing. Let's see. Shin Rikoa. Oh, thanks. Pretty sick collection. Yeah, this is only a small fraction. The entire house is filled, so I'm actually in the process of reconfiguring everything and moving it around. There is a ton of fun stuff to look at. Lots of wrestling memorabilia, screen use stuff. I've got full-size Stormtroopers, Darth Vader. I've got so much fun stuff that basically it's like everything I wanted as a kid, I'm now kind of like trying to acquire, which for whatever reason, maybe it's not such a good idea, obviously, but I like it. And I got nobody else. It's me and my cat, and the two of us share the house with my pinball and arcade in collection. And I like it. I'm happy as it is, so that's how it goes here at the Dave's Arcade. Let's see here. Yeah, I always went back and forth between WCW and WWF. Yep, me too. We got Enciant. How's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Enjoy the chat here. Stepdad's a huge Kiss fan, and he infected me. Really look rock solid fundamentals and music. What's your opinion of the best video game ever made? Sonic Spinball. I never owned that game. I never played it as a kid. I played it on emulators, but it's a really unique game. It's kind of pinball, but it's kind of like it's like a platformer. So you control Sonic, but you also have the flippers. It's kind of neat actually, but I never really played it much. So I've never, even when I played emulated, it was just you go up like a couple levels. I never really did anything in it, so it's a cool game. Yeah, truly the clunkiest pinball game in existence. It really is. There's no physics involved. It's Sonic, and you hit the ball, and you kind of float around and move him for a little bit, and then he slowly comes down. I like the concept, and I like when you drain at the bottom, there's like that dragon that comes up and bites, and it can launch you up higher. It was a good concept, but it was not well implemented. Yeah, Cat, stream needs more Cat. He's actually asleep on my computer chair. Sometimes during the stream, he'll come up and grab the camera cables and move stuff around, or he'll just dive up here, but he's been pretty good today, just hanging out on the chair. How's it going, NCL? Just, I don't know if that's how you pronounce the name, but good to see you. It's almost 6 a.m. here, so I'm thinking that I'm not going to be able to make it all the way through this. We'll go through this match, but I think the Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar match, I'm not going to be able to make it through. I've got to check my emails and see what's up for work today, and then I'm probably going to go to sleep for a while. But yeah, again, I really appreciate everybody who's hanging around and watching tonight. I think there's still over 100 people watching, which just blows me away. Since my biggest stream ever had been like 20 people, maybe. So it's amazing to have Lethal Frag and the Prixie send over the host, and really an honor. So I appreciate everybody who's hung out. And the fact that that was like over 5 hours ago and there's still a ton of people left over tells me most people probably fell asleep with the computer on, but anybody who's awake and hanging out, thank you so much. And everybody who's been participating in chat, I really appreciate it. Hope it's been an enjoyable night, talking wrestling and nostalgia. Even though I haven't had really any great scoring pinball games tonight, haven't really done a whole lot or accomplished anything on the game. My best game of the night so far has been 168 million or 158 million or something, and that was all in one multi-ball mode. I got 80 million on a single target, so that was crazy. I haven't even touched that. I think my best so far has been like 80 million outside of that game, with my worst being like 3.4 million, which is ridiculous because you can sometimes get that just by plunging the ball and letting it drain. So I think I'll go back and try to find. I didn't look and see what the time code was on the stream of when that game with the high score happened. So I'll try to highlight that off of the video on demand. I usually try to put the highest scoring game of the night as a highlight. All right, there's the end of that match. Whoa. Hey, there's Curry Brun. How's it going? Thanks for joining the chat. Thanks for watching. So it's early morning here for me, but it's now getting to be early morning, or getting close to afternoon, or close to noon there for East Coast and overseas. So again, thanks everybody for hanging out. And I think I'm going to wrap it up here pretty quick. This will probably be the last pinball game here that I play. So again, if you haven't followed yet and you're enjoying the show, feel free to click the follow button. And we'll see you the next time we stream out here. I normally don't go this long, but I do start usually late at night on the Pacific time. So usually anywhere, late night around midnight or so, and I'll stream for 2 to 3 hours. And actually, my average stream has been going like 4 hours, so it'll definitely be a while. Tonight was certainly the longest stream I've ever done. But I certainly appreciate all the follows tonight. And all the viewers. Oh, come on. Sometimes I can tell when I start getting tired, my gameplay starts going down the drain just like that ball. 9 a.m. in Michigan, yep. That's crazy to me because I have a lot of clients that I actually do like training webinars that are on the East Coast. So the fact that it's 6 a.m. here means I've got probably clients that are possibly ready to do some training. Oops, I didn't mean to start that. Alright, one more. Titan Pinball, there you go. Titan Pinball Mania is running wild. That's really cool. So I'm going to give you a little commercial here. So I actually have my Firepower Pinball out in my garage is full of Titan silicone rings, and I love them. It is absolutely fantastic. And my intention is to replace all of the rubber on my Royal Rumble here and most of the rubber on this WrestleMania with Titan silicone rings. Anybody else who has a pinball machine, definitely check it out. Silicone pinball rings are definitely the way to go. I'm super impressed with the color selection and the bounce properties. That's the best thing because I actually put in colored natural rubber in some of my games because I wanted a certain look. But the different color of natural rubber bounces very different from each other. So white rubbers are super bouncy, black is pretty standard bounciness, but it just varies. And on this game, of course, there's 2 black ones on the slings, but then everything else is white. And primarily the white, like up here, is just for looks and up in the ring. But I definitely want to place an order here pretty soon to get those amazing silicone rings. But yes, thank you for following and thanks for watching. I really appreciate it. Tonight's been probably my best stream ever because our wonderful friend Lethal Frag, when he wrapped up his show at the end of the day last night, sent everybody over to my stream. So like I had a rush of about 300 or 400 people coming in all at once, which just blows me away. And there's still, I guess, like 100 people watching, which I could never have imagined. So we've just been hanging out, watching some wrestling on the screen over the shoulder. We've actually watched WrestleMania 10, and now we're at the end of WrestleMania 19. And talking a lot of wrestling and a lot of classic nostalgia from when wrestling was actually good. And video games and arcade machines and all sorts of other fun stuff. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to wrap it up here pretty quick. Oop. My chat window is rotated on me. Oop. There we go. Yes, you're very welcome, Titan Pinball. Thank you for coming in. Alright, we're on ball 3, and I've got a terrible game going. Only 7 million so far. There we go, Jeffy 1007, 1007 Mania, running wild, brother. Thank you for the follow, really appreciate it. Thanks for coming in so early in the morning / late at night for me. Wow, that was a huge air ball. So that's another thing too. These flipper rubbers, I'm pretty certain, are sliding up, and I've had a ton of air balls tonight, which I've never had on this game before. I had one that launched over the top of these metal rails, and I've had several that it actually pops from the right flipper over the left in lane to the out lane. So I don't know if it's just the flipper coils are really strong tonight, but I have a feeling it's something to do with the flipper rubber. Very small jackpot off that one. So referee's awake. There we go. Wham bar. Again, that wham bar, I really don't know if it's good to use or not. So if you hit it like I just did, it gives you 500,000 points, which is really nothing in comparison to other ways to score in the game. Oh man. But apparently the more times you hit it within the game, it raises up the points. But the problem with this wham bar, and this is unique to the LE model, the problem is when you hit the ball off of here, it lands right about here, and it dents the playfield. So if you look at this at an angle from here, there's little pock marks all over Hulk Hogan's face and right in front of that. So it's really doing damage to the playfield surface, which really kind of upsets me considering how expensive this game was, that the playfield is that soft. that it's making dents from a included feature. Let's see here. So this is the last match of the show, but I think I'm going to have to wrap it up because it's 6 a.m. So again, thanks everybody so much for watching. Really appreciate everybody hanging out here. I'm just still blown away how many people are still in here this early and left over from last night. But big thanks to Lethal Frag and the Prixie for sending everybody over. Thanks for everybody who's been in the chat. Really appreciate it. Anybody who hasn't followed yet, please do so, and we'll see you next time. I'll probably be back later this week playing the Royal Rumble. And I need to do some repair on my Genesis. And we're eventually going to stream race driving and road blasters and WrestleFest. So we got all sorts of fun stuff planned. So we'll catch you later. Have a great evening / morning. Thanks again. Good night and good morning.